Hello, one. Hello, all. Welcome once again to Blaine's Escape Corner, our little corner of the internet. We get together, we talk about things that help us escape. Oh, wait, hold on. All right, there. I want this mic because this mic is better consistency-wise. But then I need to make sure that it's turned. Oop. Multiple streams tonight. It's true. We will be joining with Vincent Martin at some point tonight and chatting with him. His stream starts in 9 minutes, so we're going to real quick do our review of the evening. Escapees. Okay. I've got one show for everybody. Wait, no, I've got two. Oh, we gotta go quick. All right, number one. The Great Pretender, Raz Bliudo. I has watched the opening scene, and if them big lips scare Michael off from Sign of Affection, he needs to watch out. Oh boy, does Japan not go, there's no light touch on these. They go hard in the paint, giving Dorothy some big old lips. And it's not like, oh, big lip. It is distractingly huge. It's like she like smears her face and stuff, and it's like she's like a trigger character, but everything else is like fairly normal. So like it's weird that she has this like kind of goofy rubber face, but no one else does. Not the best intro. The original Great Pretender had a really good, here's a guy who we're going to follow and we're going to see his view of things. We already start off kind of, here's some bad guys, here's some other people. We don't really know what anybody's affiliations are. Oh, that guy's with them. Oh, they're with them. Oh, they're connected. Like it's already kind of like trying to throw the spaghetti at you. So interesting style. Not a huge fan so far, but I am, if there's more coming, I'll see what it's like. This whole like 1 hour, 28 minutes doesn't make sense to me though, because it was like 30 minutes. So maybe something happened where I only got like 30 minutes of it. But the first 30 wasn't fantastic. Next, I also watched the 8th episode of, where is it? Wrong Way to Use Healing Magic. So episode 8 on this one. Also not a big fan of this episode. Episode 8 is our flashback episode of our captain telling us like what led her to not be the brigadier general awesomeness that she was, the crew that we know she lost. And the second it starts, I'm like, I kind of wish we weren't told like specifically everything that happened to all of these people. I like the idea of her just having this baggage where she's like, I gotta never let this happen again. But us seeing it happen to her, I don't think adds to her character in any way, and it sort of is delaying what we could be seeing in the modern era. So I want us to get back to the modern era. I like our Healy boy. I want to see him do Healy things. You're not enjoying the show? What a twist! Wait, which show? The other one? Wrong Way to Use. I mean, I can not like one episode and still like a show overall. That is a plausibility. Oh man, my lips. Oh, we've got a link. All right, let's go into the link. All right, StreamYard, you're... Oh. Hold on. Can I give it the same camera on both sides? No, I don't want to do that. We're gonna do this camera. Give him the nice wide. Make it a 720. Increase that res. What if I move this closer? Closer. Is that better? Is that actually a better camera angle if I move it closer? Or is it better farther away, I wonder? Probably move it farther away. Be more fun. You can see more stuff around me if it's farther away. And nope, too far. Crooked. There. Okay, we're gonna go with that one. Audio. You're getting the line in. Check. I'll have to get him to tell me how that's doing. Have it coming out. I want it to come to me via this one, Realtek second audio. There we go. Okay.
Oh, it's working. Goes.
All right.
Oh, work, man. Awesome sauce.
How's the audio for you on your side?
I got you in stereo because I pulled up your stream real quick. Yep.
Okay.
How's it going, Blaine?
It's
going live in 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm live currently. I've got you on a little bit of a weird setup here, but do I need to go up or down? Am I a little blown out or not?
You sound about right.
Sound about right?
I'm complete, at least to me.
Okay.
Idiot when it comes to these sort of settings, you probably have more expertise on that particular matter.
Yeah, it's I don't have monitoring on what I'm sending to you. That's why I asked. So if I'm quiet, let me know. If I'm loud, let me know. And I'll try to stay consistent.
I should actually I can't even check. I'm like, I should check on my stream. Oh wait, it's not running yet.
Yeah, we can see what
we're ready for some fun stuff. Because you're more chilled. I'm a little more schizo with my sort of stream. So can you handle a little bit of chaos, I hope?
Always.
Okay, good.
Is this format just side by side going to be pretty static?
Yeah.
Perfect.
I'm gonna probably pull this up. So let's just add to stage. That's how it's going to be. I keep it rather simple.
Okay.
In case we need to watch anything in general, did you watch anything? Want to go into a discussion right away? Oh,
I've seen plenty. I just want to before I capture the browser so I can get your little face jumping. I wanted to make sure it wasn't moving too much.
And I'll send a gray invite though. Just in case he wants to drop in. I tried to bully him on Kidda's stream earlier, so.
Oh, that's not gonna work. Dang it.
It's fine.
Oh, good. We get CGP Gray. Or not CGP Gray. Gray Poupée.
Possibly. I tried to bully. I'm like, come on. You know you want to do it. Actually, you probably don't, but I'm gonna try to publicly call you out for that now. And might as well start on time since I'm up and ready. I have a prepared statement and all, but that's more as a joke. Shh, don't let my audience know. Okay,
I won't.
Go live in 3, 2, 1. Okay, today I have Blaine Escape Corner, and just to be safe, since we're going to be talking about lolicons here, I'm going to do a prepared statement. Now, so prepare yourself for the prepared statement. If you want to know the truth about if lolicons are really the dreaded P word, then get a team of scientists and do your own research here on the internet. And it looks like I stopped there, so use your imagination. So that's what we're doing today. Blaine is gonna be the destiny to my Vosh, maybe? Not quite sure.
Don't put yourself in that position. Don't
Oh, it's fun to joke, you know. Let's not go on that. So,
position.
Blaine, before
Yes.
we go into the stuff, what is your perception of all of this?
I just hate everyone involved. That's usually how I approach this situation. The
I'm not gonna blame you.
the lolicons make it difficult for me to be able to say that characters with petite bodies are well designed or good characters, because the second you say that, you get labeled as a lolicon, and the anti-anime crowd says everything is a lolicon when it is objectively not. Well, and even right there, I'm falling into their stupid language trap. Like, lolicon is the person who has a lolly complex who is into lolly characters. Lolly
But
is
they
the.
changed it in Wikipedia to be the actual pornographic material.
But it's not, and that's again, this is the problem: is you get people who don't know saying stuff, and then it ends up messing with the lexicon so much that now I'm tripping over it.
Oh, trust me, I know the deal. I did something on Lolicon lyrics, because they were calling him Lolicon for, just liking a few tweets of underage people. So they started that meme over in commentary. I did something like, this is stupid. He likes some tweets. He can't be a lolicon. You have to identify as that particular thing. And the people who choose to identify as that thing, yeah, no matter what they want to say, no matter whose opinion, saying it's not real, it's just fiction. I don't care, bro. That leaves no room to really even discuss the issue when you see all these lolicon debates. And that's generally what they always fall back on, and that makes it really hard.
Mm-hmm.
It's just stupid optically for themselves. And then they tend to conflate their own likes. Like, I have the Rev video lined up. Yeah, as you said, they conflate their enjoyment of it, which is very weird. Different degrees of weird if you talk to them. If you flap to it, yeah, that is borderline pedo, if not pedophilic. In reality, it's just a long, confusing mess.
Well, even like the Rev video, like when he's countering all of these points that Meat brings up with Papa Meat, and it's like, oh, but Papa Meat also displays the Magic School Bus characters going in Miss Frizzle's vagina, and it's like, not exactly lolly, like. It's definitely weird, but it's supposed to be like shock humor. It's not supposed to be something that gets you sexually excited. So like it's distinctly different. And it's like you could make better arguments, like how he's just wrong when it comes to Dragon Maid and some of these other things, but saying that he's just as bad, now you've pushed too far that you're just sort of you're muddying the water. You're making it hard to be actually mad.
Yeah, I definitely agree with the hypocritical argument. You're like, not you, me. You're both. Both of you guys are sexualizing thing. He's using it for comedy, and in reality, I might say that he has a better defense. But there are some weirdos out there that I found out way too much in the commentary. There's some weirdos out there who are into some weird stuff in the creepypasta space. So maybe
not even the creepypasta fit space. You just look at anyone who like we follow this one guy, Revy's husband, which is hilarious.
I trust. Didn't we both watch that lolicon debate he had, which was completely god awful? Where like this anti-lolicon, he has some pretty.
No, he's just
arguments.
a pedo. He's not a.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's like that other guy just was a pedo. Like, it's just like you get these people that are like, I'll defend Lolly, and it's like, go away. You go away.
Yeah. Sometimes you're hurting your own cause more than actually defending it. It's just completely overkill. Kill. Kill a kill. Not the greatest anime in my opinion. Oh wait, no, that's Kill la Kill was actually fine. What was actually the bad one? Kuma or
Killaku?
whatever.
I don't know.
I can't remember
Kuma
the
Kuma
name.
Kuma?
Oh, the bear one? No, let me not even get into that. Oh, okay. We already have someone going with the. Okay, I like to give a little bit of structure, a little bit of fun to this, and I'm going to have to pay attention to chat. You're just such an excellent conversationalist, Blaine. I was totally ignoring. Yeah,
Yeah,
here.
you can talk to chat. I can yell at my chat too. It's
Oh,
all
I
right.
got it completely wrong. This one here.
Akame got killed.
Yeah, I think that's the one I'm thinking about. You know, with hot Hitler. Okay,
Hot Hitler.
that's how I. I've seen some great photoshops where she was put side by side with Hitler, and it matched. Okay, trust me on that. But yeah, okay. I think that's our baseline takes. You ready to watch some stuff? You used to this? I've seen at least enough of your streams to know you react to some people.
Yeah.
I usually like to speed it up for my schizo brain to ADD HD brain. So
do it.
yeah, give it a go. Let's go.
A lot of that, unfortunately.
Calling out Asmongold for talking about censorship in anime, saying it's for
A Dragon Maid, king of pedophile animes. I'm not watching this shit.
while having his girlfriend draw Lolly of the exact same anime, doing the Belle Delphine anime prawn face, making fun of the anti-Lolly meme, please no lewd. He has an old review of the exact same show, rating it highly. Bosch's response is to make an hour.
Yeah, hypocritical. Was this the one I wanted to line up? Not right away. Yeah, that's quite interesting that he went so hard on Asmongold for something he liked in a girlfriend. I wonder if he disavowed her. I was saving this for later in the day, but this is absolutely fine here to preface this off. Okay, what do you want to start with? Actually, the Papa Meat video or something different? Because
well, you got Willie Mac queued up. It's up to you. I'll divert to it's your show.
Oh, well, you're along for the ride. Yeah, let's actually go to my next point. Let's go with the Vosh thing. I meant this video came out today, so a pleasant surprise. Let's at least get through the Lolly stuff, and maybe we'll come back to some of the other crap later. Yeah, might as well.
Okay.
Pizzeria.
Bosch's response is incredibly sneaky when it comes to him addressing the criticism. He will hang on to one part of the argument and then act like that's the entire argument. The criticism against Bosch is that he was found with Lolly on his folder. Seemingly a lot of Lolly. Lolly is sort of the Confederate flag for pedos. Everyone who owns it isn't necessarily racist, but I don't blame people for assuming otherwise. Bosch.
See, I definitely agree to that take, okay? Willie Mac, I think that's a great take to have. But you think it's not hard enough, I'm wondering?
No, I mean, Willie Mac's takedown's pretty good. He comes at it like pretty straightforward, and I feel like later on he gets into the video more into how Vosh has said before that people who watch Lolly are pedophiles, and it's like, well, all right, Vosh, like. So I think overall, even if specific things are either too light or too hard, the video really speaks well for itself.
Yeah, beautiful thing came out today. I'm like, ooh, let me add this to the list because, sheesh, not really the Papa Meat thing, but let's have a little caviar with some shit on Vosh first. Unless you're a fan of Vosh, you know, who could be? I don't know. No. I assume not.
No, not me. I kept tabs on Vosh for a while just because he would randomly have takes where he would fight against your typical communist ideology or sort of that soft lefty where, you know, he's got his tactical N-word, he's got his thoughts on how they should all arm up and have guns. And some of those thoughts were things I was like, I should keep an eye on this guy, see what he's actually up to, because you never know with someone like that. And
Willie Mac goes over most of this stuff. Okay, beautifully.
Yeah.
Probably the only thing he didn't really cover, which he might later, is about Destiny. Probably when he starts getting into the Kethel stuff, because that stuff is sort of connected. Keffels, I think, took credit for deplatforming, but people tried to put it off on Vosh's girlfriend or roommate. I forget at the time.
Yeah, it depends on when you're talking about, I think, but I don't know. Keffels and Tipster threw themselves under the bus of their own volition, so
Yep.
I'm not really. I've never cared about them.
Just like with Rev's husband, you can make your case even worse, and that man seriously makes it much worse on the lolicons.
Mm-hmm.
And I've done some serious lolicon research. Lolicon research.
Yeah.
I even tried to get an interview with a lolicon because I wanted to get into the mind of the lolicon, but they declined. Then
Of course they did.
The debates. Then they debated anti-lolicon. I'm like, really? I was at least going to give you a shot. I was going to ask you the hard
Don't do
questions.
that. Don't give them the opportunity to look good.
I wasn't going to make them look good. I was going to get deep in there. Do you only fap to
gross. No.
lolicon porn?
No.
Yeah, okay.
No. You can't.
Okay.
You can't like any sort of sunlight you give to people who can hold and have had those arguments in their life is only going to be a potential trigger for someone else to be like, wait, I kind of think that. And it's like let them be on their own. I'm not gonna have that conversation. I don't need it.
I think sunlight is the best disinfectant and really going into it, but it didn't happen. The dumbass.
Too many people live in their mother's basement where the sunlight doesn't shine for that to work on the internet.
Okay, fair enough. I like to know thy enemy or thy weirdo in a lot of cases, and I like to keep track. It's the best. That's about the only thing I like about lolicons. They just tell on themselves.
They do that. You don't have to.
It's like, why the hell do you not shut up? This is a weird thing.
No, it is good.
I'm starting to think it. Go on.
I was saying it is good how vocal they are, because then you can know where I have yet to see someone who's like, yeah, I'm kind of into lol. Like they're always like, I'm gonna defend the tiny, and you're like, go away. Like, thank you.
Yeah, I have to wonder if it has some sort of root in identity politics. Like when you're just a weeb, how do you get those victim points? You like it. Oh yeah, I like lolicon. People keep calling me pedos. Victim point. That's just one of my particular thoughts.
Maybe
there might be. Yeah,
I think it does have a deeper sexual fetish that is rooted into a broken brain. And then with the help of the internet, they can find each other, so they think they don't have a problem when they do. And
if it ain't pedophilia, it's definitely something else, or they're just trying to be edgy. I really believe there's some idiots out there.
If you're just trying to be edgy and your choice is borderline pedophilia, that's kind of weird.
Well, it's acceptable. Somehow you can do that shit on the internet. Like, you can't be racist or homophobic or anything. I mean, yeah, it's beyond me. I would rather do any of that before copping up to something like lolicon. But still, it's just a theory, okay? I like to tout theories in my videos and on my streams. Take with a grain of salt. Know thy enemy. Of course. But yeah, a little more Bosch. Then I'm going to go into some stuff that, if you saw the meat stuff, we can talk about it.
Yeah.
He had this little section on Bosch, and I definitely want to go over Rev's video more so than Meat Cannon. The real problem with that was he played right into the conflation of lollies is part of Bosch's argument that Willie actually presents in this. I forget at what point. So let's watch this for a bit.
Bosch is of the same opinion.
The thing that bothers me is people who pretend there's no relationship whatsoever between drawn lolly and actual attraction to children. Of course there's a relationship between those things. It's ridiculous to pretend otherwise.
Repeating it again in one of his response streams.
The thing that I've always said that I stand by entirely is that if you're into lolicon, people always say this. People always say, bro, it's just drawings. Okay, Drawings of what, right? Civil War. Okay, states' rights over what, you know?
It's emerged that he's been watching Lolly for years, liking depictions of Disney girls turned into Lolly with chum all.
Yeah, I did not knew about this. I wonder how bad this actual image is. I'm gonna assume the worst because it's funny to assume that she's just she's naked riding a horse. It's funnier that way. Okay, so we'll just go with that imagery.
Naked
Actually,
riding
sorry,
a
I'm
horse.
sorry.
Yeah, let's be funny
Ah.
as opposed to terrifying.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Over her face on his private account. If it was anyone else, Bosch would call this guy a pedo. It's his own logic. This, for a lot of people, puts those old CP arguments he's been making in a different context. Like, oh, you need to explain the difference between act and rule utilitarian? Let's use pedophilia.
This is super duper simple, okay? A utilitarianism.
Do you realize how badly one of these actual DMs are? I'm sort of getting into the lead, but there's a certain DM here. I'm like, damn, that looks bad.
It's such a stupid thing that for so long there was this. No, guys, he's just talking about like how it hurts kids either way, so you should be against both of them. And then it's more like, I don't know, maybe he's kind of for both of them. It's just such a it was such a self-report at the beginning.
Oh, and the fact that his audience buys it hook, line, seeker.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's just simply. I mean, you have to impress his amount of dishonesty that he can spin it like this and keep on going. I think we were talking. I forget if it was on chat or on stream or not, but someone asked, "Is Vosh still going?" Like, yeah, he's still streaming.
He is still streaming, but he is still bleeding. So.
Oh, he's still bleeding. I thought the bleeding was sort of dying down.
No, I think it was another 1,000 subs. So
okay, that's actually good to hear.
Keep the pressure.
Yeah, and I think Willie's going to keep the pressure up, along with a whole bunch of other people. You know, for a fact, Doomer Media has something planned. Here's how that's going to go.
Act utilitarianism is about considering
Does he
the
know about
consequences
ethics?
Of a specific action.
He has
It is possible. Please, right now, uncut.
Yes, I know that he has a technical degree. But,
I don't even know if he has the degree. I just know he has taken enough classes that, having been in a college psych class 400 level, that I walked out of because those people are nauseating. Because this is the kind of crap they do all the time. It's just like, but we got to think about like what is the full extreme case against both of them. It's like, shut up. Shut up. This is not a useful class.
I've only made it to like abnormal psychology, so I didn't take the higher level ones. I went into
you've
digital communications.
Abnormal psych is watching Vice or Vosh.
Probably. Who wants to watch Vosh? Those with the abnormal psychology. If you watch this man, you got one of these disorders. Fits to me.
Something's wrong with
your
you.
dumb shit libcuck SJW brains and recognize this empirically correct fact that I am about to spit. It is possible for an adult and a child to have a sexual relationship.
Yeah, that's the
and for it to have
stupidest thing you could say
on the child as well. However,
beyond stupid. Bosh.
Gross.
You know, you gotta have the hot take to get that attention. You know,
it could be if you did it right.
Ooh.
Give us an actual example. I want to see Vosh give us an example.
I don't want there to no. I don't want to see the things he trots out trying to like. Oh, this is the example. No, there is no example. There is no example of that.
Exactly, there is no example. I want to see. I love how these people. There could be a case. Okay, give us a hypothetical that could be a case. Well, let me not. Okay. Milo Yiannopoulos, whatever. The dude got canceled pretty hard for he's an example of how someone, helping him find his sexuality as a young man in the church helped him come to terms with his sexuality. And even though he was the victim, still went horrible for him. Yeah, I can't think of an example that would be socially acceptable or even practical in reality. He's just talking out of his ass. And he's made a whole career of that pretty much. So it's almost impressive.
Yeah, and H3 did clown him pretty well.
Categorically,
You're right, Fondue.
Oh, they
discourage
did a
those
beautiful
relationships
job.
because, as a rule, it is substantially more likely that enabling them would cause harm in society. That's the difference between act and rule utilitarianism.
You're saying by
Sounds like
definition
he's
there's
talking
exceptions
to
to
a
the rule when it comes to
3-year-old.
pedophilia. Of course, the lolly guy
Maybe
made
that's
this
his
argument. It is the combination of the two things. Vosh ignores all of that and only addresses the clip. I've addressed this for years.
Everything we're about to talk about has been discussed over and over and over again on this channel, in live streams and in videos. Some of it has been discussed to death. Is this clip like so dishonestly cut that no reasonable person would interpret it as looking bad if seeing the full context? I'll also cover some of the more bullshit accusations because I don't know, they're transparently bullshit. A lot of them. I feel like you would have to already dislike me to read anything from them.
Oh, don't
It's
worry,
not out
I'm
of
way
context,
ahead
it's
of
that
him
the
there.
context has changed. You have been exposed as an avid lolly viewer. That is the context Vosh won't engage with. H3H.
Yep, he won't. And people keep hitting it on. That's why he can't show anyone making serious criticism. He's got to obfuscate and poison the well of anyone talking about him in a dramatic way. Of course. The only way he'll survive is by treading water, and hopefully the next big drama will have people forget about him. I personally predict it. He needs a real big W if he wants any chance of ever coming back. I don't.
Where would you
foresee him
get a
getting that
W after this?
I don't even know. He would have to take down like Richard Spencer or go back in time and kill Hitler to get a W after this sort of epic loss. I can see things where he could win technically, but those all involved really bad things. So let me not use that hypothetical here. Okay. Yeah. I don't see how he gets a W after this. It really doesn't.
Yeah, and I'm okay with that. I'm okay with no Vosh W's after this.
Yeah, I hope he just slowly sinks into obscurity. That'd be beautiful, but yeah.
H3 has made this very clear from the start.
How do you square that with the dude having a folder full of lollipop? Like, doesn't that change the context at all for you? Seeing all
It
this?
should. Defense, by the way, may have been believable up until we found that he is actually consuming lolly stuff.
As long as you're
I
not a
know the
lolly.
context about
okay?
how everything happened.
It's all changed.
Vosh never confronts
Got
this
a
line of reasoning. In
gray.
fact, he doesn't show Ethan at all making his arguments. The only reason you made this video is because of Ethan. Show him giving his side. I'm doing that for you. Vosh doesn't because there is no good explanation. He's caught right-handed.
Maybe.
So all he could do is focus on one little bit of the argument
play
and then
things
act
by
like it's
ear,
the
Greg.
entire thing. He re-explains the child slavery argument for the majority of the video.
Over the background of my
It's
mediocre
just-
Dead Cells gameplay, and
This is also just too beautiful not to react to. Okay.
Yes,
And
Gray.
drop
I
dead.
have indeed changed my mind on that because previously I was seeing his audience shouting, "It's out of context. He's really against pedophilia because he thinks CP is bad." Like I saw that coming from the audience, but the longer this goes on, and I did not foresee continued H3 response. Willie Mack a bit more foreseeable, but there's been enough response that's pushed enough people in a direction that he'll probably still have a channel. He'll still have a channel that makes enough money to survive, but he's definitely going to get hurt from this.
Yeah. He's going to trail along unless he pulls off something that I don't think he's in a position to. He's burned too many bridges, pissed off way too many people. Everyone's shitting on him. And look who comes to his defense. Keppels, Tipster. There's even, I think he even lost the defense of other people that I saw defending him in the beginning. They can't deny how bad, how much he avoided dealing with the criticism decently in his video. I don't blame him. As I said, I think I actually told Gray. I think the only way he could have survived this in the very, very beginning before he made his first response is just to come up with a believable story. Like those pictures, it would have been complete bullshit, but those pictures, for some research. He was doing a big hit piece, so he was collecting the research. It would
Yeah,
have
but
been
then he'd have to
much
do
more
work and actually
believable.
put out a a big hit piece.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, he would.
The
I agree.
only real solution would have been for him to come out and say that Vosh has a problem and he needs to get some help, so he's going to be taking a month off, and he'll try to come back to streaming at some point, and then just go away and then see if he can come back. Like, he does that, maybe he's got a future, but the way it was handled, no, never.
He could have faked his death. Okay, that would have been cool. Okay.
Basically.
I faked my death, guys. Oh, Vosh is alive.
I
What,
came
the
back
pedo?
from dead.
Shit.
I was only a little dead.
Yeah. Weren't you dead? Only a little. I got
Just
better.
Just a little dead.
An argument with chat on the subject of foreign labor and unethical production was getting increasingly heated. In this country, typically criminalize people who have procured media or resources which were the product of abuse. Yeah, there you go.
We've all heard the child slavery argument. That context has been given by everyone day one. How does that change the argument? He goes on about how he was a debate bro and how it excuses these dumb arguments.
Because I and a lot of other people in the Discord server believed arguing controversial topics through inane hypotheticals made us cool and smart. Like I said before, it does reflect really poorly on me, but only in regard to my intelligence and character, not any sort of paraphilia.
We know this, but how does it change?
No.
I don't know, man.
It further damages your character. Oh, God. And just add fuel to the fire about this other stuff. It just doesn't give him much leeway. He's backed himself in a corner if you really look at this video. This video is like a stake through the heart of a vampire for anyone who would acknowledge it. And there's more shit. He didn't even bring up really Poppy. Oh, God. There's just so much. But the stream dad stuff, that insane.
Change the argument. It doesn't address a thing. It's a great argument if you ignore all the lolly, which is where the entire conversation stems from.
It would make sense, all that kind of stuff. That he was edgy back in the days, but we did see your
Not
hard
with
drive.
the fucking. That's
We
what
saw your hard
That's
drive.
what I keep coming back to.
on the hard drive.
And if he had made this video 2 months ago, it probably would have been a good move, right? To just like all at once address all.
If he could see the future or wanted to do any work.
I mean,
all.
I'm surprised he didn't do this video just preemptively. Like, remember the fact that the folder we saw was the to be sorted folder, which means these were only recent acquisitions that were going to get sorted out later. So this idea that he wasn't knowing that something like this could happen is insane. He really should have just made some I don't know. I'm glad he's an idiot because now we can all
He's
see
funny.
the truth. Because if he hadn't done this, he would still have all of that plausible deniability of like, no, I was just making an edgy comparisons for the sake of telling people how it is. But thanks to his idiocy, we can all see the truth.
Oh, I do have a way he can get a W. He can really uncover that Ethan and everyone on the H3 podcast are really secret Nazis
Oh
from
yeah,
like the Illuminati sector. You know,
good luck with that
praying
one.
to the God. Yeah. As I said, that's a hype. I said if he could get a W, if he could prove that emphatically with really good evidence, he might get a pass from at least certain people. Oh, H3 started this. And they were Nazis. Okay. But don't think that's going to happen.
These old clips of him that have been floating around, but like now the circumstance is pretty different. It's pretty different now, isn't it?
When Vosh finally addresses the clip of him admitting to wanking it to Lolly all the time, he writes it off as a joke.
We've all jerked at the lolly at
Yep.
some point or another. We have at some point in our lives been going
have not.
crazy in some hentai
Fight
site,
him.
and we've been stroking as hard and fast as we can, and then after we nut, we go back, look over our history chat, and we go like, oh geez, oh boy, some of these
Oh.
girls looked pretty young.
Am
This one
I-
definitely
okay.
Sounds rougher than the
No,
last.
no.
Am I
Yeah,
the
okay,
only one on this planet that even in my most degenerate hormonal teen days would still stop when like an autoplay popped up and I was like, and like move on to something else? Am I the only one who like? I can't be the only one.
Yeah, I'm not going to admit to any degeneracy, but you know what? If there's something degenerate or something beyond, like, Oh, I don't even want to bring it up. The furry stuff, though, that always creeps me up when that pops up. So
Just depends on how furry it is, right?
Understand eat, okay? Okay.
If it's only a little furry, it's okay.
Yeah, there's the scale of furry. I can do cat girls, bunny girls, they're just girls with extra parts, okay? Not that different. Some people can't even do that, okay? Some people don't like tails. That's just too weird, okay? Like, basically a human besides that, too weird. But to each its own. And some people want that full werewolf flavor with their stuff, which...
Fansite, you don't always want to have to click to find the next video. Sometimes you just want it to play, okay? You don't want to... You want your hands are busy.
Oh, yeah. Busy hand. Idle hands. They're the devil's playmate. And I'm sure... And yeah, with my idea of Vosh actually making a video, he also screwed himself by screwing over a rose risk with that whole thing back in the day. That was his research, man, from what I know.
Yeah.
I hope... Doomer supposedly said he talked to him. That'd be interesting if he dug into that a little bit.
2 clips, but it's it's a bit, it's a joke, a bad joke. I can explain it. I don't.
Yeah, it's a joke. It's a joke. Sure.
Think that'll make it any funnier.
Bro, you had it on your computer. He tries to write it off as a joke he made to show how big of a problem Lolly is, as if he was being virtuous.
The intended comedy element of an indiscriminate whirlwind masturbator being used to draw attention to a problem. That problem being the ubiquity of lolicon in hentai sites. I don't really know how anyone could get like a serious vibe from that. Like there's any kind of like grave point being made.
People are saying that because in the full clip that you cut off early, you say that you don't
as fast as we can, and then after we nut, we go back look over.
It's not a deal breaker.
And we go
That's
like,
what I'm saying, Grace. Not a deal breaker.
Oh boy.
Hold on.
Some of these girls looked pretty young. Okay, I don't give a fuck. All right.
Turns out the only one taking Vosh out of context is Vosh. Pair that with you having it on your...
Beautiful. He kept saying out of context, blah, blah, blah. Pairing those 2 clips together. Mwah, beautiful play, Willie. Sheesh.
Well, and there's only so much context that you can give to this kind of speech. Like, it doesn't get better unless it's like he was reading a script and it's like a movie coming up about a streamer who is going to get in trouble for doing stuff like that. That's the only way the context fixes this.
And the clip that everyone played with him going on about how he said when he was younger, but he still agreed with the general premise. He's just like, that was a cringe take. Okay, so are you going to say that it's bad? Yeah, it's bad. But so is a Cobalt production. CP.
Why is it always got to be a but?
Cobalt production.
Why is it always got to be a yeah, but? Like, can't we just say yeah? Yeah, bad? I don't understand. I don't understand people sometimes.
Say bad. I mean, there are some hard lines, okay? There's some nuance to have. As I'll probably be getting into, okay? Especially when we actually get into the Dragon Maiden stuff, because I suffered through that series to get the context.
Suffered?
It's not easy.
It's a good series. Come on, Dragon Maid is fun.
What are you talking about? Oh.
Dragon Maid is a great series. Getting drunk after work with a dragon friend.
Okay, it's a cool concept, not my type of slice of life, okay? I hate the cute girls doing cute things. That never appealed to me.
They're dragons.
Okay.
They're not cute girls. Yeah. They're dragons.
Yeah, they're shapeshifters. But we'll be getting into that, okay?
All right.
I'm glad you don't have that brain dead of a take. Cause
here I thought
did
Vosh
you hear
was taking
about
the L today.
moralities? Oh, of course you would say that. Okay, you're worse than EFAP, not letting someone have a preference. Like, yo, it's the greatest thing ever. No, it's up to someone's personality if they like that. Oh, there's some good moments. It's just like, okay.
Computer, and it makes a lot of sense. For someone who cries missing context all the time, you don't portray the argument here accurately at all.
Again, it's not a funny joke at all. I mean, I cringe looking at it. It's great evidence against me if the point that people are trying to make is that I was or indeed still am cringe.
When Vosh addresses him liking Lolly of a little Disney girl with chum all over her face, he's equally...
Oh, nice. Non-lolly version. This is another thing that annoys me. They brought up the Shadman thing. That is not lolly. What Shadman did wouldn't be considered lolly. Does Shadman even do lolly? I don't know. I don't know enough about Shadman, and I don't think I want to know
Uh,
after knowing about that Keemstar shit.
yeah, I mean, it's definitely in the lolly category because of the animated aspect, but it goes way beyond in the sexualization of actual children.
Yeah, I even put lolly on the line. Okay, even lolly porn on the line. If it looks like it could be a real child, because there is some art styles that tend to be a little bit more realistic, opposed to super cute, big eyes, big head, big breast. There's some nuance there. I really don't want to get into because going into this
No,
territory.
Shadman, Badman. That's all you need to say. You don't need to. Don't
Okay,
keep
fair.
speaking.
Yeah, Shadman,
That's, all
Badman.
that's all you need to say.
Okay, thank you.
I got you.
You're getting me out of terror. Dangerous, because I like the nuance, and sometimes nuance is troubling, even if you're technically. I play
dismissive.
I think they found one that was like the character was meant to be a teenager.
Oh.
You know, like, and it's not surprising to me that might happen
Shadman,
because I'm running between classes, scrolling on my phone. I look at an image maybe 2 or 3 seconds before I like. The degree of scrutiny required there indicates that this goes beyond some kind of like matter of
Levels
personal
of
temperance
pain.
and extends broadly into like
I will
how
agree.
weird is it that that's something
close
that's
or
been that normalized.
What is he
Ironically,
yapping about? It's not normal to be walking between class frantically liking porn en masse. You have a problem. And if you
Do you know anyone like this, Blaine? I don't know anyone, but I don't know many degenerates. Okay, I know some people are pervy and like to,
I might, but I think they probably like hit it before class. So maybe, but not that I I didn't catch anybody. No.
You didn't get the catch me outside girl ever, or the catch me out.
To catch me outside, Fuda? No, that didn't happen to me.
Oh damn! But nice one. I was trying to work something, but I don't want to undercut you.
You can undercut all you want. It's your show.
I just embarrassed myself, man. It's
okay.
both our shows.
It is both our shows.
Okay, we are dual streaming, aren't we? All fancy.
I'm letting you take the lead.
Take the time to see if something's depicting a child or not.
Thank you.
You need therapy.
Yeah, people are going to say what they're going to say. They can judge me for what they're going to judge me for. I think a lot of people have been real and charitable. I think it's insane to say this, like, he's a pedophile. You got him.
The charitable argument.
See, I actually agree. I don't actually think Vosh is a pedophile.
I don't know. I think he is by. I think by his own definition.
Yes.
Okay, if you're an omnisexual and the child form is in the omni list, you are a pedophile.
But you're also other things.
No. I don't care how many horses you also like. If children's on the list, the
also, did
name
you really take psychology?
works.
Because technically, you need to only be able to wink it to children. Well, that might have actually changed in the last DSM 5, I think. Maybe if you have a compulsion to actually fantasize about going after children and can't control it, you might qualify that. So there's a real distinction whether or not Vosh falls into the pedo category. Okay.
Nah, it's pretty straightforward. Just agree with me on this one, and we'll both be right. Okay.
Well, I'll agree, at least in principle, in spirit, Blaine.
Okay.
It's close enough. It's close enough to count.
Bosch wants is that none of this is weird or matters. None of us should be worried. We're all just supposed to be blind. It's unreasonable.
This
guy's admitted in the past that he has
that.
minors in his NSFW Discord.
LA Rogers 12, I know there are kids with the pervert role in my Discord. How could we possibly prevent that knowingly?
Just not have NSFW work in your Discord. Boom. It's that easy. I find it just
Or not like minors with roles that go into NFS channels.
Yeah.
disturbing that you knowingly partook in this with your fans without having any safeguards for their age. I could look past one of these things in good faith, two of these things maybe, but ignoring all of it would be foolish. He blames it on anime culture.
Again, it's not really an evidentiary argument that I can make. So, what am I supposed to do? Yeah, I don't know. God willing, anime culture will get better one day. I wouldn't hold my breath, though.
Yeah. Blame anime culture. Okay, Tipster did the same thing, followed your lead.
It's not my fault that they made the lolly that I love. Like, what? Yeah, I mean, what? That's the worst argument someone could make.
Yeah, I would think so. Did you ever hear of Neuralities back a few years ago?
The name sounds
swear this-
familiar, but I can't put a put a face to it.
I might. I might actually cover this. Let's see how this goes. Okay. I wasn't even planning to lead with this, but you know what? You said go with it. Roll with it. Okay.
Zero accountability, zero reflection. Can you imagine me using this excuse for being racist? What am I supposed to do? I'm Italian. Hopefully Italian culture changes soon. I doubt it though. All right, I guess he's gonna keep looking at Lolly. Bosch's defense for having Lolly on his folder is that he didn't know it was there.
One or two people came into chat and they said, hey, there was Lolly in there. And, I figured they were just causing trouble and banned them. Of course, we know where this is going. By the next day, I had learned from what felt like the entire goddamn internet that two of the images in my folder preview window were actually from a well-known lolicon artist, and therefore definitely intended to be lolly shit, which has to be the worst possible way.
Don't think so,
to find out
Greg.
about
Don't
that sort
think
of
so.
Bosch is being very sneaky with his language. Two of those pictures were Lolly from that one single artist, but most people would argue that the folder was full of Lolly just from different artists.
The obvious and predictable, but
And I actually think that one, looking at it on inspection, that looked like some Last of Us Part 2, sort of a porn there. Okay, the one on the left. I'm not even going to go back. Okay, it just reminded me of the sort of the stuff with Neil Druckmann stand-in railing Abby. But that's just my impression. Okay, I just noticed it now. It looked like Last of Us. So who knows? Maybe some trans. I'm really actually surprised, given Vosh's history, there wasn't any trans porn. Given
Well, it just wasn't. He already sorted those.
Okay. Oh, that's
Yeah.
probably had the priority. Okay.
Yeah, he's like, I know right where to put these.
Yeah, probably into the DMs of every trans woman and even man. Who knows? He says he's bisexual or something. Okay. I swear, a lot of people just go with this queer status just so they don't get attacked for being straight. Okay. But I actually believe it with someone like Vosh, especially given this. Omnisexual opposed to the omni-liberal of destiny.
Omnisexual.
nonetheless,
Oh, also the other thing. You gotta love his Gish horse galloping style of argumentation. He just rambles on and on about inane things. Then we'll try to drop into a point that might connect to something, but then move on to something completely different. Completely Gish horse galloping. It suits him perfectly given his obsession with horses. And he would
horse
go with something that has a gallop in it. Okay.
Yeah,
Not
I mean,
say trying to get people to catch on
if
to
the
it.
horseshoe fits, I suppose.
Horseshoe theory fits him pretty well also, but don't tell his fans that.
a true response from me is that no, I didn't know that. And that must not have been the impression I got from those two drawings, because if I had gotten that impression, then I wouldn't have saved them.
He tries to sound so reasonable. I'm on your side. Lolly is bad.
Drawings are abstractions, and art styles and body proportions vary massively, even for characters that are unambiguously adults. That doesn't mean lolly shit isn't a thing or a problem. I've bitched about it being a problem like a lot on stream. It just means that carelessly or inattentively
pause.
failing to notice it isn't exactly impossible.
He does it all the time. The Disney girl in his folder, his
Every time that he has bitched about lolly being a problem, we're supposed to actually have heard him saying, I have a problem with lolly. That's what he's been saying this whole time. He's been calling out for help. He's been looking for someone to find and catch him so that he can stop. That's what he's been saying all along, and we just haven't been listening. We haven't heard the voice.
It's clear. Just like he tries to associate the lolly with those 4chan neo-Nazi guys. They all like the lolly. Intent, horseshoe theory afoot. Maybe Bosch got a little bit of that in him himself. Okay. I wonder if he could pull one of these sort of shifts from the left to the hard right. Okay.
Is that the
I think he might? I mean, really hard right, underground right. Okay. Join Nick Flintez with his gay cat porn. Don't know. Don't care. It would be nice. A nice thought. Yeah, it's too small here. Yeah, it looks like looks like it.
girlfriend drew it for him. He has a history of CP hypotheticals. Minors in his NSFW Discord. In Discord, he wrote,
Oh yeah, this part's beautiful. I don't know why he doesn't harp this. Maybe because he thinks it's so obvious. But yeah, let him go through it.
A lot of children wait 20 years for VR lolly porn, and don't tell anybody you use it, and especially don't defend it online. That's the best we can hope for. It's too much of a pattern to be this convenient.
Yes, we. That's the best we can hope for?
Who we? Don't put anyone else in that group, okay? That's
No,
not
he's talking to this particular person. So this is what he wanted, at least in 2018 March. Okay?
Well, I mean, those aren't are they DMs or are they just Discord chat logs? Because I thought it was just him like talking to his like whole Discord, basically saying like we as in the Vosh
It
peoples.
might be. Yeah, it might be.
Either way,
But
I'm terrified.
it doesn't even matter, but he includes himself in that. This really is more self-telling. I guess it's very self-evident. We would be Bosch, everyone else. Well, probably other people like this gym guy, and I'm assuming there's other lolicons in here. But you know what? This was 2018. Maybe he had a change of heart, or maybe he was just trying to court the lolicons at some point.
Let me tell you, I have had very few changes in my taste over the years, and I can't imagine someone with that level of degeneracy would have a huge change in their
yeah.
urges.
And the idea is about if people want to relate lolicon or lolicons to pedophiles. Okay, I'm not saying that's the case anywhere. There's no evidence for it, but if they were sort of related together, generally the ideas of pedophiles is they're either born retarded with like their brain, or they suffer some sort of trauma that like locks them into a state. So it's and there's no treatment. Castration, I think, is the best treatment that I know of, and maybe like weekly therapy is about the only treatments I've heard of. There's no pill. There's no medication for these very sick pedophiles. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So if it's this, you're absolutely correct. It's just something burned into the brain. Okay. This is why I have some doubt that people can be conditioned into it, unless they were exposed to it early. Then they could,
like something in the formative years, like when you're when you're
definitely,
well, not even formative years, maybe like a like when you're starting to have that like we all have that like sexual awakening moment where you're suddenly like oh, I have a penis, like it like hits you at some point. You're like, and I want to use it. Like it happens. And so if you have that sort of awakening thought at the same time that something else comes careening into your life, like maybe you could force it on someone, but I don't know. I feel like that would be harder than, I don't know, a hardwired system.
Yeah. As I said, I'm interested in psychology. I looked into it. That particular thing, I'm not going to say perfect overlap. I actually give it a 50%. No, sorry. I gave it a 30 with 25% plus or minus about that particular matter.
Mm-hmm.
That's besides the point. I'm trying to be fair and think logically, which I don't think we can do on the internet. That's why my disclaimer in the beginning, whatever we say ain't facts, okay? Get a team of scientists if you really want to know if lolicons are really pedos. We're just looking at things and making judgments on it based on our own perspective, okay? Don't take it harsh. Don't take it as facts. Disclaimer,
Except on my stream, it's all facts.
Okay, everything.
All facts on my stream. Lolly pedo. Get the facts here.
Fair enough. I disavow. I think there is a good chance, okay, that there's a major overlap, but I like a little bit of nuance, and that's probably going to bite me in the ass if it hasn't already.
Especially don't defend it online. That's the best we can hope for. It's too much of a pattern to be this convenient accident. I can't think of a single person online that has done all of these things. We saw a tiny bit of that folder. Much of it was lolly. Common sense says much of the rest of it is too. It is a good trait to be charitable, but there's a limit. And Bosch would never give that same charity to somebody else, even if they probably deserve it.
I don't know why I feel like shit. I will not see a therapist.
Before we get
See, I think the best part of this particular section is the sort of, well, the Count Dankula part. It just really hits it on the nail at that point. It just brings us all together. Willie Mack, this is why Willie Mack is one of the few commentators I actually respect. Because commentary as a whole, I can't stand them. But Willie Mack, I mean, sort of the rule to the exception. There's some places here and there that I like them, but most of them, You get into commentary at all? Any of the commentary guys are
Sometimes,
lame ducks?
but a lot of it is just like either some poor weirdo who the internet has decided is like, all right, we need to make sure this guy gets off the internet because it's bad for him, or drama between two people who I've never heard of, but it can, it's like reality TV sometimes, but with real people.
Yeah. I meant that's what it mostly. And despite the fact, you were talking about it last time I was watching your stream. I like Chad Logic. I think he makes mistakes, incredibly flawed. But you know what? I'll go to bat for him.
He's good to listen to while you're doing monotonous work. So
yeah, I've been busy, so sometimes some things, but not other things. Still.
Get into the false allegations that Vosh has spread, it's important to understand his mindset. To Vosh, everyone else is a Nazi or a white supremacist. If you're a Republican, you might as well be straight out of Hitler's regime.
The issue with liberals right now is they don't understand the stakes. Liberals should be treating Republicans as what they actually are: evil and immediately threatening. Now, you can talk with them all you want. I love talking to folks. You saw that convo I had with the LDS person last night. Friendly convo. I don't want to, it's not an intrinsic thing. Bring Republicans over, save them from themselves. But the threat right here, it's what we faced in Germany. By we, of course, I mean.
Yeah, this is the man
he
faced
things in Germany.
Yeah. He probably was there. He's probably like, who was the counterpart in The Boys? That chick. But originally he was a guy. He's like probably lived so long. I don't know if you ever watched The Boys, but they did a gender swap with like.
Oh yeah, if it's live action, I haven't seen it. You can quote me on that one.
Yeah, in the comic book, he was pretty much, you find out he used to be a Nazi, but he lived forever, so he became a superhero in the New Age, and then they took away the dick and made her lame. Actually, she was actually pretty good. It was really the freaking deep storyline that really ruined it for me. And the whole terrorism. Okay, let me not go too deep in it, but stay.
The progressive left and everyone else, by the way,
yes.
It's that the belief that this type of political movement can be squashed by anything other than militant, aggressive political action has failed in the past.
So what? You're just going to mow down a bunch of Republicans?
So that's what we need to do. We got to bring liberals on board. They got to own the guns. They have to be practicing at the ranges. Break the law. I don't give a shit. Don't hurt any innocent people.
Steelman and O'Connor.
But remember, Republicans aren't innocent. Wink, wink.
But be wacky, Throw some bricks.
If you heard some noise,
they need to put the fear of God in Republicans. No, we're talking about the greatest country on earth, the God-given U.S. of A., and preventing the takeover of...
Really? It's just funny to hear him say that when how doomer he is with the USA. What does he like about the USA?
The fact that he's not thrown in a gulag for talking bad against the government.
Probably.
That's the only thing that any of these America bad people will say positively about America, is the fact that they're not thrown in prison the way they would be in China.
I'm sure they could probably find a few other things like Hassan, he can be a complete hypocrite, make a whole bunch of money and still spout his dribble, and no one realizes it because Americans has a poor education. Well, we do have a poor education system, unfortunately. This is why people listen to people like Hassan and Vosh, but I don't think it's great overseas either.
Fascism. This is the line?
Yeah, I draw the line at murdering and intimidating your political opposition. That would actually make you fascist. Vosh's entire audience agrees with his sentiment.
Republican Party wants to sanction your gay and trans friends as criminals and pedophiles. Don't let the people you love get hurt. That sounds ridiculous, but literally.
A man running for senator made a campaign ad calling his opponents rhinos. Republicans in name only. He's getting rid of the rhinos, the fake Republicans. That's the gimmick. The senator got dragged by other politicians as well as news media.
Critics immediately...
Oh yeah, this keeps reminding me. I wonder how he would like the comparison with, the really hardline, anti-homophobic one passing all these laws against the trans and the gays, and you find out they're gay. It would be funny if there was someone doing legislate laws against the trans, and they turned out to be a secret trans, or maybe a FUDA. That would be hilarious. Okay, especially if it was really a FUDA. Are you a real FUDA? I don't know.
They would know.
Claiming the ad as a call to
Thai
violence.
boys always know.
Texas Democrat Joaquin Castro describing it as sociopathic, warning Greitens, you're going to get someone killed.
Vosh also finds a problem with this, comparing it to the Night of the Long Knives, which is when Hitler consolidated power.
Anyway, the ad was essentially just like listen, we are fascists, and when we are in power,
Yeah, America's a great country, but we're a fascist state who, Biden isn't great, but, at least he's not Trump, a fascist. America's such a great country. He double speak, okay? So, sorry.
we will cull the people who did not support us on the way here. That was essentially the ad. So I looked at it. I pointed out what it was. I compared it to the Night of the Long Knives.
Bro, you openly call for violence on Republicans all the time. You can't have it both ways.
You squash fascistic movements by winning the violent clashes. Remember during the Black Lives Matter rallies, there were like those Patriot Prayer dumb fucks rolling their, $60,000 trucks through like urban neighborhoods with a bunch of guys with guns in the pickup trucks. When that happens, I want people to be able to take shots at them from apartment windows.
He's not joking. Don't do that. You'll end up in jail.
Oh, Willie Mack is taking him out of context. No, he's not. Okay. As Gray said, ooh, he's talking about the right wing, though. This rhetoric is supposed to be effective towards them. Makes me wonder how your old friends, actual fandom, and organized chaos is reacting to all this. Probably ignoring it, especially Dane's sort of pro sort of thing. Sorry to keep you out of the loop. Since Gray is here, thought I'd bring Dane into this because he was a big Vosh fan.
Oh, I didn't know Dane liked
His entire
Vosh.
political campaign is to get people to vote Democrat by fear. Like the world.
Do you know actual fandom? You've seen content on him? At
I've
least
watched
that
Gray's
he left
videos.
with it?
That's about it.
Yeah, well, hell, just Charles coming over to the Thinkers is very telling. Okay, good guy. Okay.
Yeah, like
is going to end if a Republican becomes president.
All we have right now is this. So I can't convince people that Biden's great. I just can't. But I can convince them legitimately that the Republicans are dangerous, and I need people to fixate
That's
on
actually
that.
correct.
I need them to be armed, and I need their communities
think
armed.
you got a
When the
Pearson or
democracy
something.
fails, Republicans will be getting their updates from DeSantis on how many children they should be killing that day.
If your entire campaign strategy preys on the outrageous fear that Nazi Germany is coming to America, it just makes it sound like your party has no good ideas.
White supremacy.
Yeah, and the irony of it, the sheer and utter irony. How did Germany pull things off? They blame the Jews, okay? The Jews are fought for the German, the national pride, okay? Yeah, it was a racial group, and Bosch is doing a political group. They can always leave their political group, but there is actually... Well, what's your thoughts on people are sort of hardwired or have certain mindsets that'll have them lean a certain way? I'm sort of on the fence about that.
I think your motivations are pretty hardwired as far as what gets you animated to do a thing, but the party that aligns with that isn't you're not born a Democrat, always a Democrat. You may be born with certain instincts though about how people should be treated. And at one point, that may be a Republican thing. Another point, that may be a Democrat thing. Another time, it might be a Green Party thing. Like you may change team, but you aren't changing usually your underlying motivations.
Okay, so it's a matter of how the party is swinging. Okay,
yeah.
I'm just trying to get your opinion on how tied to birth, like race or sex, would be. It's not as hard, I guess. But wait, they believe in trans. Oh, never mind. I don't think many people support the transracial stuff. All that stuff was just way too far.
Yeah, I don't know anyone who, even crazies who were like, yeah, that makes sense. I didn't see.
He wanted to be a K-pop star, so he had all the surgery. Now we should consider him Korean. I didn't see anyone defend it. Some people are like, okay, this guy's a weirdo. Let's not pick on him too much. That's the best defense I saw.
Pick on him more, so he stops. Save his life in his wallet. Pick on him till he stops doing it.
Coddle into the American mind. Moral foundations, blah, blah, blah. Not my area of expertise, but I've heard plenty of people talk enough. I think I picked it up by osmosis. It has some legitimate things in it.
can be very vague. White supremacy can be very definite. It's very difficult to pin down exactly where somebody falls in that spectrum.
Yeah, this
I'm
is
just
beautiful.
interested in promoting anti-racism.
Okay, and I'm lame. Do you have YouTube Red, Blaine? I'm just curious.
No, not yet. I just got TV, and we're going to be switching over to YouTube Premium shortly. It'll just be a family plan, so I'm waiting.
Probably if I ever make money off of this. I actually almost like ads sometimes. It gives me a chance to complain about something that I could completely help. Get out some of that rage,
We
vent some of the irritation in a lot of the videos.
We already have
I
a
heard
Spotify, so it's not like it's, I can just stop having the Spotify, and it makes the YouTube make more sense because they include YouTube music.
Oh, interesting. Nice.
I'm sure Count Dankula, as a libertarian and a lover of freedom, will agree with me on virtually every prescriptive statement that I have with regards to race, and we shouldn't really have much to argue about.
But I thought I was a white supremacist. I thought that was the point of this, and also I do enjoy that your definition is very, very vague. That's awfully convenient.
It's vague, so everyone can fit it. Which brings us to Vosh's false allegations.
Yep. And you know what? I personally think a lot of the stuff, the lolly to anime watcher, is sort of the same way. You like any of that degenerate stuff? It's a systematic argument, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And Hal, you're on the line since you actually liked Miss Kobayashi, so you got to worry about that.
I guess I do.
What I had the problem with, and why it's sort of obvious to me, even without the arguments, they were trying to push what was it, Uzaki-chan?
Oh yeah, who's actually a college student?
Yeah, a college student. They tried to make that argument childlike. Look at the breast, but look at the face. Jesus Christ. Okay. This is bullshit. So they found another way. Oh, look. These 5,000-year-old dragons. This is a problem. This is the pipeline from anime to lol. No, it's not. Okay. But, there's plenty to go off of as tangents just for a good laugh because beautiful Willie Mac video.
I'm dying inside.
Extreme Dad was an active member of Vosh's Discord. That should already tell you that he was a bit of a socially weird guy, and he came off the Vosh's audience as a conservative.
These
people tend to be individuals who haven't experienced life, who haven't been out in the real world and really done anything. And, they're in here telling me and criticizing me for my beliefs.
Dad thinks a wall is a good answer for immigration.
There's certainly a crisis down on the southern border, and that there's no easy answers. It's nuance and complex problem. There's nothing that's going to solve everything right away.
This is despicable, and this just
it's going to be a crisis continuing on. But a wall is a good place to start. A wall is a barrier between us and them.
Remember, conservatives are all Nazi fascists, so the other social rejects in Vosh's Discord took it upon themselves to frame Dad as a pedo. Life ruination's okay if you're a conservative. A known 27-year-old woman in Vosh's community tried to flirt with Dad.
Oh, was the eyebrow, was the looking at the camera, the explicit? You knew what to do, guys.
Oh, usually. By the way, if you don't make Miss Sparkles blue, she says she's gonna make your life hell. I don't know what that means.
God. Oh, mod wrench wars. Okay. Get me a bed, Miss Sparkles. Sheesh. I don't know why they're so concerned. I'll definitely get around to it. Sparkles.
Dad and DMs, they talk kinky. Then she tries to get him. I look like most 14-year-olds, haha. You okay with that? Dad responds, if you're under the age of 18, I wouldn't be okay with a sexual relationship with you. She says, I like sexual relationships. How old are you? 14. And Dad destroys her with, well, then I suggest you seek some constructive lifestyle choices and spend less time exploiting other people with your fake-ass bullshit. She acts confused.
Whoa. Stream Dad always came off as a complete idiot every time he's on his stream. But this is rather based.
Yeah.
What else can I say about this?
Like what?
And he says,
what kind of obvious honeypot too?
Like Dad handled it like a champ, right? Well, that didn't stop Vosh's community, his girlfriend, and Vosh himself from running with the narrative that this guy's a pedo.
Extreme Dad, just to clarify, just so everybody knows, we have a person in our Discord server who occasionally, when they feel as though there might be creepos around, pretends to be 14 to see if they can bait any creepos. Doing God's work, right?
But he didn't fall for the bit, Vosh. What could you possibly say?
That's a lie, Hannah. Extreme Dad, when there's smoke, there's fire, and we literally have screen caps of you doing it. Why lie to yourself? Extreme Dad.
Yeah, and we have Willie just laid out, you're talking to someone clearly interested in lolicon and having sex with lolicon in VR, or at least that's what you propose to them, and then you talk about this the best we can.
Imagine having a Discord where you have someone go around pretending they're underage to see if other people need to get kicked from your Discord. Like,
oh yeah,
like there's kind of already a problem with this Discord server, I think.
I'm sure. Okay. Okay, yeah. Okay, you were blue, girl. Okay, don't abuse your blueness.
Why can't you just come out and say, I'm a proud ephebophile, and I want to absolutely clap some underage cheeks?
The screenshots Vosh is talking about are clipped before the girl gave him the fake age. Again, she was a well-known adult in his Discord. Dad's begging Vosh in chat, I didn't fall for it, you just want me to stop telling the truth.
Should I ban you from this? I don't want you like courting any kids here. We have like a DM system over this website. How many chicks are you messaging?
Oh, another thing. Why? Oh, sorry. I was about to say, why does Vosh pretend like he cares about children? He clearly doesn't. And I'll be getting into something else when we get into this other stuff, but I think people think of the children way too much. People who, oh God, I don't think they only use the children when they're trying to invoke some moral.
Problem is, he is thinking of the children.
He's thinking of himself. Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, but we just
thinking of himself and the children. Out, you're not being fair, Blaine.
I am being fair.
And the horses.
You're right. I forgot about the horses.
Yeah. Okay. You remember he's like the omnisexual who can't get satisfied with just him and the kid. That's why he might skirt out of the sort of P word just barely, but the distinction doesn't actually matter. That you need a horse also. That just makes you even more of a degenerate, in my opinion.
That sounds worse.
Extreme death. I know a few of them that are underage. I'm not giving you their names.
Hold on. So Vosh has alternative proof that this guy's inappropriately messaging underage girls, and he still hasn't banned him.
Not admitting anything. Extreme dad. This isn't a court of law. Everyone here already thinks you're a pedophile. Why not just own it? And extreme dad. I feel like the lying is like.
This is like gaslighting. Why? I don't understand how some audience can be so gaslit, not accept anything, just the word of Bosch, the great man who will bring the communist revolution, or something like that. Shit.
Yeah, it's just stupid.
Too stupid for words. How's your farming going, by the way?
I'm sucking at fishing right now, which isn't like real life. I'm a great fisherman. I swear.
Okay, I believe you. Okay. Fishing's all about patience, and I believe you have the patience. And video games, it's up to luck, I think.
Real
life skill.
Like if you just stood up and you were like, yeah, you know what, fuck it. I do go for that sweet teen pussy, and then dropped shit and left the chat. I mean, no one would like you, but there would be a certain level of respect for your bravado, I think.
What? Again, of course it's the loud.
Yeah, he's trying to get the confession, okay? He's like, you sign this confession, we'll let you off, okay? Well, we won't completely slander you, okay? You can walk away with your pride, don't you? Or maybe they're trying to groom a stream dad, okay? That's one possibility, okay? Trying to get first step, like Chinese.
I want to know what was happening. Was this like there was some other big like pedo ring on Discord that was revealed, and Vosh was like, haha, I will do the same, and then I will get internet clout points, and so they tried to make this entire thing just happen. Like I'm so curious what like the surrounding is, because it's really
yeah, actually that's a very good point.
It just feels so made up. Like, why would you do this?
Well, Willie Mack thinks it because the stream dad had conservative positions, okay? It's a good theory, but maybe this was during the sort of a cupcake instance of EDP or Chris Hansen going after Onisan, whatever Onion Boy's real name is.
Yeah,
I don't bother with that.
He'll go with his own ring.
Yeah, who knows? I mean, that definitely.
I've discovered a Discord pedo ring. Oh, really? Where? In my Discord. Like, okay.
Yeah. No, I'm really thinking this is actually maybe like Chinese brainwashing. What is it called? Not concentration camp. That was the Nazis.
Like the Uyghur camps, the re-education camps.
Maybe, or maybe like a lashing. Confess your sins, and you might be forgiven before we kill you.
Yeah.
Okay. And Bosch pretends like he doesn't like tankies. Okay, he doesn't like tankies when they go after him. Okay, that's the fact. He acts like a tanky good amount of time. I mean, totally willing to just guess. Okay, not gonna say that even as a joke. Okay, moving on.
Guy who says this.
This is an extreme dad. I'm giving you a 24-hour. Okay. With love.
Why would you only ban somebody who you think is a pedophile for 24 hours? It makes Vosh seem even creepier.
Flirting with 14-year-old girls, saying like, something like, I can be your daddy. I go rough or some shit like that, knowing that they were 14. We had to ban him from the server.
You know what? I did not know how bad this was. I know he's been crawling on some people's streams like Tommy C, Chud Logic,
Mm-hmm.
and just the problem is with Stream Dad. Every time he came on, he just kept on looping, going over and over and over again. And both Tommy C and Chud Logic, from what I saw, were trying to be like, yeah, I understand. You got this evidence. Looks fair enough. But you're not helping yourself. Just like with the lolicons who try to argue, yeah, it's just fiction. Sorry, bad argument. Why are you even going into a debate when you back up onto that?
Mm-hmm.
Come up with better arguments that don't make you look like a pedo, okay? Be like, there is actually, probably not even going to get into it. I've been going way too deep into Twitch poll bullshit drama. There's Brianna Wu and Counterpoints have joined up against some trans Mr. Girl, Asian girl who played up the meme and destroyed. It's
Wait, what?
It's really complex. She's on record as saying she's a pedo, and her therapist recommended her lolly to sort of mitigate it, but she's a complete and utter pathological liar. So up and comer streamers, the new streaming Twitch poll scene is really weird.
Mm.
I'm trying to understand it because I like to understand when the next generation takes hold, but let me let that bake for a bit. It might get good. It might just completely collapse in on itself. But yeah, the point is, there's weird stuff going on there around Lolly also from Brianna Wu. So I automatically distrust that on principle. Accusations of shit like that. But yeah, self-incrimination. Let me not do that. Just don't like Brianna Wu and doesn't trust anything that woman says.
Maybe.
We got screen
Counterpoint sometimes is based, but
Vosh has zero evidence for anything here.
Oh, but he's been sweeping for these like he swept for Wick. He's just like softcore defending all these lefties. I'm starting to I used to like Counterpoints a lot. But it almost seems like with this progressive victory, which Vosh is tied into, I think he's been compromised, man. So be wary of him as someone who's trying to look at this. But I watch probably too much Chud and occasionally Queeman when it isn't completely autistic. In fact, I tried to invite Queeman on because he's been defending, but yeah, he just ignored it. Actually, I should check.
By the way, it's just what his Discord is saying. And what's funny is Vosh finds himself in a very similar position today.
Yeah.
Where's that sympathy, Vosh? Where's that charity to at least look into the situation before going live with these allegations? Dad would beg Vosh to look at the evidence 1 year later, so we could finally get some closure on this whole thing and stop his community from calling him a pedo. And Vosh replies, we haven't mentioned you on stream in a long time. Nobody is directing hate towards you. Your community tried to entrap him because he's a conservative, and when it didn't work, you still ran with it. Saying, ooh, too bad, showing zero remorse. This was all documented by Will and his channel. The video has only 4,000 views, so Vosh ignored it. Without Will, this would have all...
Yeah, I don't know about Will and his channel. I mean, it's probably a video worth watching, okay?
I don't. A video about a pedo accusation in Vosh's Discord is about the last thing I want to watch.
Yeah. I wasn't planning on putting it on. I'm just like, I've heard sus thing about Will and his channel, but I could be having him confused with like, I'm really important or another one of these people. It is interesting. And
been swept under the rug, so go support him. There is infinitely more evidence of Vosh being a pedo than Extreme Dad. With Dad, they're a lie. Vosh likes to act like he's in the same boat.
Some folks online have called me a pedophile. Now, this
Yeah.
in and of itself isn't actually that noteworthy.
Yeah, because you are rather creepy. Your arguments, the lolly discovered after you're so anti-lolly. Would you be like, I wasn't really having sex with that gay guy in that truck stop bathroom. I was just helping him pull his pants up. It was just really tough. I kept having to pull up those pants up and up. That's why it looked like we were having sex. Just trying to help the young man pull up his pants. Would Vosh accept that? You think Vosh
No.
would accept that?
Maybe not.
Okay. Why should we accept Vosh's little bullshit stuff? Maybe not as direct, but I like my example. But of course I would.
Worthy with the political climate being what it is, folks are getting accused of being pedophiles on Twitter left and right. It's pretty common.
There is factual-based reasoning for why people feel this way about you. And the way you acted with Dad means you deserve it. Vosh had no sympathy for Dad. Why should I have sympathy for him? Why does he get to act like the victim? Oh, no, I guess I'll just stick to furry porn.
If you watch anime or go to any fucking hentai site, you are going to be bombarded with sussy shit, which is why for the most part I stick to furry drawn porn because it doesn't have anywhere near that issue.
What a freak.
If I cannot have my hentai, I will die. I will kill myself.
I see people defending.
Sorry, it took me time to pause that. What? Furry porn? That's even more degenerate, typically. And you know what? Fun fact, when researching actually a proof of lolicons, trying to find lolicons who are actually, I suppose, for CP, I did some research, just, you know what? There's not many. A lot of furries, though, get accused of this and get proven to have tried to get with minors.
Mm.
And let's not even get into the disgusting stuff that starts with Cub. And you know it, Blaine. I don't want to bring it up.
Yeah. Don't talk about
that's
that.
like, yes.
It's bad enough that we have to talk about a horse guy tonight. I don't.
Yeah. Well, okay. Sorry, Blaine. I want to respect your boundaries, okay?
Respect my boundaries.
Childish-looking woman dressing up as childish-looking characters. Stop! It just makes you look like a predator. I've also seen the trans activist Keppels comparing Vosh getting called a pedo to when gay people get called pedos. The LGBT community are wrongfully called pedos by some people online just for being openly gay. Vosh is called a pedo because he jerks off to cartoon drawings of children, minimizes CP in debates, and admits to having minors in his sexual discord. These are not the same. Let's not drag LGBT people down with lollies. That's insane. We got one last video on Vosh diving into his past, his ridiculous politics, and his many hypocrisies. So subscribe to the channel and be sure to check out Rocket Money in the description.
Okay. Remember, Rocket Money, support Willie. I'm not going to because I'm a poor YouTuber who can't afford Red. Okay, so give me subs and maybe I should start shilling. That's about the only thing Queeman is really good at.
Yeah.
He's got some interesting takes. He shills a lot. I never do. You know, I like to do the contrary and things sometimes, like dislike the video and avoid everything, but I'm not really a contrarian. I just like to find interesting arguments and theories. But I don't think there's much interesting theories that can get Vosh out of this. Sorry. If I can't steel man Vosh here, you have to just pretty much have the most severe mind rot in the world to sort of suss this particular stuff out. And someone brought up YMS, FurryCon, and his BF Scott Furry. Oh, I don't want to know. I have some respect for YMS, but I'm sure looking into him being a furry and gay. Okay.
Like, YMS used to make videos that were like, oh, yeah, that is kind of a funny thing to look at. But then he starts streaming, and you're like, man, this guy's an idiot. Like,
well, I tried to steel man him against some EFAP guys because a lot of people, he still was completely defensive. But you know what? I try to steel man people when I think people are being unfair. Sorry, I'm having a bad thought that I do not want to say in stream right now. I don't think I'm going to take that bullet right now.
Okay.
So let's actually,
Switch to
sorry for the vague posting with my words.
It's all right.
You
You vague post all you want. You can even,
thank you.
You can
thank
even
you,
hint
thank
at what you actually mean. I don't mind. Every time someone says, like, I have people on my stream, they're like, oh, I can't talk about that. And then they, like, DM me later. I'm like, bro, you could have talked about that. Like, it's whatever.
No, it's not that I can't talk about it. It's oh God, people on the internet so autistic. Like I said, one thing in passing in one of my videos about, this one dude claimed this one dude took him out of context, but he actually took him out of context. And I had the fan on, and he's like, what were you talking about there? I'm like, I really don't remember. Okay. I tried to look it up. I'm like, I said I wasn't going to talk about it. I'm like, it just seemed that way. Maybe I'm incorrect. Blah, blah, blah. But yeah, okay. Kid is got a couple of pieces of information that I think is a little bit more relevant. In fact, I don't even know if we need to get into the Papa Meat video. I mean, it's pretty bad. Did you like it at all? Do you think it made up any great points? I
don't think Papa Meat made any good points, and I also think Rev didn't really make any good points. I think it was just a big like.
I think Rev did make like 2 good points. Okay, but yeah, I hate the hypocrisy thing because frankly, all the shit in the beginning about the Magic School Bus and the other shit, like Demon Slayer, I'm like, okay, very weak stuff. But Tom Brady stuff. Sorry, that's just
the difference is though that nothing that Meat made is for sexual consumption. The whole point of any Meat Canyon video is to be disturbing and drive you away. Now, if you get a sexual fetish from that, I mean, there's not much somebody can do.
I'm sure there are some people. The internet's a weird place. I'm sure there's some people who have that crossover of gross stuff. I hear there's people, necrophiliacs, and even gingerphiliacs. There's all sorts of weird fetishes, okay?
It's true.
I'd like to think that those are just stupid things. So I'm not going to research it, okay? I just know people say it. And I'm just delaying bringing this up because good old Kideth pointed me in this direction here. And
thanks, Kidda.
I'll make it yeet it. Damn. Do they hate me? I'm pretty sure I made notes. Maybe it was too hot for YouTube. Or maybe I didn't. Oh, God. Okay. I vaguely remember. Because this is weird. I mean, it's good.
Ruined anime for me in general.
Such as Love of One's. It's not the Hollywood.
Yeah, let's just watch
the situation like this. So this whole situation has honestly ruined anime for me in general. I said it before, like hentai was never my thing, but if you're into hentai, honestly, just stay away from that because you could look at something that looks perfectly fine and then later find out it's lolly and then you could find yourself in a situation like this. So
what? No, what? That's not how it works. You don't look at something and think it's fine, and then later on find out that the characters are childlike. You look at it and you're like, those are kids. And then you stop.
You're not. That's you. That's anyone with a functioning brain.
Oh,
Tipster? No. I saw lyrics. Interesting kid. He's not going into the Vosh stuff probably because his own past. Don't blame him. I don't blame him. Okay. But yeah, Tipster is the locale of the commentary community for good reason.
Whole situation has honestly ruined anime for me so fucking much that I never want to watch anime again. I don't want anything to do with anime.
I hope this was supposed to be an over-the-top ironic bit. Because this is like brain dead here. Okay, this is worse, 10 times worse than Meat Canyon's video.
I got my waste bin here, and I got some of my anime. We got Death Note, one of my favorites. Fuck it, throw it in the bin. We got some Dragon Ball Z,
lot of lolly in Death Note.
Throw it in the fucking bin. Robotech seems pretty harmless, but who knows? Maybe there's some lolly in there. Throw it in.
Now that gentleman was reacting to the recent Mortal.
Oh gosh, I love V. I love V's voice so much.
To call him a gentleman and not just the blob that he is.
Well, this gentleman, I love his voice so much.
I'm sure you and Kideth both. I I guess it grows on you. I've been listening to Hydra enough. It doesn't affect me as much as it used to. I hate his fucking PR avatar.
It's like if you're a woman, you're being oppressed, and there's nothing much you can do except vote Democrat, right? So as you can see, there's like conflicting culture. Concerned about racism in Japan, I guess, because all of these anime had these stereotypical racist depictions in them, and they were causing harm. Now they couldn't really point
They tricked me.
Which individual was harmed by anime, but I'm sure like somewhere, somehow, a person ended up in the emergency room at a hospital because they saw the racist depictions in an anime. They were greatly harmed by that. However, the attacks on anime with accusations of racism didn't seem to catch on. Like, no one really cared, especially because a lot of people from the American black community enjoy it. Still like anime. They read manga more than they read American comic books. So again, like, no one gives a fuck. And now they're trying to go after the fact that, okay, anime is pedophilia, right? So Vice released their Pulitzer-winning article, as I mentioned before, and they did a multi-baiting tactic. Like, they're incredibly disingenuous about it, right? So
good for him. If he's sexist, it's probably for a good reason. That's what I'm starting to believe with all these accusations.
They're talking about the lolly phenomenon, which, again, is like a very subsection of a hentai genre. And this is what most normies think that Vice is talking about. Like they're
even though I disagreed with that Vice video that I did, this is separate, but I didn't like that Vice video. I didn't like Rev's video. That's sort of funny. I'm like, oh God, Rev, okay, you're too hardcore on this. You're trying to go with. Sometimes he makes some sense.
It feels more like he's trying to crusade against stuff a lot, and it's like, bro, we just need to like make fun of it.
It's like he uses the same tactics as SJWs are famous for, okay, and throw it right back. That's why I'm thinking, that's how I form my theory that maybe these lolicons are sort of like a weird reaction to the identity politics, okay? I'm not going to let that go. I have no proof of that. You know, there's no critical lolly theory out there, you know. They're not smart enough to create a critical theory around it.
You're gonna go online. You're gonna Google and you're gonna find it. And you're like, damn it, they're ahead of me.
What? Okay, yeah, I have my own mean theory about some of the gamers, though. Critical game theory. It just flows well, even if it's just a mean theory of mine.
Trying to portray that they're actually against pornography, when in reality, the attack is on mainstream anime as a whole. They just want the normies on board. They just want to create the outrage on Twitter and on YouTube and all these other places so that they can...
Yeah, and it's something they can align with the right. Probably why Brianna Wu is getting behind ContraPoints. She got her one token little... but this was the worst thing for her to do, given she wanted a Vosh on progressive victory. That is hilarious, and that's a horrible mess. Beautiful stuff.
Could have happened, though. We would have been laughing.
She has her coat for everything, I swear.
Can tell the Japanese anime studios, look how many people are pissed off. You need to hire us, like put us in charge so we can decide what's acceptable or not. It's a grift, right? Like the consultants notice that there is a lot of money to be made in anime. So there is a grift to be made, and they want to be placed in charge as localizers, as people that get to decide what is...
No, I don't actually think it's a grift. I think it's just stupidity. I can see how it's a grift in gaming, grift in movies. I think it's just, in anime, it's just the political polarization. I can see how it's a grift in books. Do you see it as a grift? Do you agree with me here?
Not like a specific, because for me, a grift has to come with monetary value. Like, you could say it's a grift because they want to feel special, unique, or different, and so that same group of people that used to feel special, unique, and different because they were into anime had to turn to lolly to feel special, unique, and different. But like, I don't know if it's like a grift.
Oh, he's not talking about lolly. He's talking about the SJWs or the
Lokis, gotcha.
Who kick Vic and tried to go after Missouri-Con's person, but there's some evidence for that. But the Vic stuff seemed rather weak. I don't have a stance on that. I think you got a raw deal, but
less grift and more just team politics.
As a weapon, yeah. I think they used it as a weapon. Maybe there's a bit to get some of their own people in, but it's so minor I can't see as a serious grift. Yeah, Lolicon say, okay, let me hold my tongue.
Acceptable for the modern audience and what isn't, right? So that attack is on the mainstream anime that actually get
He's Romanian, I believe. Am I right?
I believe so. I think his
Okay.
channel or his Twitch or something or Twitter is Romanian V.
Yeah. Okay. Thought so.
television that is rated T for teens on the ESRB, they are not attacking the subgenre of like some obscure websites on the internet. Okay, let's get that straight. It's very important that people understand this argument. This whole controversy is not about hentai, right? They're trying to frame it as such in order to get useful idiots on their side. So here we have an example, right? Like you got this content creator, Beat Kenyon, which realizes that there's some clicks to be made from this controversy.
Yeah,
and he goes after.
I think he's not being too fair. I think Meat Canyon's just a meathead. Okay, look at that face.
It is clicks ultimately, but it's probably more like I need. All right, I need to do a little news recap. What's popping off today? Oh, okay, we're gonna talk about this, and not so much. I gotta get the clicks. This will get me the clicks.
And probably constructed it more for funny, haha. Everyone's shitting on the lollies. Why not join in on it?
Yeah, I can shit on lollies. That's easy.
Yeah, that's the easiest. This is why I don't shit on lollies, okay? They are creepy. They are weirdos. They're just too easy to shit on. They shit on themselves when you try to debate them on this, okay? It's just
Yeah, sometimes they're
eating
into
a
it.
retarded child, okay? As long as they stay away from children, I'm not fine with them, but
Sailor
I'm
Moon.
better with them if they stay away from
Sailor
children.
fucking
should I
Moon,
say.
an anime that is over 2 decades old, was shown on mainstream televisions around the world. That I would rather have my son or daughter watch that than any Netflix shit that comes out, right? This is the problem. Sailor Moon is the issue. And again, a content creator, Meat Canyon, which doodled himself with his own hand.
Lollies have single-handedly destroyed communities. I would like to actually see that. I think they destroyed. Oh, they get a lot of people kicked off of Twitter with their whole, "Hey, they're calling me a pedo." I do know about that crap, okay? And I think that's just like seriously utter crap. Ugh. Any thoughts on that? On
I mean, they do.
I don't.
In that, like, if you get one in your
You
group,
definitely
they're
fuck
about
over the anime fans who aren't into the weird shit they are.
Yeah, they're about to like make every conversation weird if they think they can openly talk about being lollies, then like or lolicons, then yeah, they do kind of ruin that, but I don't know. I think the communities can survive.
Yeah, I think the lollies are too stupid to actually do anything. They can get some people kicked by playing their games. Generally, I'm just never on either the pro or the anti. Like the pro and anti shippers, no dear. They're just as insane. I'm like, why are you caring that much? Yeah, again, that's like the pro people are insane. But the antis are almost just as, actually, it's even worse. The antis versus the pros there, but maybe I shouldn't talk to someone who has a waifu Wednesday show. You could be a pro.
Hey, I have a specific bin that we send all the lollies to. Okay, they don't get ranked.
Fair enough.
They sit elsewhere.
Okay. Long as you don't. Fair enough.
A sexual interaction between a minor and an adult. Why did he do that? Why did he do that, chat? Why did he doodle a sexual interaction on his channel between a minor representing a real person, by the way, and an adult? He did it for clicks, right? And he did it for comedy, I assume. Like he thought it's edgy and he thought that the bit is going to be comedic. So it's interesting that this is the person that gets up on a podium in order to lecture us about Sailor Moon. And not to mention, I noticed something.
It's funny how I'm assuming because V isn't into newer anime because of stuff. Why he doesn't bring up the Miss Kobashi's Dragon Maiden. But he definitely stands for Sailor Moon a lot here.
About the people doing the lecture, they also watch the fucking show, right? So like, if you think that Sailor Moon is harmful, if you think that it has like child pizza in it, why is it that you watch it? Like this is something that I also noticed with Vosh, right? Like Vosh has like these evil images on his hard drive which were exposed, and all of a sudden, like some people consider that to be like CP, right? Like there's no difference between them. But they go like look at the CP that Vosh is watching. Look at it. Look. And they're going on streams and they're sharing it. And it's like, how does this make any sense? Like,
yes, there's degrees of CP. Okay, there's definitely there's
Don't say that.
There's loose.
No, there is. Some things are much, much worse than others. I'm willing to bite that bullet. There is some things that are worse.
Bite that bullet. Okay, wait.
Sorry.
Hold on. Some things that are worse. But you can't say that because it sounds like what you're saying is that some things are okay. You have to say it's all bad.
Some things are okay.
All bad,
No, I'm
some
not gonna do
worse.
that.
You gotta be real specific.
Okay, let's take young girls in bathing suits. Yeah, I'm gonna die on this hill. Okay.
No, don't die on this hill.
Okay. Okay, that can definitely be creepy, no matter what. Okay.
You just have to label it all bad.
Illicit images. But you go
I
around
ain't
this shit.
going
No,
with the
and you
crowd. I
notice that
like
this
the
is a myth,
nuance.
all right, like they genuinely
but
do not
nuance will
believe
fuck you.
the shit they are saying. So the accusations against Sailor Moon is that number one, it
And for the
sexualizes
record,
lollies.
I hate fucking
So you need to
Moe.
understand they changed the definition.
Oh yeah.
You're more of a fan. You like cute girls doing cute things, right?
It
That
depends.
genre?
If it's done well, yes. I am discerning. Like I don't just like a show because it has cute girls doing stuff. Like they have to be doing something that I'm also interested in. Like Bakuan is a anime about an after-school girls club where they are all doing motorcycle stuff. So like one has like an actual like Kawasaki Ninja, and then they have some scooters, and one really like Suzuki, and it's a thing that I really like. So it's fun to watch these anime girls like nerding out over motorcycle stuff.
Okay, I can see how that's appealing.
Yeah, and you can tell how like whoever made it actually knows their stuff. So in that instance, yes, but I'm not a big fan of K-On! Like it really wasn't an awesome show to me. But so it's not a genre that I just say yes, please gimme. But if there is one about stuff that I enjoy, I do tend to enjoy them.
Okay, fair enough.
Oh, J-Mac with the 10 Membies. Thank you very much.
Oh, very nice, J-Mac.
Cousin J-Mac.
Okay, yes, J-Mac.
Turning Gray Poupée green. Nice. Congratulations, Gray.
Oh, okay. Opposed to the shit brown that he's normal. No, never mind.
Shit Gray, actually. Yeah.
Gray hasn't given me much shit tonight, so I should be nice. Okay, it's a spectrum to Vin. Okay, yes, it is. Spectrum of shit.
A lolly is like a 17-year-old girl now is a lolly, right? So this was actually with my
Yeah. That's a lolly? Are you fucking high? I don't care what her age is on paper. Do you agree? The paper age? What if they said she was 3, okay?
It completely
yes, context
kills
actually
the
matters. If she acted like a 3-year-old, yes, I could say within the context. But just this photo alone, definitely over 18. Okay.
She is a senior in high school. Like
Okay.
it is
17, 18.
So 17, 18. And the problem with people who want to demonize lolly is that they will call her a lolly, and while I'm not going to be enticed by a 17-year-old myself, it sort of kills my argument of saying that lolly is not something you should be attracted to, because then you look at that and you're like, but it has boobs. I'm a man who's 20, 21. I like boobs. I'm into that. But like we need to be strict with our lolly definition. It has to be childlike.
Yeah, I agree. And even some, I frankly think it has to be overall childlike. Not like 100% childlike. You just put really huge boobs on a child. Okay, I don't even want to think about that. That's just disturbing, okay? Dragon Maiden had that one character that gets brought up, and we'll get into it. Yeah, okay. Let me not get into that.
Academia, they got in trouble because in that show, they decided to have a beauty competition for their school. It's something that I had in 9th grade, by the way, right? So, because one of the characters were addressed with cleavage, they call that sexualizing a lolly. So, therefore, if you like My Hero Academia, you're a pedophile, right? See how that works?
Oh, yeah,
all they have to do will believe that they're talking about something else. Okay. The senshi that
I wonder if I saved the wrong
with
video.
a miniskirt.
My
okay,
comment.
like that's sexualizing. So just because they're wearing
No,
miniskirts,
probably not.
just because like their outfits aren't covering enough of their body, I guess. The creator of the anime, right, was a pervert, and he drew this for are done for humor.
Like
getting molested
just
by an
use
adult
the other dumb argument, right? Like they have the other dumb argument of just sexualizing females. Like just stick to your other stupid argument that people always use. We don't need to pretend that a character that is clearly, if not at least on the verge of adulthood, isn't, you know, like right there at being a woman. Like it's not something you need to make your last stand.
Blaine, I have a serious question. What
Okay.
is a woman?
Oh God,
what is a woman?
How
can people on the left even make this argument when they can't figure out what a woman is? Oh,
yeah,
okay.
they don't have much to stand on.
I'm sorry, I just had to put it in there. You know,
actual life person, right? Like he did that for
Not
humor.
endorsing
Like when he
Matt
does
Walsh
it, it's
or
fine, I
anything,
guess.
But it's
because he's in the United States of America,
Yeah,
he's
it's a
deeply
funny movie,
rooted into the soil. But if a Japanese person does the same for humor, it is pedophilic, right? The Japanese sensibilities are different. Most of the panties, from what I saw, there was a person
Woman
that
is post lolly.
all the 4 seasons of Sailor Moon, and I guess like
Must be
after
your chat.
watching
Must be your
thousands of
chat.
hours of
Yeah.
footage, they found like 40
Post
panty shots or
lolly.
something. And most of that is like one of the sailor just falling down, and you can see like her ass, and it's like a white panty. It's like 1 or 2 frames. That is done for humor purposes. They also do this for the monsters, and most of the monsters.
Yeah, the panty shot is a typical trope.
And don't forget,
The
they're
girl
doing
would
it
fall
for the.
down.
You gotta remember, they're doing it for the 16-year-old boys who are also watching Sailor Moon. There is
And
such
also
a
to
thing
have-
as a horny 14, 15, 16-year-old boy that wants to see Sailor Moon's panties. Just because they make something for him doesn't mean that you, as an adult male, should be like, well, this goes against my sensibilities. Like, leave him alone. Let him have something in this cruel world.
Very fair point, Blaine. It's also done for actual humor. The old trope. The girl falls down. You see panties. Hell, there was even a whole.
Oh, dude,
anime based on that trope.
Partis's art.
Punchline.
Episode 1, bro. Like, go back and watch the original Sailor Moon.
Oh, okay.
It's surprisingly You don't remember it because we watched it on Toonami, but when you watch the original, you're like, oh man, this happens all the time.
Yeah. It was also done sort of for that bit. A lot of animes, I don't know about Sailor Moon, wasn't the biggest fan of that, but you got the nosebleed. So there was a whole anime that used that trope very interestedly. Punchline.
Oh yeah,
Basically,
Punchline was funny. Where
it was
just the
funny.
world
And the twist
explodes.
at the end.
Yeah.
Like, what the hell? Why does this person get a nosebleed from a panty shot destroy the world? I don't think, I forget if they even answer it in the end. I think they have some
They
weird-
do, but it's a dumb esoteric answer. It's not a real answer.
Okay. Yeah, fake answer. I can get into a certain point later. Which I am curious to run past you. I've been trying to run this one idea.
It's not adult women. But like, fine, you know, I guess like as an American, you can say you're weirded out, but again, it's not pornography, right? Like the Christians from the Bush era, the hardcore conservatives that had a big boner for censorship, did not have a problem with that. They had a problem with the LGBT relationships in Sailor Moon, and they actually asked the localizers to change Sailor Mars and Mercury into being cousins, right? But anyway, right, like, fine, you know, it's like they never do anything sexual, right? Like their
Okay, I
boyfriend and
skipped over
girlfriend.
this.
Mamoru is in university, right? Huge
Yeah,
problem.
he's
Huge
14
problem.
supposedly.
The only thing is like they never do anything sexual, right? Like their boyfriend and girlfriend.
Also, it strips the context. Okay, there's like if I'm correct, I didn't watch it, but I've read enough fanfic that supposedly all the sailors are like reincarnations from like the Moon Kingdom, and these people are like reliving that these two were together in a previous life. So they're
You
like
got it.
soulmates. Okay, I'm correct based on what limited knowledge. Okay, there's that added context for this. That yeah, she's 14. And as V said, they don't do anything sexual. It's all just, you know, stupid teenage romance, giving him a big deal. Oh,
Yeah,
plus
the real sex objects in Sailor Moon were all the evil villain ladies.
Oh yeah, shit.
Their crazy outfits, trying to get little
I'm
boys
surprised
into
no
S&M.
one's going after that one thing that you went with, which is probably also done for comedy. I'm not gonna watch it. Gushing for Magical Girls. Just really weird. Okay.
Not everybody has to watch that one. We got a couple people watching it because they're younger and it's you know, a little closer in age, so they can get away with it. And even then, it is just funny from what I hear.
Okay, yeah, make it funny, but it's still the same thing as what Meat Canyon's trying to do. It's just actually attractive, so you'll have probably more normal people opposed to anyone who finds the Meat Canyon artwork attractive. Shit, I could believe they're
No, dude, that stuff. It's like supposed to be terrifying on purpose. That's why the idea of like Meat
but
Canyon,
it probably turns some weird niche audience on. Okay,
okay, but like, can you be held responsible for everyone's weirdo fetish?
No.
Yeah.
I'm fine. There's just a certain point where it's just that grotesque. That's still
like somebody is touching themselves just to the sound of your voice. That's just how the internet works. Somebody's
voice.
Somebody's
My
touching
voice
themselves
isn't
to
good enough.
V's voice.
Your voice.
No, V's.
Actually, you know what? Gray's voice. Okay.
No,
Gray has a much better voice
V's got people.
Oh God.
It's like a foot fetishist. They want the stinkier feet, you know?
Okay, fair enough. Yeah. I mean, fair enough. But yeah, this is the
And by
context
the
I
end
wanted.
of the show, they marry, and once they marry, they live
Good
happily ever
traditional
after.
family.
They don't cheat on each other. There's no, like attempt of Tsukira Usagi to sleep with other men or anything like that.
Yeah,
It's
he goes
just
off
like
on
a
political take.
romance
It's fine. Not really my cup of TV, but definitely those 2 points are very relevant. He doesn't even touch in the Dragon Maiden. Fair enough. He probably doesn't know enough about it. Okay, so good takeaway from V for once. I'm mixed on V. Sometimes good. Yeah,
I like V. And he responds to DMs, so I really like V.
Okay, you had a chat.
No, we went over one of his videos and I was like, hey, we're going over this video. Do you want to, anything you want to say about it? And he's like, video speaks for itself, but let me know if you have any questions. I'm like, cool.
I wonder if Spoon got contact. I know Spoon covers everyone who gives him any attention. That's funny. The aristocratic utensil. Oh, I had something lined up that I came for. Trying to find it. There's lots of stuff in this playlist. I usually over prepare. Oh, okay. Yeah, here it is. How do you feel about VTubers, Blaine? Okay, I'm not really. Yeah, I'm not really hype on it.
I'm fascinated by it. I don't track it at all. I let the community track it for me. I have some big VTuber fans, like Jemmy, Mike, Serrano, so they keep track of the actual comings and goings. I like the whole thing. Like I liked Keys in the Eye back in the day. And
don't sexualize me, plastic Phoenix. Don't.
It's coming. It's coming. It's gonna happen to you. Just get ready for it.
Oh God.
Just let it happen.
Just don't ship me with a lolly, okay?
Deal.
Let me shut up. Let me just shut up. I could think of something worse, but I'm not. I just pulled up a video of VTubers talking.
Like they ban like lowly stuff in their community, right?
I'm not sure if they do, but like my personal issue with Blue Archive is like all the characters look like they are mega old. Like they barely have any actual lollies in the game. It's just all of them are canonically underage. Like they have an 11-year-old in the game.
What the?
Yeah.
That's like the opposite of what usually happens. What?
Yeah, that's what I said. I'm like, I get it. You know, it's Korea, it's Japan. I get why they do that. It increases their sales. But like, personally, it's weird to me that they're not lolly the body type. They're like canonically underage. That's just me.
Yeah, that's weird. Loli is a body type. Lolita is a clothing. Gothic Lolita, etc. It's
Okay, fed the cat so it would stop going away. But yeah, this is a good point to stop. Okay, even they'll say it's weird with this canonically underage. And that does seem weird.
Yeah,
they go into this.
It just seems strange given all of the issues that usually have to be sidestepped that anyone would be like, oh, we're just make them young. Like it's usually always the other way around.
It's bold. It's a bold step. A bold step forward. Maybe catering to lolicons. has a market someplace. I mean, sheesh.
The problem is that it definitely does.
Yeah, and some people probably soft pedals to it. I mean, I can even see. I think differently about the Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maiden. I have my own theory on it. I'll probably want to run past you. Because you'll probably think I'm as sane as everyone I propose this to.
Maybe.
But besides, I have interesting theories. Okay.
There's a lot. There's a lot. It's I'm not gonna get into. Yeah, not applicable.
That's all really cute though. And it's also like, even if I feel weird about the Blue Archive characters being canonically underage, they're still just pixels. Like, it's not.
Yeah, I personally don't care.
Yeah, like, I just don't give a shit.
It's fictional. Who cares? Like, I don't understand the whole debate about it. Just whatever. Wait,
but that's not really a debate. When you see, this is what I hate. Just fictional. Okay, the context does matter. The person matters. Okay. I'd as much as playing as keeping away the actual lolly art does matter. I'm not going to go into the details, but there are some things much worse than others, and I'm going to pause. I'm going to unpause before playing.
Noxus against lolly stuff?
Before I can what?
I thought he posted lolly stuff. What?
Yeah, it's very weird. It's very weird when.
Before I get myself in trouble.
Nux said something against
the
lollies,
real
particularly
issue.
against the pedos.
What the?
The real issue that gets lost in they're fictional and they're not real in that whole argument, because like that's the obvious argument for like why people shouldn't be up in arms just because there is a childlike character in a show. Like if there's a kid character in a show and that character is expressing romantic feelings towards an adult, and the adult is rebuffing that child character the entire time, and the whole purpose of this arc is sort of that that thing that happens with a lot of little girls where they kind of fall in love with some sort of like older male role model. It's trying to tell a story that happens, a story that's like a decently real thing. And as long as it's like sticking to it in like an adult nice way, like that story deserves to be told. So that should not be like, shut it down. It's a lolly character. That's a pedophilic relationship. And it's like, we don't know that yet. We don't know how the story's going down, or we do know, that's not how this story goes. And so their fake can be used as an argument there, kind of, but it doesn't really get to like the root of it. The problem with lolly and lolly cons is that there are adult humans who are attracted to childlike features. Now, whether they are real people or fake people doesn't really change the idea that someone's brain is attracted to childlike features. And then they like send these studies. They're like, but in this study, it shows that this is the most attractive age to the. And it's like, no, that's a problem. You have a problem. Get some help. So
okay, I agree, at least broadly in principle. Okay, there's some strange people out there. There's some really weird subject matters.
Yeah, most of the time,
it
shouldn't be a big deal because it's not a real character. We're just trying to tell a story.
Like when it's like a young-looking woman, I've seen this on Twitter, and it just infuriates me. That woman looks like a child. She's 28. I don't care. This guy, maybe he's looking past that, okay? And she literally doesn't, because there are differences. Even if someone looks young, there are developed features if they're fully mature.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, there's arguments for that. Actually, I think I might as well get your opinion. Have you ever seen Gate?
Yeah,
not really great, and it's
Gate's
mixed.
great. Don't besmirch the good name of Gate in my presence.
I'm not gonna. Are we talking about the same Gate where the
big
army
gate
guys
opens
go
up
over?
in Japan? Army guys roll in. JSDF starts shooting while the Roman era starts dying. Hell yeah.
Okay. It's pretty solid, especially for what it is. I agree. Okay. Sorry, I soft pedal some things. I never give anything 10s. I'll say it's definitely excellent, and how they explore the sort of underage aspect, because they have the 900-year-old lolly.
So this is where I get into the character being fine, because I'm assuming you're talking about Rory Mercury, and
yes.
At no point does her character act like a child. Like
That's actually incorrect. There is one time she acts like a child just to fuck with the main character.
Okay, specifically as a joke, and it's known that
Yes.
she has a mentality above that. Okay, I don't even count that then.
That's fair enough. That's fair enough. There is one. Like, actually, there's this one time, but she was because she was pissed off at him, and she wanted him to get in a fight with these people who were trying to protect her.
Right. But
okay,
yeah, so much of the time, the 900-year-old lolly or the 1,000-year-old dragon, like all these things are used as cover for my character is still an immature child, and I just didn't want to say anything.
I can't really think of a hard example, but I don't actually like lolly porn or even that sort of story. I think, okay,
you shouldn't like lolly porn. That would be a thing not to like. You're good. That's the right answer.
I didn't even watch Miss Kobayashi, even though I did a video defending it like 2 years ago. I didn't even watch it. Just the argument was so absurd about the art design crap. I'm like, this is just bullshit. Okay,
hilarious.
Just her argument is bullshit. But yeah, there was also that was interesting. There was that one girl.
Okay.
You reminded me by saying that one little girl from like this fantasy world who was coming on to the adult guy. Okay,
correct.
There is that one instance, and he kept He was like really weird. Hell, even the main character, forget his name, with Roxy.
Yep.
He's weirded out by that. Even when they come close to it, you can see like, okay, this is weird.
Yeah.
Okay, is this going to happen? It doesn't even happen in it. That was a good sort of turning there. But yeah, I think that's an excellent example of all of that stuff done well, at least within an anime. And the 900-year-old lolly. That's a good example because aside from that one joke time, complete adult. Well, there is complete adult.
Monster on the battlefield. So.
She does have that breakdown with the fear when she's afraid of being trapped by that other crazy demigod. But that's besides the point. But yeah, you bringing up the sort of a child going after adult reminded me of Gate. That's an excellent example to sort of a break from the rules.
Yeah, and as long as that's how it works, it's okay.
No, Nux actually followed me recently too, and I was like, "What the? What did I do?"
I could have sworn he used to because he used to make like anime videos on YouTube and stuff. I thought he used to do all kinds of lolly stuff. What?
Oh no! What happened?
Yeah, Nux doing this shit is just ironic as all hell.
Yeah, Nux.
I really think that they're not even giving him a hard time, but him going anti-lolly is just like, dude, you built your career off of being lewd and showing other YouTubers lewd and creepy things, and now you come out as I don't really care for Nux very much. Okay, I thought he was a good meme, but him being as big as he is, I don't know. I don't get it. Okay, thought he was a throwaway guy. I don't know.
He had some early videos that were, at least kind of interesting to listen to. But a lot of his sort of Twitter roundup type stuff is just not super fun, not super exciting.
Yeah,
not stuff that I'm a fan of.
Yeah, and I got into that whole Mama Max crap. And yeah, you don't know about that. You shouldn't know about that.
I watched the.
Okay. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
I watched the
They're trying to
takedowns.
Insinuate things. Okay, I do not download much unless it's used for a video. Okay, it's just not safe for work. I'm not even really into that.
Oh no! How terrible! That's just awful. How terrible! Oh no!
Yeah,
and the fact it's Count Dankula, they're using Count Dankula actually fits in really well with this freaking theme here.
That's one of my favorite memes. Is the Dankula? Oh no! It's so good.
Yeah,
it's so useful.
I wish I could get more into his content, but what he covers just doesn't interest me.
Not even the Mad Lads series.
Sometimes
I love the Mad Lads. Those are always great.
There's occasionally like, oh, this is interesting. Okay, it's covering it well.
He edited his older thumbnails that had lolly stuff in it and took them out.
What the? Okay.
Content are pedos or should be on a watch list or put to jail or anything like that.
People
And
don't
in that
realize archives
video,
exist.
I featured a small clip from their Some Ordinary
If I delete it, it's
podcast
gone. Don't worry.
that has a
Jesus
very
Christ.
hypocritical. It's wild.
I
Let's
like a
get
good
look.
cartel execution
I'm like,
video.
I sit over there, I'm like, listen, I'm like, okay, so that Cupid character that you have, what does it look like? Well, it's actually like 4,000 years old. I'm like, no. What? How old does it look? 8. Okay, well, there you go. That's the problem.
It looks like.
Yeah, I just don't know where that example is. Why people bring it up. I just don't know. What examples are they using with that? They typically, what I've seen is Dragon Maiden, and I don't agree with that. There's one character that I'll agree with that on.
Like a fictional character, actually.
Isn't it like a gateway drug? And
You're
it's
right.
Like, it's not a drug. It's not actually hurting anyone. I'm like, bro, just admit it's weird, okay? It's weird, and you can.
I can agree with
I
that.
watch cartel death footage
Yeah,
on Reddit.
it is
all the
weird.
time, okay? It's fucking.
Yeah, I agree with it's weird. I agree. At the very least, it's weird. I think at the very minimum, it's weird, okay?
Easily weird.
How weird? Yeah. Most of them will even admit, the honest ones will admit it's weird, okay? I would actually suspect, if someone said, no, Lolicon's completely normal, I'm like, okay, don't make me call you a pedo. Why would you call me a pedo? Most Lolicons would admit it's weird. They'll admit they're weird. You even thinking it's anywhere close to normal, no, you have to have something wrong with you, man. Shit. That would be my litmus test for how fucking weird a Lolicon would be. Okay, that would be the first. Do you think Lolicon's weird? If they said anything but yes, yeah. I mean, Lolicons already are sort of a red flag, but
yeah, if we're already having the,
weird. Like
the
those- like
debate
those
about whether they're a Lolicon, like, and they're admitting to that much, like,
yeah,
I don't know how much farther that conversation's going.
Again, as I said, there might be some people who are doing it to be edgy. There could be an identity politics angle, getting social capital, having your little weirdo group that you can pair up together. Maybe even there's some people who identify as Lolicons who don't even beat their meat to Lolicon. They just think it's good. There could be a conflation between Moe lovers and Lolicons, and that sort of conflation could be some crossover. Could be just, I like the art style. Why are
The
you
con
considering
sounds for
yourself a Lolicon?
complex.
Yeah.
For anyone who's curious, because we keep saying Lolicon, but there are, I guess, some people
Oh, okay.
that may
Sorry,
not
this
know.
is just normal to us. We live in this crap. It's really anime. I mean, I'm not even that. I've sort of distanced myself from anime in years.
Yeah,
You keep up with it.
In
You are a trooper,
yeah,
man.
in Japan, complex is used in the, like, you've got a sexual complex for something. So you'll have lolicon, ciscon, brocon. Like, con just sort of means like that's your fetish or your infatuation.
Yeah. Obsession with incest. I get it somewhat. Given their culture.
What? No, you
No,
don't
I don't
get it
approve
given
of-
their culture. That's not how the culture works.
I know. I'm being an asshole. Okay.
God, that's
It's
how
just also one of
weirdos
those
who
things
write manga sometimes are, because they haven't seen another female in their life, and they're like, "Oh, sister is female." Like, that's the
Yeah.
That's it. That's all you get.
I think it's also might be a narcissistic thing for some things. I'm so beautiful. Oh, hell. There was actually, wow, what was that? There was the one, I actually liked that one anime on Netflix, Psychic something. It was the comedy one. Had the super psychic guy who controlled himself.
Psyche
I'll
K?
think about it. Psyche K, yes. His brother had a sister complex just because he was pretty much a narcissist, okay? Like, my sister's the only one beautiful enough to be with me. But that was done for comedy, okay? I don't know why other people... I really don't know why it's so prevalent. I think it's become somewhat of a trope. And I'm sorry I went down this line of logic. Playing.
Some Azure Lane that look like actual kindergartners? Yeah. Kind of weird.
Yeah, that's weird. They're adorable, though.
No,
They're adorable. Kind of weird. Yeah. I think the only time you can really make that claim about the drawings is if someone used like actual image of children as a reference to then
Ignore
draw
some
their
of the
like
comments I'm
fetish
seeing.
artwork.
Yeah,
Right?
that's fucking weird.
They're not
But
arguments.
I also think when it's like people doing like the realistic art style, right? Like if it looks like a real child, but that's the thing with like anime art, right? Like it doesn't look like people. At least in my opinion.
And like,
okay, doesn't look like people in her view. Okay, I can see that for some art, but other art, it's questionable. Okay,
I think
there's a spectrum of.
You definitely have to go to the eye of the beholder and figure out why they're still interested in it. Just because, like, let's say instead of animated drawings, we were all looking at boulders, and like some boulders had like big, huge cleavage, and we're like, wow, look at that boulder. And then there was a boulder that really looked very like small and petite and like very like, you know, innocent. Like it was this boulder that was just, you know, you look at it, you're like, that's kind of like a baby boulder. Like it's a little boulder. And if someone was like, I really like that boulder,
Stop,
you'd be
Blaine,
like,
I have to stop you now.
you'd
Okay,
be like,
yeah.
You'd be
weird.
like, yeah, there's something weird about that. Like, so if you're watching Lolicon because of the attributes of childlike things, then yeah, there is something wrong with you.
Yeah, I've seen someone sort of reference someone. They had to have been trolling. I hope they were trolling. They had like a picture of a baby child. And be like, ooh, she's hot. I'm like, someone linked me to that. Like, is this Lolicon? I'm like, that's just fucking sick. Whoever did that is either trolling or a serious fucking risk. Okay. I can understand at least when they're into their puberty stages. Okay. When they start getting breast. Okay. I can understand the argument for that, but you go lower than like 5 years old, you're beyond sick. Okay. As I said, I think there's a spectrum for it. Okay. And just going for anyone under the age of 10 is fucking suspect to the extreme degree. I don't even entertain that shit. Even in Lolicon, I'm like, no, you're just sick. Okay. As I said, there's a good reason. None of it's great. But some of it is much, much, much worse than other of it. Okay.
Like even when it crosses that line into being like, hey, bro, I think something's fucked up with your art, I still don't think it should be equated to like actual child sexual abuse material.
No, God, no. But there's a difference between like it's still weird, and it's still like I don't know how I would feel about it in general.
I love all the prefaces, how they're trying to talk around this. Yeah, you think it's weird. You don't want to call it. You don't want to call it. They don't want to call it pedophilia, and I can understand that, you know.
In the same way that I think Lolly needs to be reserved for actual childlike characters, I understand the argument that you should also keep the definition of pedophile for only people that are attracted to human kids. But there, like I said, there's just something when that youthful, young, childlike appearance is the thing that gets your rocks off. I think you need to look deep inside yourself and find a rope.
Okay, I wouldn't go that far. I like the bomb collar solution. Okay,
sure,
you know,
go with the bomb collar.
I'm a fan of battle royale. Okay, I'm a fan of battle royale.
Okay,
bomb collar, just such a cool concept. I swear, more fiction needs to use it. Or maybe I need to find more fiction with bomb collar. I wonder if that's like a tag and who knows?
Oh, like if it was like a super realistic like child or whatever drawing or creation or whatever like there's still like a very big difference between that and like actual.
No, there's a small difference. I mean, yes, no one gets hurt. That's my best defense for even drawn stuff. But you still, especially if they actually used a reference material. You could make an argument if they used some actual CP to draw their drawn CP. That's like Nick's thing. Oh, God.
Yeah, that's awful. That's terrifying.
Okay, moving on. Yeah, I mean, the fact that she's... I guess I get where she's coming from in her position, because she's a little bit of a lolicon, okay? And get why she's not getting on board, but I think all the subtext is like, yeah, it's just fiction, man. Okay, we can understand that.
Pippa is a 40-year-old bachelor at heart. There's nothing about Pippa other than her sprite that makes you think child, and even that isn't really that young looking.
What about Nanners? Okay, what's your thoughts on Nanners?
Nanners?
Yeah,
she has some funny jokes.
Yeah,
she's had some like Nanners has like that's the one like she'll speak English words in a Japanese voice, and I always laugh at those. I don't know. That's all.
Yeah,
that's
I don't
all
really
I get.
into VTubers. I only looked at Nanners because she had a really cool parody song, "Say So," which I sort of modified for AMV. But
nice.
I really don't get into the lullies or the VTubers. Sorry.
Yeah.
Don't get into the VTubers either. I don't think they're evil like some people.
I get the Shy Lily stuff. I get the Fuamoko stuff now. Bow the Whale. There's a few of them that come across my timeline now.
Child and stuff. Yeah, it's creepy, but it's still a drawing.
It's creepy. It's still a drawing. I would side eye that person very fucking hard. And be
Very
like, I
hard.
wonder what you got on your PC there, bro.
Yeah.
But
It's a red flag.
yeah.
Yeah.
Tap the get it fast
At the
filter.
very
and
least,
you-
a very red flag. Then we're going to get into critical. I even did a meme. I was mainly doing the libs.
Anime into this talking about, well, why is cutie such a big deal when anime has kids being sexualized? Well, first of all, anime is fake. Those like children lolly things, those 900-year-old vampires that look like they're 4 years old, the little demons that have existed for 2 millennia, like a 6-year-old, those aren't real people. They are animated fake things. These are actual 11.
It is typical. Actually, I can think of some interesting lollies from the vampire thing. There was Dancing in the Bun, I think.
I don't know.
And there's also that new one.
The new one?
Embrace the Night, I think. I haven't watched any.
Call the Night?
Okay.
Call the Night is
maybe, yeah.
definitely not of lolly.
Okay, I thought she definitely has a slim build. She does have breasts. But
See,
she looks
this
very
is the thing that I'm trying to fight against is like, yes, she has a petite, slim build. She is short and has no boobs, but nothing about her character is childlike.
Okay, yeah,
and it's
I tried watching it.
Yeah.
It wasn't for me, but I wouldn't call that because the context does matter.
And
Okay,
and
it's
the
really
thing
important.
too with this clip from Charlie is that he's talking about cuties. He's talking about when people were like, why are you mad at cuties when the anime has lolly? And it's like, because real children are getting hurt. Like, come on, we got an order of operations here, okay? We can deal with someone's sexual perversion later after the real kids are safe. Like, it's an obvious argument that he's making. So I do find it a little disingenuous that I've seen this clip pulled out a few times as like animated girls are fake and that's why you shouldn't care about lolly. It's like, that's not what he's saying. He's just saying these are actual kids being potentially harmed by these tapes of them.
Would you say there's a spectrum of the P word?
No.
And the cuties is okay, fine.
No.
I'm gonna go into the spectrum.
Fire.
Okay. You're being optically safe, man.
Optically safe.
That are subjected to this hypersexualization in this movie that the director has forced upon them.
Yeah, I understand. Okay.
That's very different. This is real world versus totally made up, drawn characters. It's not
Very
even
true.
comparable.
I don't know how people can't separate it.
Well, yeah, I'm not talking about like the Eastern audience, the Japanese anime audience. I think that's ingrained in Japanese culture itself. Like,
I hate when people do that because it's so.
Do you hate when people do it?
Yeah, because it's not a true argument. Like there are people that like you rationalize it with like, well, Japanese women are tiny, and that's true. I've seen Japanese women that are working at places, and you're like, how old are you? And they're like, I'm 30, and it's like they look 15. You're like, what the hell's going on around here? Like that definitely happens, but that's not why. Like it is still the taboo of the childlike character that causes
Yeah, and I
lolly
hate when
material
people bring
to be made.
up. And I really hate when people bring up the fact it's like nationally it was 13. But when you look into that, it's like, yeah, that was like one district. Almost every district, it's at least 16, I think.
Yeah, it's like saying the national minimum wage in America is $7 or whatever it is. It's like I think Alabama is affected by that, but nowhere else do we really follow the minimum wage. You know, we all have our own state minimums.
Oh,
so
ouch.
same thing in Japan.
Gray is really gonna freaking die on this hill. If anime's fake, a movie fake too. The kids were actors. There is a difference.
Hold on,
okay?
no. I am very specific with the problem with cuties. The problem with cuties is all of those audition tapes. that are existing in some French dungeon that are being sold and passed around. Not the fact that like Cuties was fake, but the fact that someone auditioned hundreds of young girls for Cuties, and those audition tapes exist now.
Hell, from what I understand, they don't even really they sexualize the children and don't paint it in a bad light. I think that's even worse as an artist, even more condemning. But I'm not gonna watch it. Okay, the promotional material is just enough to be like, yeah, you're trying to attract pedophiles. Netflix, okay, don't pretend like you're not. Okay, as bad as some of the lolly stuff is, I don't think they explicitly ever do that.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, they go into the cute angles sometimes, but Japanese is at least different than America. You need a certain context. You probably have more than me, Blaine. Okay,
a little bit.
So, okay, yeah, you can speak it. I suck at foreign language.
Like backhanded, right? When people are like, "Oh, well," I'm not saying that's what he's doing, but I'm saying just in general, when people are like, "Oh, well, in the West, right? Like we shouldn't allow loli and stuff, but in Eastern cultures, that's just part of their culture." It's like, bro.
Yeah. And that's the same kind of mentality that gets like all of our video games and our translators and anime to censor all of them when it comes over here. I don't want things censored for Western sensibilities. I don't want things updated for a modern audience.
Yeah.
Leave our shit alone.
Yeah.
Like just leave it alone. And I remember even as far back as high school, I imported a Japanese PlayStation 2 and I imported some of the Final Fantasy games and the Xenosaga games because they were all edited under the ESRB. They removed some nudity scenes. They removed blood and gore from some of them. They removed entire scenes from them entirely. And it's like, I don't want my video games to be chopped up and censored because you think I can't handle them in their original form. And now that we're even more online than when I was in high school, we have full access to everything. There's zero reason that anything should be moderated to that degree. Like I can just go and get the Japanese version anytime I want.
Yeah, I think there should definitely be options though, right? Like I think there's literally like this is one thing that Twitter gets like, not Twitter.
Yeah, I was trying to process that. I'm like, I don't really care. Okay. Well, we were talking about the Tifa's shit earlier.
Yeah.
On Kidda's channel, and I was just like, yeah, I don't care. I mean, I made the argument for certain things if the market employ is for fan service. I don't play Final Fantasy because Tifa is hot or I want to get with them. But that's just me, okay? I'm not going to deny anyone who wants to rail against it. It's just like, I don't care, but I can understand the argument for it, okay? But
I think it was easier to argue that it was just an aesthetic choice before they patched the old game and changed the design. That just feels more of like a why was this so important?
Yeah. It's just like, we were going to do a patch anyways, minor stuff. I see it as just giving people work when you're in the current market. I mean, there's pros and cons to the sort of patch it later mentality we have. But it's better than the freaking always online model, which fucking drives me up a wall. Okay, that's like one of the minor concerns. But when I see the censorship actually bothers me, well, it doesn't bother me because I'm not into really fan service in video games. I want a good video game. I want a good play experience, and I want generally a good story and generally a decent game mechanics. Okay, those are my priorities. Okay.
Yeah. Well, and I think we need a very specific word though, because for me, censorship as a again, I think we need to be really specific with our terms. Censorship is when another company or governing body or somebody tells somebody no and to cover something up or to cut something out. And depending at what level,
just do this to be broader appeal to a wider market. They want parents to buy their children these games, okay? And if you put a little black shirt to cover up just a little bit of the cleavage, some parents will be like, okay, I'll buy my child this, or
yeah,
who knows?
Yeah, I mean, if it's a decision being made at like the design or the director level, it can be hard to. I have trouble calling that censorship. We need a better name for what that would be.
Yeah, I mean it's definitely corporate shenanigans. Okay, being not true to a vision. Okay, it's definitely bending the knee to a bit for money. Okay, never gonna think that's a good mentality for a company to do it. But you know what? I don't like it. I don't buy it. Okay.
Yeah,
I don't even know
if it
I
leads to
can
more money,
play,
then I'm down for it. Like I think that's a good decision to make. Like if you're like, do I show titty or do I hide titty and make more money? Like I would hide titty, make more money. Like that's what you should do as a company. But if you
yeah, and
are
there's
being
mods. Okay,
told
mods.
to do a
Okay,
thing, then definitely.
and there are mods. Okay, so and it is bullshit when Nexus mods. They need to come up with an alternative. Nexus mods is just like fucking banning whatever they want. Why is there no other really mod site? I don't know. I really don't know.
It can get like specific to the game, I think.
Okay.
Like if there's like
Fair enough.
a game that you're like, oh, I really want to mod this game, I think you can find sites that'll be accommodating.
It's just harder to find.
Yeah, whereas Nexus it's like the Wikipedia of mods. You know, you can just find everything you need.
All right. Gamers are just entitled, I think, nowadays. You know, the coddling the American mind. Okay, that doesn't just apply to colleges. Gamers do. They seem lazy. To me.
As in like woke crowd or whatever, but Twitter, like the other side of the fence with it, where people are like, oh no, there shouldn't be like easy modes in games or whatever. But I feel like there's more options is just good, right? Like if you want to hand off like one of these games to a child, right? Like you like the game, you want to share it with a child or share it with somebody who's a bit more
ability. Sure, like you can toggle off the gore for them. Well, you mentioned child.
Yeah, I think it'd be really good. I don't know.
I think
Grand Theft Auto at my
they're
grandparents'
done
house.
with the sort of takes I wanted to pull away from this. Okay. I find that interesting. They're sort of dancing around the whole lolly thing. They definitely seem to keep saying it's weird. They're like, oh, when it actually doesn't look animated, it comes more like real children. Yeah, that is definitely a distinction that we want to make that is super sus, but we're not going to throw the animated, I guess, child porn under the bus completely. We find it weird. Still a red flag.
Yeah.
Degrees of red flag. I think they're willing to go further.
Well, it's a different
degrees.
it's kind of a different target.
And they have a different perspective also.
The lolly stuff that shows up, we need to look at and figure out why the lolicons exist. Whereas like when something starts to approach reality, it's like the creator is more at focus of like, okay, you're trying to harm somebody, you're trying to like make somebody else have a bad time.
Yeah, when it's just fan spite, okay. And I don't even know why some people like Ryan Johnson almost seem to spite the fans, okay. And I think he might have even been a little bit extreme about his disrespect for the fans, just to super chat it. But that's just a theory of mine, okay. Okay, that pisses a lot of people off. Like, he said it. Yeah, I think he was being an asshole about it. Did he really just write one draft? It's hard to believe. Maybe he did. Okay, but I think he was just being an asshole. Did you see the movies he did afterwards? So, Glass Onion's ending pissed me the hell off. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm like, this is the most retarded thing. I thought it was a bad movie. Up until everything, you know, it was supposed to be a comedy. I was accepting the premise, but the ending just pissed me off. Let me not get into that.
That's why you just watch anime.
Hell, that's the reason why I switched to anime years ago.
Glass
I got tired
Onion?
of all the shit the shit I liked on television kept on turning bad, kept getting canceled. Okay.
Mhm.
I'm like, fuck this. I'm going to switch over to this. Okay. And I started finding anime to watch. Okay. And that turned out okay until recent years. You know, everything has it down. It just, as much as I love, what was it? Who did The Melancholy of
Haruhi Suzumiya?
Haruhi Suzumiya? That was Kyoto.
I'd have to look. I don't know that one off the top of my head.
I think that is Kyoto, and they pioneered the digital style. And since that digital style, and with everything now, it's just like mass-produced anime. And oh god, I don't know. Have you watched Seed of Paradise at all?
Seed of Paradise? No. Is it like Expelled from Paradise or a follow-up?
No, it's a really bad isekai. Okay.
Oh, okay.
It's pretty much a standard plot, but a really fat guy gets plopped. His whole classroom gets sent to another world, but because everyone hates him, he gets sent to a really remote location. He kills like a monkey in like the first episode, like a level 100 monkey. Then a gorilla comes along.
Yeah. Fruit of Evolution is what it was called.
Okay, sorry. Fruit of Evolution. Yeah,
at least in my sub.
I think it actually works with how the animation's downright garbage. I think it might work for that.
It's great popcorn anime. Like you're like,
yeah,
like I'm gonna watch this because nothing matters, and I'm like, woo, I can enjoy it.
There's quite a few of those. I mean, there are some good isekais, but that's going in between.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Whew. I even have, Dante's Rant Room, right?
Yeah, I know
He
Dante.
also has an interesting thing that I thought was funny. Might get into. Yeah, I'm gonna get through. Yeah, let's at least get through the Rev Dead thing, because, as I said, you said you don't agree with any of his points. I agree with maybe one or two.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does Fruit of Evolution have lollies? No.
Yeah, I don't think it has any lollies. Okay.
Ooh, sniff, snack, crickle, crack.
Okay, going into Rev Dev.
Main channel right here. He also has an alt channel called Papa Meats, where yesterday he released this absolute stinker called
probably
the
hear
worst
that,
fan
but-
base on the
Yeah,
internet.
there we
Now,
go,
that fan
the
base he's
Papa
referring
Meat.
to is lolicons as well as anime fans generally, because throughout the video multiple times he lumps those two groups together.
Yeah.
Now this is a big mistake, not only because of the outrageous claims he makes throughout this video, but also the fact that
See, like, I agree with that point, okay? But it's a basic bitch point to make, okay?
Yeah.
over the years, Meat Canyon has made multiple animations sexualizing underage characters, including one video where he uses a real.
Again, this framing, it wasn't Meat Canyon's intent, okay? It clearly wasn't his intent. It might be a byproduct.
But I feel like, again, yeah, it's not that like these characters were sexualized. Like the whole point is that we're terrified of it, that we think it's ugly, that we think it's gross.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they're.
Now,
Sorry,
Meat shouldn't have said anything, but like, I just think this is a weird vector to try to yell at him about.
Yeah, yeah, it's fine. It's fine. I mean, I don't take it seriously. He's a meathead. Okay. I mean, he definitely framed the whole video. Colonel Sanders thing. I mean, yeah, she's hyperactive thing.
Child as a reference for his sexualized animation. Big mistake on his part talking about any of this stuff. But why did he decide to throw his hat in the ring on this conversation? Well, he cites Vosh and the recent situation involving him. Now, if you want a breakdown of what happened about 2 weeks ago to Vosh, you can find a link to my video about it in the description. But the too long didn't read version of events is basically that Vosh has been very, very vocal about.
Yeah, I doubt his video on Vosh was very good, just because he relies heavily on the hypocrite argument. Much as I find the antis online to be cringe, the lolis are, what, 2 to 3 times worse? You probably think 10 times worse, okay? But I know some antis who are really annoying and really not the greatest with argumentation. They vary.
Yeah, there's been some
his
goofballs.
disdain about lolicon.
Yeah, I just like, yeah, they're weirdos. Okay, I don't need to try to debate them. They'll keep on going back to the fiction thing. And yeah, do I believe you that you believe it's not really a thing because it's fiction, or is that to cope? I don't know. Okay, maybe you're self-deluded enough.
And anime fans calling them pedophiles and Nazis for the fictional content they consume. Well, lo and behold, about 2 weeks ago, he accidentally revealed one of his folders on stream, which contained lolicon, of course. Now,
He's
people
going
like
to
me
show
and
it.
others have
This is
been
the best
complaining
video
about
to
Vosh
see
for
these
years,
examples.
not because of the fictional content on his computer, but because he has openly defended CP on multiple occasions. However, people
God.
like Meat Canyon only pretended to care about Vosh the second they found lolly on his computer. Now, let's hear.
Yeah, let's bring that up. Iramanga Sensei. Thoughts on that, Blaine? Okay. I don't want to touch that with a 10-foot pole, okay? Just conceptually.
It's kind of funny, like, as a story, though. Like, I don't know. It doesn't really seem like you're there for the like sexualization of children. It's more just how goofy the overall premise is. But if it's not your thing, it's not your thing. Again, we need to really focus in on actual like lolly hentai and be like, that bad, like stop that. Whereas like telling a story where something humorous happens, but it happens to involve sexuality, we got to not get our hands all up in arms over it.
Yeah, like people were going against what was it, Lost in the Abyss, for really weird reasons. I'm like, I can see your perspective here, but just because there's nudity here and there, it's not even the intent. That's even the worst case than something like Iromanga Sensei or even Dragon Maiden. I don't know how far I still need to see the second season. The first season was interesting enough, but I haven't gotten around to the second season. I mean, I don't know if you've gotten into it. There's definitely some metaphorical into the abyss and crap like that, but I see why people overreact to it in the circumstance, but I don't see anything sexual at all about that. Hell, the boy isn't even really a boy. He doesn't even have a penis.
So much of Made in Abyss is just following two people going through torment, and that's going to involve, them having to camp out. Like I don't like when someone tells me like, oh, people don't like Made in Abyss because it's got sexualization of these kids, and I'm like, when do these I can't even like in my brain think of a time. And good for me, good for my big brain that doesn't find sexualization in children characters. But I can't even fathom what someone would be thinking of when they are like, oh, I don't like this about that show. Just wild to me.
I mean, I even get into the really bad one.
I guess I said it.
I have to bring it up. Redo of Healer. The dude is 14. Okay, that is really fucked up. That would be a good example of that. But that's also a really fucked up anime that's hated on its own. It doesn't need that sort of a Shota thing. Someone brings up, I think even
boring.
Rev uses it. I can understand conceptually. There's a revenge fantasy. Generally, revenge fantasy. Conceptually, it's an interesting revenge fantasy. And really uses a lot of crazy ass shit that I don't really care for. Turn that. Okay. But yeah. Okay. No one brings that up. Let me not give people ammo. That's just weird. And that's pretty much hentai anyway. So fuck it.
I named Vosh on the internet that just leaked all of his lolicon art on his stream, and it's been a huge debate and debacle lately. I wanted to do a video on this very subject because even my video recently was kind of about a lolicon himself. And I do think that it's one of the most depraved and disgusting.
Yeah, I don't think he knows I don't think most people would know what a lolicon is.
Yeah, again, most people are saying lolicon as in the content that is lolly, which is that like not what it means. But
it has someone cited it in the Wikipedia, but not that Wikipedia is smart. Okay,
of course.
I hate Wikipedia. Okay,
it's good. It's a good start.
The Reddit tier power. Okay, you citing that. I mean, yeah, I get lazy and use Reddit. A Wikipedia sometimes, but it's generally with the more basic knowledge. Okay, nothing.
Yeah, it's a good start, and you go from there.
Yeah, it usually has citations you can link yourself to. Okay, but to trust the bias. Oh, this is a conspiracy theory. Is it?
This was started by leftoids. Oh yes, it's been proved. This was started by
it
righties.
Must be a conspiracy theories.
It's true because.
Great Replacement, I had to look into that recently, and that seems mostly bunk, okay? The Great Replacement theory.
Disgusting fandoms in all of anime and really all of media in general.
But the genocide is real. Gendercide. I swear, that always amazes me. Why is it always the redheads that get the race swap? I will not understand. Is it because they have no souls or something?
Protect the gingers. It's because everybody secretly likes redheads, and they don't want to admit that they like redheads, so they're like, we'll just get rid of all the redheads.
No, I do. But I have a bias towards that. I'm part Irish. Who knows how much? I'm a Euromut. Okay.
So today, I just want to be fully transparent.
We're
talking about lollicons.
The
If you don't know what a
part is
lolicon is, it's about guys who.
No. What did I co-sign with? Oh shit! I just reflectively.
They liked anime.
Yeah, Michael Jackson. That's an interesting subject matter. Finding Neverland. Moving on. Okay.
Yeah, no, see, like right there, this is what makes me like think Rev isn't really thinking through this video. Is the immediate reaction should be like his definition's bad and here's why, but instead he goes into.
I think he sort of gets into it, but this would be a good point to argue. But I don't think Rev has practice arguing. This is part of the reason. I really think the brain dead of Rev. I don't know if he's stupid, if he's grifting off of the lollies. I think he might be okay. Because I don't think he's actually a lolicon. He's married, right?
Probably.
I heard he got married. Also, I've heard he got doxxed, which really sucks, man. Okay.
I mean, I've listened to other things of his where I'm like, oh yeah, he's going about this really well. I feel like there's like a reaction to an argument that he's had 1,000 times that's not like being said, as opposed to just really breaking apart Meat Canyon's argument.
Yeah, because the video, it's a lot of fluff, a lot of filler with some weird stuff. Yeah, obviously. I don't know why he made this video. Probably just because of the Vosh stuff. He thought no one would care, but he probably still doesn't care. He probably thinks it's funny that lolicons are coming after him, okay?
Honestly, he probably just had a lot of his audience was like, hey, they're talking about lollies. And he just talk about it. And he's like, oh, yeah, cool. I'll talk about it.
Okay, I'll get the KFC guy. That is sort of funny. Fun fact. There is, the Colonel is popular in Japan. You can see him in Higurashi. He definitely played a part in one of my obscure anime favorites.
You can see him everywhere from Osaka to Tokyo.
One of my what I consider waifus.
Be careful with what you're about to say, given our content.
I do the adult version of Aokawa.
Deal.
Deal. Kimura Orange Road. Because the more lolly, the more child. The more childish one, Hikaru, is annoying as fuck. Anyone who watched that. Okay, she's annoying. Don't watch it. I liked it when I was a teenager.
Don't watch it. I've got it.
Pedophilia. We're talking about pedophilia today. So if you don't like that, I just want to put that right up front, just in case you don't like it. But I do think it's a very fascinating, depraved discussion.
Yeah. Just say, you're not talking about pedophilia. Okay, you're not. Simple as that. Talking about something very creepy and very pedophilic-like, okay? Because words do have meanings. And you can make an argument. And I love some lolicons who actually go to the sort of defense. Like, they'll be like, oh, look, EDP 446 confirmed pedophile. Well, it's saying lolicon's bad. Yeah, that doesn't mean anything, okay? It does not mean a rat's ass.
The best defense is what about real children? That's the best defense. It's like, yeah, we can do both. I'm also going to call you a freak at the same time that I say that real children should not be harmed too.
I don't think either the pro lolly people or the anti-lolly people care about this. This is why I don't like the anti-people. They'll invoke the child thing, but no, you don't care about that. You want a reason to shit on people. Most of these antis want a reason to shit on people. And these people, yeah, great reasons, easy to shit on.
Definitely. Shit on them all. But do it well. Shit good.
Yeah.
Don't give him your runny seconds.
Make good arguments.
Yeah.
Like I watched this one anti-lolly video and I'm like, oh, look at this research he's using. And he's not even using the right definition of pedophilia. He completely took it out of context to suit his argument. Anyone who looks it up, I'm like, this is a weak argument. Of course, most lolicons can't argue against it because they can't argue or shit. Critical thinking's dead all around.
Internet that I think would be lovely to talk about because these little cockroaches are hiding in plain sight. And I think that it might be good to get down to, I mean, how the hell did we even get here?
So like I stated earlier, Meat Canyon talking on this subject is so beyond hypocritical when he has made multiple animations where underage characters are being sexualized. Okay, this isn't a your likes are public moment. This is a you sat down and animated underage characters.
Yeah. Do you actually watch any of these essayists? Like someone brought up Pause and Select. I found some of his videos very informative.
Depends on what the essay is on. Like I watch lots of essays, but it's not
I don't watch a lot of the essays based on like animes, like blah blah blah. Pause and Select is really good. Okay. I liked a lot of his content. It has some research matter, and he talks to people also. It's actually, it's not even quite an essay. It's almost like a creative understanding of certain things.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. They tried to get it removed. Yeah. Trying to engage your chat. How's your chat doing, Blaine?
Oh, they're having
fun. Are they feeling annoyed by you talking with me?
No,
I know you normally engage with chat a lot.
I've been dropping them hints that I'm paying attention, so they're all making fun of me anyway. So
Being
it's okay.
sexualized type of a
What? They're making fun of you and not me? Shit.
Oh, don't worry, you've gotten yours.
Oh, good. Thank you.
moment. It goes way beyond the usual hypocrisy we see with this subject. But here's the thing, okay? He has lots of these animations, and I'm going to play a few throughout this video just to give you a taste of how ridiculous his complaints about lolicon anime fans are, starting with this clip right here featuring characters from Demon Slayer, both of which are underage.
Oh my word, sister.
Yeah. Yes, I can see how a very niche audience could probably find this attractive, but that was definitely not the intent. Him not even leaving out the intent and not even acknowledging the intent of a lot of some of the sort of fan service in a lot of anime. I don't think he brings it up at all. A lot of it is for comedic effect or hell, just to honor the tradition of anime. There's a lot of tropes.
Yep.
It's probably pragmatic according to certain people like Anita. Oh, thank God she didn't go after anime. That would have been cringe.
I see you,
Tropes in anime. They're sexist and pedophile. Oh, God. Let me not give some messages.
My sweet sister.
Oh, God.
Smells like fan.
I hate lolicon.
Yeah, I find those
But it gets
disgusting.
a lot worse, a lot more blatant. This time we're going to look at a Ben 10 parody.
I'm skipping
of course,
past
featuring
these.
underage characters like Gwen.
Listen, paying $14.99.
Okay. Oh, thank you.
Woohoo! Pay $14.99.
Does it know I'm streaming?
Is it what?
Your bones are
Does it
weak,
know I'm
man.
streaming?
You're only a
No.
10-year-old
Doesn't know
boy.
I'm-
You know that? You're just a little
Okay.
boy.
Yeah, well, I got a dick on me like a 4.
Home. That is now 2 videos where he is.
Sorry. Let's just fucking fall flat for me, okay? No. This is not quite as dumb as Vosh, okay? It's hard to get as bad as Vosh, his argument in his videos. Okay, but really doesn't actually really cut mustard. Ooh, these people are sexualized. Yeah. I'm pretty sure, I'm hoping Meat Canyon doesn't find any of these characters or is trying to make these characters attractive to any demographic.
Yeah.
He's doing it for comedy and parody purposes. Yeah.
Featured incest relationships
And
between
he just harps
underage
on
characters.
this.
But
Yeah,
here-
anyone
as you
spanking
can
it
see
to
right here.
the Meat Canyon
People that like this kind of
videos.
stuff are on the defense all the time.
They're a different kind.
Oh, I am sure there's at least one weirdo who probably finds that sort of shit hot, but as we were saying, there's
I like it
fetishes
when they're
for all sorts
wrinkly.
of things. Okay.
Give me more
And what's
wrinkles.
interesting from even the consumers and the creators is that people justify this because you're like, oh, you look like you're sexualizing a child. But they're like, no, dude, she's a 7,000-year-old dragon wizard, okay? She's older than you and I. She's older than every person ever in your family combined, okay? I mean, she has more insight and maturity than anyone. And that's like one of the big defenses, right? People and the creators being able to get around with little loopholes like that makes it feel like it justifies this very creepy act, which I don't know if it does. Actually, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and say it doesn't.
Yeah, well, I got a dick on me like
See, this is one of these cases I can disagree with both of you. Okay, Rev's act. I will agree, Rev. It's slightly better what Rev's doing. Not much, but that's just how bad Meat Canyon just going off on this comes across to me. Do you disagree with that? Rev is slightly better.
Yeah, I don't like. Meat
You're not gonna
Canyon is trying to
co-sign
say
either one.
Meat Canyon is trying to say stuff about the Vosh Lolly deal because it's the hot topic that he's going to talk about, and Rev is talking about Meat Canyon's response to it because the counter is the hot. Like they are equally motivated on this, so I don't see either as a victor here.
Oh, Gray's gonna defend the Meat Canyon. Okay, fine.
I gotta defend Meat Canyon. That's what
Maybe
Gray sounds like right
Gray's
now.
the one person who finds that attractive.
Hold on.
I'm not saying that. Okay.
I
I'm
find
saying
Meat
I'm
Canyon's
wondering why.
animations very titillating.
Oh,
That's
Gray
right,
has the
Gray.
link if he wants to come on.
I'm straw manning you. What are you gonna do about it?
Well, fair enough. We're gonna go.
Is Demon Slayer clip. Now let's check out this clip right here, featuring the
God.
Magic School Bus. Now, I don't really...
Magic School Bus one's so funny though.
First of all, lolly means a young or young-looking girl character.
Pussy.
Yeah, that's just creepy. It's South Park did the same sort of joke though, also with Hillary Clinton. Okay, are you gonna bring? Well, I guess South Park hasn't gone against lollies yet. Is Rev gonna go against them when it's clearly comedic?
Of course.
Of course. Okay. Yeah.
The style of anime known as lolly. First of all, lolly means a young or young-looking girl character in Japanese anime or manga. So the term lolly just means it's like a young-looking girl. That's where that comes from.
Okay, he gets that right.
But
So far, so
Lolicon focuses on young female characters in suggestive and erotic content. The male equivalent of this is called Shotacon.
Totally
It's basically
wrong. That's where it's
Through common parlance, through the changing in the language, that shouldn't be the case. But yeah, it is wrong.
Yes.
But yeah, you're advocating for words actually. I mean, and I can get behind that completely. In my one stream, as I said, I kept instead of saying lolly, I kept saying lolicon. I'm like, what the fuck? They even got me saying this shit.
Yeah, it trips you up. Trips you up. Never heard that term before.
What's so hard about just saying lolly porn? Lolly porn, lolly characters, lolicons are the people.
Because
okay?
they'll demonetize me if I use the P word.
Oh, fuck. Fucking Christ. Bull damn it shit about monetization. Well, I can say that. I don't have 1,000 subs. You do, so.
I don't mind.
I mean, it's just pedophilic anime.
You children want to disobey my curriculum and learn about old Miss Frizzle's sandbox.
This actually makes him look even worse. The editing of this. Yeah.
It's terrifying.
So attractive.
It's
and this doesn't
terrifying.
even work. Yeah. Okay, this one's the worst one out of all the examples. Yes.
Choo
It's disgusting
choo.
as all hell. Okay, at least you had like, at least the other ones. There was sort of argument. Barely.
Explain how what he's doing to those characters is somehow different than the anime fans he's labeling pet.
Does he need to explain it? That definitely is not his intent. And as much as I want to go with the defense of sort of the comedy of the sexualization of these underage children, it still has a hint. There's going to be probably going to be more people who'll find that sexually arousing who shouldn't, adults who shouldn't be attracted to those. Yeah. Blaine brought up there's going to be children who will be like, yeah, she's hot. Okay. And she's within my age range. I'm 14, 15, 16. But it doesn't. As Blaine brought up, it's probably more for the children and not for the adults. Shit. Anime is still seen as a lesser thing. Oh, well, Blaine, is it still seen as a lesser thing over in Japan? You are more of an expert than me. Or
In
is it more of a
Japan?
serious
No,
art form
it's
now?
just a medium.
Yeah. Okay. So it's not. I remember back in the day, otakus had a bad stigma.
Yes, like otaku still
it's-
has a bad stigma because it connotates someone who is like devoting their life to hoarding and being like the dragon in the mine with just piles of manga around them. So it does have a stigma, but it has a stigma for a reason. You shouldn't get that into something that it becomes like your one obsession in life.
And they have a bigger problem with neats.
Yeah, definitely, definitely an issue over there.
I mean, we almost have this issue over here in certain contexts.
Yeah,
but
we
it's
just call
not
them
as-
we just call them incels instead.
Yeah,
but it's like
typically,
it's kind of the same phenomenon of an entire group of men who have sort of withdrawn from society in a way that isn't exactly healthy for them socially.
And I think it's an identity group, and a less healthy one. Okay, I think identity politics is cancer, and I think it's have affected the internet as a whole because of assholes like Bosch and other people.
Mm-hmm.
But you know me, I don't like hardcore leftists. Okay, I'm willing to put my bias out there. But also, I've been on an arc with Andrew Clark about the post-liberals. They annoy me just as much. I'm just a radical centrist who hates the extremist, no matter what. Are you gonna?
You're just lazy. That's all.
What? Lazy?
No such thing as centrist. You're just lazy.
Radical centrist. Okay. I'm just
radical. What do you do? Doing pop shove-its on the weekend?
Radical man.
Gonna hit the NAR this weekend?
Oh, it's like it's like the enlightened centrist. You have to put quotation marks around it.
Because of the way those fictional characters are sexualized. I would love to see him try to explain how those things are somehow different. But anyways, he would go throughout the video and he would end it with a little mic drop, his bottom line on this entire subject.
Which here's the bottom line of this weird, depraved internet culture thing that we're talking about.
Oh.
Lollicots. To me, it's as simple as this. If it looks like a duck, it quacks like a duck, and walks.
Gray popped in.
Welcome, Gray.
Hola, man. Decide to join us in Anime Land? Because I was ignoring you guys too much.
There was a little something I might be able to add to this. Blaine's doing an awesome job of hitting most of the points. I can't see. So when you said that the Magic School Bus one is the worst, do you mean it's the worst example for Rev or the worst example from Meat Canyon?
No, that's the worst example from Rev.
Okay, good. I completely misunderstood what you were saying then. Good. I'm glad you're on that camp.
Sorry, the other ones, I can see it in a very abstract sense because you have young people. But again, given the context, they're acting like adults and it's parody. But
it's just the one that terrifies me the most. The idea that I'm taking a bus into my teacher's wet ass pussy is just a little. It gives me shivers.
You know what that's a satire of, right? Like, have you seen the one they go inside Arnold instead and go into every system that he has? Like, I'm just saying, like the original is creepy as hell too. We're still going inside a little kid and going into every system in his body.
I'm not defending it. I'm just providing my context of why I said it was the worst because. It gives me the shivers, the hoovers.
I got you.
Yeah.
And that's the thing.
Understand.
Like, that's his goal.
That
That's
is
what
the
he's
goal.
trying to
So
do,
yeah,
as you were pointing out.
Definitely succeeds on that level.
Yeah, you don't have the experience I do with some things like Plague Moth, okay? But, let's hope it's not that sort of situation. Oh, creepy side of YouTube. No one wants to experience that. So what have you thought of our coverage from what you've seen?
Oh, it's pretty good. So I had to do like the worst Google search, not Google search. I'm sure I'm on some list because of a search that I had to do because of what comes up later in this video. So I'm glad you finally got to it because I may be on a list somewhere now. But
okay, well, was it worth the list? Was it worth it?
Now that you're on this, yes, it's going to be great.
Okay.
I got mocked, so I had to come here.
It's true. It worked.
Beautiful. I did try to bully you at some point in reality. Okay.
You tried to bully me, and that was like, it's kind of cute. But when Blaine
Peer
did
pressure.
it and did the voice for me,
Yeah.
the pressure was on.
Thank you, Blaine.
I hear this
this
isn't really my voice. I just, when I connect to StreamYard filter or something, I don't know. Like,
this isn't my voice.
This isn't.
I don't know.
Oh. I'm inconsistently lazy, okay? So I actually put some thought into things, but then I failed execution. Okay, so yeah, Meat Canyon, Rev. We might get to a point of a disagreement and a radical, like centrist, later on.
Looks like a duck. It's a fucking duck. I don't think that you can take your brain and really substitute these things. There's no way to fucking take a limitless pill and be able to categorize all of the nuances of psychology that your brain is playing Jenga continuously to cater to your perverted fetishes.
Well, here's the bottom line.
No, before Ref speaks, that's just retarded, okay? This is like blah, blah, blah. Okay, there is a certain argument for that, the slippery slope argument, but psychologically, that's just retarded. I think even Blaine agrees. Do you disagree that? I mean, we both agree.
Oh, it's a bad argument for sure. I don't think anything Meat Canyon says here is like really like a solid argument. Like, oh, he's really sticking it to the lollies. It really just sounds like someone who was like, what's the thing? Like lolly? All right, fucking, I'm gonna say this about it. That's really how it comes
if you
across.
Paraphrase it, wouldn't it be kind of like Vosh was into this stuff? That's weird. Lolly's weird.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't see anything wrong with that message per se.
Trying to dig in
maybe
and
I'm
pull
wrong
examples.
No, even the VTubers, as I said, sort of the litmus test for how far gone a lolly is. The first thing would be asking the lolicon, do you think it's weird do you think lolicon people shouldn't find lolicons weird? Okay, that would be my first litmus test. If they be like, no, they shouldn't find it weird, I'll be like, okay, fuck off. Okay, I don't think there's anything reaching you at that point. That would be like the first question. I'm like, beyond that, I don't know what to help you. Probably a pedo or some other mental illness if they didn't admit that lolicon's weird like the two VTubers. But that's besides the point.
Yeah, I think overall Meat's idea is fine of like, oh, I'm gonna get on here and like yell about lolicon. His execution fails though when he tries to bring up the examples, and it's just not good examples.
I don't even understand the limitless pill. How that is just a random reference he throws in.
The idea he's trying to get across is that there's no way that you could have such a advanced brain that you aren't being attracted to a child when you look at lolly material, which is I think that's a fine argument to make. Like it adds up. Like, yeah, and that's my problem is like if you're looking at lolly material and you're attracted to children, there is something in your brain that is attracted to children that you need to figure out and exercise or take further action against. But the idea that just the like equating that to lolly type characters is where I draw the line. Like that's dumb.
There's also the sort of phenomenon. Might as well run that at least past you. I don't think it's real. I think it's a cope, like incels. And I don't know if it's even a real thing. I assume it at least is. It's pretty much the guys who quit on 3D women and just want their 2D waifus. That pathetic. I can imagine people like that wouldn't care about the sort of like they're not real. I can imagine them not caring about it because they've just given up on all
just
women
everything
in general. And that's just like a cope. And maybe if they emotionally attach themselves to a more lolly character, I can see them not being associating that with, if they somehow were that far gone, they attach themselves to the actual character, but you would need to have that character. It's still very weird. You could do it, but I can understand how someone could psychologically, who's already that far gone, attach himself to like Rika. That seems to be a popular choice. The girl who acts like a girl, except for when she's in like badass mode, then she acts like a granny.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's like the absolute top tier steel man for why that could be impossible. And that's just like stretching it. That's like a super steel man. You think that's fair or no? Okay. I'm not going to ask you that. You can't accept that. It's smarter not to go with even my super steel man of something. Okay.
Yeah, again, I just look into yourself. If there is something about a child that attracts you sexually, whether or not that character is real, take a look at yourself.
If it was the physical characteristics, I can agree with you wholeheartedly. If it's not the physical characteristics, yeah, absolute steel man. I'm just putting it out there in theory. It's total cope. I hope no one actually comes along and tries to use that, but because they're already so far gone. Okay.
Opinion is facing some serious trouble, not just for the hypocrisy involving the previous animations we looked at, but a lot of people have been dredging up some of his older animations, including this one featuring Tom Brady and his son.
Yeah, this is the one. Sorry, this is just downright disgusting to me. This is the one that I find the most disgusting.
Yeah, and
Now,
I
this is-
disagree with you.
Really?
So I don't think
It's
it shows
so
any part of
funny.
it in here. Yeah, it's hilarious, and it really goes off of a meme that happened at the time. I think it was, what was that, like 3 years ago, just over 3 years ago.
Yep.
So I think it's his 10-year-old son or 12-year-old son. He kissed pretty hard on the mouth, and like, I don't know, my feed was blown up with a whole bunch of memes of that. He kind of took that to cartoon form, and the most that it shows is exactly what you see on the screen right now. He does not show this kid making out with him. He shows the lips about to touch, and then it cuts away to this, and then you hear really disgusting noises, and you do everything.
Sorry. Sorry, this is the one that disturbs me the most. Probably because it's a real child
I get
and a
you,
real person.
but that's because it's making you do it. You are disturbing yourself with this. It's
Okay,
all in your
fair
head.
enough.
There
was there's a famous lolicon who got shit for I think he posted a fully clothed real child on his Twitter timeline just eating a banana, and he got shit for it. This was like a famous lolicon troll, and people gave him shit for it. That's the same sort of argument
Balenciaga
also
kids
there.
or whatever were all
What
wearing real
was
clothes.
that
It was
kid that
just creepy as shit?
Was that kid that was eating the banana also in the news for his dad force feeding him a banana earlier that week? Because the Tom Brady stuff was very weirdly specific, and everyone was like, "What the hell else is going on in the Brady household? This is freaking weird."
Okay,
and
they missed me by. I don't have the context for that particular thing.
Yeah, it
just seems
It
weird.
was pretty weird, man.
Okay, just a concept.
It's no different to me than South Park making fun of somebody. Like,
So that was literally what I was going to bring up was Blanket. So do you remember the Michael Jackson ones? Well, he actually has a kid named Blanket. So is that also harassing this kid because he was possibly, harmed, went through a bunch of trauma? We're using his actual name and a likeness. So I wanted to look into this a little bit more based off of what Rev is about to say in a second.
Okay, yeah. I think it's distinct. The South Park style is distinct enough. You can make the argument. Meat Canyon. I think this is some of his more real. It's all grotesque.
So if I
and even
lined
this-
up like 5 kids that were about the same age that had the same hair color, could you tell me which one this is depicting?
Don't know. Shit. As I said, it's really hard to say. I'm just saying, out of all of them, I think this is the best case. You guys think it's okay for the comedy, and you were aware of this meme, and I'm guessing you're assuming this is really weird and is sus, so he deserves some of this shit. It's the internet also.
Because what is the point of this animation? Is the point of this animation for you to whack it to the idea of Tom Brady and
No,
his
I'm
kid
not
like
saying
having
that.
sex? The point of this is to say Tom Brady is a freaking weirdo who open mouth kissed his son. I'm gonna make fun of him about it. Like that.
And it's supposed to make you really uncomfortable about that. And then the other part, you see all these photographers kind of in the background. At one point, they start really licking their lips very lasciviously. That is supposed to. It's supposed to make
was
you
it fair for that
uncomfortable, man.
lolicon to do the picture of? I think they said it was his sister eating a banana on his timeline. It's the same equivalent. It was.
What was the purpose? What was the purpose of him showing his sister?
It was. I don't even know if it was his sister. That was just a rumor. It was just because it was trying to test people. Like, it was a famous troll. Basically, he was trying to be like, this is a perfectly natural thing. If you see something sexual in it, yeah, okay, fair enough. There was no, there probably was a weird comedic sort of a side effect to it, but that wasn't its primary purpose. And I'm guessing you're saying the primary purpose of this. I'm saying I agree.
Well, what do you think the purpose of like
comedic
putting a
wise-
bunch of photographers and having them like lick their lips and kind of make them look very voyeuristic and over the top and disgusting? Do you think that's meant to make you enjoy this, or to think, hey, what they're
No.
doing is the correct thing? We should be looking at this man kissing his son. That's a great thing. Or
remember,
is there
this is
possibly
all
levels
on a
to it?
spectrum for me. Blaine's trying to talk me out of the spectrum before.
I just think you shouldn't
It's
talk
not just
about
Blaine,
it.
man. It's chat. It's everyone's trying to talk you out of this position, man. You can't be like,
What?
well, some of it's okay.
I'm not even. You're implying I think some of it's okay.
No,
Some of
that's
it's
the
just
problem with
not
saying it's a
spectrum.
spectrum. I'm just telling you, man, what the spectrum's optics look like.
You're on the autistic spectrum. Even if you're lightly autistic, you're still autistic, okay? Then there's just the disabled autism, okay? I'm saying all of this is okay. This is the one because it's portraying real people is the one that disgusts me the most.
Okay. I mean, it's supposed to disgust you, though. Does that? Like, okay,
That's
here's
fair
the
enough,
here's
fair
the
enough.
here's
Hey,
the actual question.
I give
then
comedy.
the question is then, what do you think should become of it, the animation?
I think it's perfectly fine to exist. Okay, shouldn't be taken off
see
of
that,
YouTube at all.
And that's exactly the.
And the only reason I give Rev any point here, at least from certain perspective, is that these are real people. Unless the lolly, you get into the Shadman situation, which I don't even think Rev would defend. I don't think anyone outside of their mind would defend Shadman personally. I think
Right, and that's actually drawing
I agree with you.
children in
That seemed like the
sexualized
strongest
things.
part.
Yeah.
But I got to tell you, man, this led to the weirdest search and probably put me on some list because I did this search. But I was interested in that because it's a visual depiction of a real person. And then they bring up some law. I don't know. I don't think they have a leg to stand on. I think it's a really bad argument. And I'll walk you through a few different ways when they get to it.
Well, I'm saying it's a better argument. This is actually one of the few arguments that is better from Rev than his rest, which have almost no merit at all. This is the only one that has any merit at all because it was a sexual between real people. Not saying it's a good argument from Rev. It's his best example, I'm saying.
Okay.
So you understand that, okay? I'm not saying it's a great point.
Definitely stronger than the school bus, for sure.
Oh, definitely stronger than any of the other examples. Yeah, the school bus one creeps me out the most. Second most after this one, okay? But that's just because, that's just disgusting.
You're just scratching the
Downright
surface, man. When he gets to like regular show, that shit's creepy.
Oh, regular show's great, man. Shit.
Not Meat Canyon's version of it, man. Like Benson is creepy. He wants you to suck his gumballs.
Fuck Meat Canyon in that case. Okay. I liked regular show. I even liked what he did on HBO Max. It was okay.
What was that one called? I liked that one. It was like, anyway, I like that dude.
Yeah, I thought that was really good. And I liked that HBO show, the HBO Max show. I forget right at the moment. I haven't had it for a while.
This is the animation from about 3 years ago. So for context, back then, ex-NFL player Tom Brady, apparently there was something out in the media where he kissed his son on the lips, and people thought that was weird. But Meat Canyon went a step further and made a full 2-minute animation of Tom Brady kissing his own son, who at the time of this video, this animation, was 12 to 13 years old. Now, this is where things get a little tricky because he is referencing a real specific child. And in this animation, they are making out, they fall down to the ground, they're rolling around making sexual noises and remarks to one another, while onlookers like this are licking their lips. You can see it's very sexual based on the fact this video is age restricted for the sexual content. And as many others will point out,
What
this
does
is
he
a
mean by
serious
sexual
issue.
content?
This isn't just a drawing anymore because it is referencing
Like it's
they were
dark.
making out.
These guys are being very voyeuristic, and you're hearing noises, but you literally see two tops of the head. Like, what other animation has that not been okay in? It's not. I don't understand what he means by
the implication
you have
of
to
it.
actually
The
visually depict
implication.
it.
Yeah. Well, I don't think he's saying it's illegal. He's trying to hit him hard with the hypocrite argument, and I think this is the only one where he has any what of an argument. I don't think he's arguing. I don't think he's arguing that this should be illegal or off the internet. He's just using this as one of his 3 examples of something that makes him a hypocrite. And again, the whole hypocritical argument, I hate it, okay? It can always be thrown back in your face, okay? Generally, it will be thrown back in your face.
When you can be a hypocrite about something and still be right, I think that's the worst part about a hypocritical argument is you can say, oh, you're being a hypocrite here. It's like, yeah, I'm a hypocrite, but like this also shouldn't be a thing that we do.
That's also another
But
reason.
saying like doing something that's acceptable to go ahead and, sexualize this kid, is that at all comparable to him like literally doing a cartoon that's parodying that situation, that's not showing that situation? And that is the cameraman when he's like licking his lips watching. Is it not a commentary on all of us watching on it, all the coverage of this? I don't know.
I don't
think
that.
that's
Speak
in
for
the
your
same
own
category.
selves, okay, you perverts. God, why is
That's a
Twitter trying to
self-report,
meme
sir.
on it? Yeah, it's weird. Self-report from you guys. I didn't know about this. This is creepy. Okay.
I'm pretty sure even SNL did a bit about it. Like,
yeah,
fine.
It was like
you're
all
gonna
over the
stand
news.
SNL.
I get you.
He was like, all right, like his son walks in and he's like getting one of his massages and he looks over and he talks with his kid and the kid goes to leave and he's like, aren't you forgetting something? And he like comes over and just open mouths him. Oh, it's so funny.
Okay. I'm glad you guys can find humor in it. I can find in theory the humor in it, but you guys should be ashamed.
It just it doesn't seem
I
like
ain't
it's the same thing. It'd be
ashamed.
like comparing.
Okay.
It'd be like
I'm going
comparing
over the
like
top
your
of the-
cover.
No.
All right.
I just had to push that. But yeah, when you actually, I also, in the context of what Meat compared, this is the only example that holds water. And compared to what Meat Canyon brings up, maybe he should have brought this up after Meat Canyon brings up the Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maiden argument. Okay? Because, yeah.
Real child. This is Shadman.
Actually, do you know about Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maiden Gray at all? You want to voice your opinion on that?
Not previous about this. I don't know. I don't know it well enough. I kind of know it from memes, and that's it. So I don't know. I don't think I should really weigh in on that. But I don't know. Like calling him hypocritical in this situation would be like calling you hypocritical because you covered this whole like lolly thing, and you spent a lot of time on this stream with it. So you're doing the exact same thing as like Vosh was doing by showing his folder. I don't know. Like, it seems like it's two completely different things. Like, what Meat Canyon is trying to do is show this whole situation in a very different light and make you feel a certain way about it. And there's an uncomfortableness about it where
you're saying for this particular video.
For most of his videos, that's kind of the point.
Critical.
Yes. What about for his actual video against lolly? Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I hate the hypocritical argument from Rev, and he keeps on harping. It's his go-to. It's really lazy, and I don't know how it convinces general people, except for the disgust factor of something like that hits them in this, because this will discuss certain people. And it's more about the comparison to something like Dragon Maiden, which I think is actually. Do you think it's worse or less? Let's get to the part.
Okay. And territory. And I don't feel comfortable even showing this clip. I don't know how it's on YouTube, to be honest with you. And I don't know how Meat Canyon.
Yeah, and Rev putting this sort of point. He's not saying it should be off YouTube, but that's the heavy implication here. And I don't like that, okay? If you're going to respect the artistic freedom of Lolicon, the people you defend all the time, but shame him for this is like a hypocritical spiral of hypocrite.
Canyon hasn't been called out for this endlessly. I can't believe this is sitting here because he is using a real specific child who was 12 to 13 at the time and making sexual reference. That is a new territory. Like I said, that's the Shadman territory. And if you look,
yeah, and this comparison is not anywhere close to it. Again, this is where I'm going to disagree with him.
Oh yeah, great. Geminiri is one of my biggest trolls.
the definition of child porn, there is an actual reference to what Meat Canyon did. Visual depictions have been created, adapted, or modified to appear that an identifiable minor is engaging in
And then there's two things that would be really helpful if they defined visual depiction, which there is literally a button that you can click right there and find out exactly what it means. But you could also click out identifiable minor and find out exactly what both of those mean. I was curious, so I did a search, and maybe I'm on a list now. But yeah, it sucks. So first off, it has to be one, so it has to be A, and then it could be B or C. So he also left out A, which is the production of such visual depiction involves the use of a minor engaging in explicit conduct. So first off, nothing was explicit in anything that Meat Canyon had on there. It's all that, I don't know if you'd call it implicit, but he's definitely implying something there.
Yeah.
You're feeling it, but he's not depicting it. That's the difference.
And comparing it to
that's
Shad,
also
where
why
he
Lolly
literally
wouldn't
had...
be considered this.
Yeah, I agree. I agree totally with you. And the comparison to Shad, man, is completely over the line. Okay.
Because
That
it was actual depiction of it. There is a reason why it's different, and it's on a completely different level. But the visual depiction, if you define that, it's visual depiction includes undeveloped film and videotape data stored on a computer disk or electronic means, which is capable of conversion into a visual image. So basically, just anything image-wise. But the other one was identifiable minor, which is a person who is a minor at the time of the visual depiction that is created, adapted, or modified. 2, whose image as a minor was used in creating, adapting, or modifying the visual depiction, and who is recognizable as an actual person by the person's face, likeness, or other distinguishing characteristics, such as a unique birthmark or other recognizable features. And B, shall not be construed, to require proof of the actual identity of the identifiable minor. So again, if you were to just see 5 different boys that had the same hair color, could you tell me which one his thing is depicting? Even if you saw the picture that Meat Canyon did, I think that's the same reason with the South Park ones.
I actually,
is it really an
our
identifiable
research-
likeness?
He also had like stills of the actual photo of Tom Brady at the end of the video. I think that sort of changes the context a little.
I could be wrong. There's 2
maybe I
that
saw
I found on
maybe I
YouTube.
saw an edit
One
of
of them
it.
has
Okay.
One of them ends right at the thing. I think that was his. And then one of them on, I think it was like clip of the day animation has that on the end. So I'm not sure which one was his since it's down now. But I think that's also the same reason why like South Park gets away with that thing. Like, is it really identifiable if you can't actually tell because of their stylized
I agree.
cartoon
It definitely
style?
isn't indefinable, but if it's the one that does that, then has the sort of stills of Tom Brady and actual pictures of that, I think it could match this to a certain degree, even if it's not a direct. I mean, you do have the visual thing in comparison to the artwork, so people will make the association. It would be a tricky case, but let me also bring up the point. Legal does not make moral, okay? I hate the fucking lolicons always going to the legal
Nobody's saying
stuff.
it's moral. If you want to say
Okay.
that Meat Canyon's cartoons are morally wrong, that's your prerogative. I don't think there's anything illegal about them. Where I do think there is a legal issue with, like CP, like we should get that out of there. People should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. I don't see anything that qualifies as that in what Meat Canyon does. I think it's very much less because it's not actually anything about sexual depiction. There might be
even you're making the
implication, if you will.
distinction. We're talking about what Meat Canyon's doing right now. And let's go with lolly hentai, which would meet the same thing.
Wait,
okay.
hold
but
on.
the
Are you saying
intent-
Meat Canyon's drawing lolly hentai? What's the argument here?
No, I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm saying in his mind from a legal perspective, and it's fucked, okay? It is completely fucked from the legal perspective. It's more about what Gray said, okay? Did you mean to say lolly CP? Because you went straight from Meat Canyon.
I mean, literally, there's a difference where what actually qualifies for it. What Rev is actually putting up on the screen right now, the legal definition of it.
Yeah.
There is a reason why nothing that Meat Canyon does would even come close to any of this. And same with Lolly, sadly, unless it is actually the last part of here, which is the explicit conduct, which I don't know if you want to go into that, but it basically means actual or simulated. One, intercourse including genital to genital, oral to genital, anal to genital, or oral anal, whether between persons of the same or opposite sex, bestiality, masturbation, sadistic or masochistic abuse.
You're gonna get me on a watch list just by being here. Okay,
or the lascivious exhibition of any of the genitals or pubic region for purposes of sexually explicit conduct.
He's just reading the law. Don't worry. The worst thing that happens is a bunch of California bots show up, and your mods have to take care of it.
I'm done reading it.
I've
but
had
it's
this
like
before.
Nothing that he does is graphic or explicit.
Okay,
it is.
Sorry, I
to make
just
you
completely
uncomfortable,
misunderstood what you were saying. I misunderstood what you were saying because you would jump from what Meat Canyon directly to see. I just was misunderstanding. Clarification, Greg.
I'm just saying none of this qualifies as what he has the legal definition of up there, and there's many reasons why it wouldn't. But
Yeah,
I think he's
I
being
agree.
very dishonest on purpose by not reading any of those definitions and then saying, "See, this qualifies under C." Which, if you read this, it doesn't. It has to include more than just C. But on top of that, it doesn't even count as anything that he's saying right there. But
yeah,
what can you do?
Yeah, it definitely does come off as disingenuous. Okay. And even his hypocritical argument, as we probably all agree, is really weak because you can be a hypocrite and still be right. It doesn't do anything, okay?
Sexually explicit conduct. That includes, by many people's definition, would include what he just did by using a specific as to Shadman. He was
this comparison, fuck off, okay? I don't like this.
Yeah.
Okay, comparing this to Shadman.
It was explicit what Shadman did. It's not even close.
You can say his actual intent wasn't sexual in nature. You can make that argument, but it wasn't for comedic purposes. No, it wouldn't be a good one. Okay, he used sexual material of Keemstar's daughter and many other times to sort of try to be funny in a super edgy way. Okay, his intent, the byproduct was sexual, but his intent, as I said, you can make the argument it wasn't intended. The sexuality of it was part of the edginess. It was part of it. Ugh. It's a bullshit argument. I agree. Okay. It's getting into the weeds. Missing the forest for the weeds, which sadly enough, I probably do more often than not. Okay. But yeah, I think you both agree with me that this comparison is completely fucked. Okay. And I don't know.
But I think it's
Jeb
beyond that by trying to evoke the law right before this and saying, see, this is literally CP that he's making, and then doing this comparison.
This is barrels of fuck here, okay? I understand why Rev is doing this, the emotional appeal. He's sort of quartering. I don't know if he's literally this deranged just to see so many anti-lolicons or if he's just grifting. I think it's grifting just because of how he works, okay? But and his avatar also, okay? There's so many things that make me think. I'm not going to say he's grifting off of all this but I'm gonna say he's grifting. I'm not gonna say that 100%. He could buy into Lollies did nothing wrong, but that's delusional, okay? And this argument, no matter the intent, is disingenuous in that. Don't care if he realizes it or not, dishonest, asshole-ish, invoking both the law and morality, morals. Frog shaming, I think. Moral frog shaming is, I think, the term I typically use. Works well enough.
Now I'm thinking of a
was run
frog
off of the
shaman.
internet really for two reasons, some legal reasons,
Frog shamans. Makes me want to play Chrono Trigger again.
but also he was morally run
Don't
off
ask
the
me
internet
why.
because he made sexualized artwork that was using Keemstar's underage daughter.
Yes.
Much projection in this video. I'm going to get into this part right here where he talks about Dragon Maid.
Which the creators of Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid, I love saying that, the creator of Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid have never specified her age. But because she can transform into a big dragon, people just speculate that she's 7,000 years old. Even though that is...
No, the implication is that she's almost as old as the main character, whatever their names are. I don't care
Toru.
enough. Was that Gray who said that?
No, that was
no.
It was not. It was the informed
Okay,
one.
that would have been funny if a Gray told me.
Yeah,
Okay,
and that's sort of the whole point is that like he like meets again, it's fine to call out people who are into lolly, but then when you like really step out of your depth and you're like, this character's a lolly character with giant tits and they are the same age as the other character who is an adult getting a job in the world. Like it shows that they're out of their depth. They don't know what's going on, and they're just like, they're short. Get them. Like it falls flat as an argument.
I mean, even someone brought up Aramanga Sensei. Okay, gushing for. There's a lot of better examples than Dragon Maiden, but everyone goes to the Dragon Maiden one for some crazy reason. It's a horrible one to use.
You could actually look at a lolly hentai and point to that as an example of something that shouldn't exist.
But then they can't tie it to anime, okay? Okay, definitely comes off. I mean, in Meat Canyon's, I'm not even going to say defense, but in his ignorance, I'm assuming this is how it comes off to me. He just looked for a reason and went with the most bog standard arguments out that he can find and tried to write a script, making it somewhat funny. That's my impression of it. Not that he's too dedicated to this.
Does feel like he just Googled like lollies and saw like a Maid Dragon article or something, and then was like, oh, which character's the lolly? And instead of Kana, the actual lolly that isn't looted in the show and that was a real forerunner of the don't loot the lolly whole debate and argument was it said skips her and says this one's got big boobs. Seems very ignorant.
And I even bared it long enough to watch like 2 episodes with the really weird one. Okay. Sorry, not a fan of the show. It was a little bit funny when she tried to make hands out of her claws. Like, oh, she can't change her breast size.
That's where her firepower stays.
Yeah, exactly. But she tries to make hands. That was a little bit funny, I admit. I think the balls, but then you find out there's all those little hands in there.
Little tiny hands.
Really well drawn. Like, you can't make a bigger version of that, but there's many little small hands that look like better versions
Basically,
of hands.
Gray, in this universe, dragons live in an alternate dimension and then come into our dimension, and they are able to shapeshift into a humanoid form. And some of them are better at shapeshifting than others. And this one character with the big boobs is incapable of making hands. And so she just has dragon claws, and they're like, we've got to make hands. And then they go through an entire sequence of her not being able to make hands properly.
Wonder if it's also a sort of a meta art thing about how hard it is to draw hands.
Could be.
I mean, it feels...
Could be.
I mean...
The fact that they give her just big ball hands is pretty hilarious, so I would agree with that.
Okay, I will admit that was one of the better parts that I came across.
That's just made up for their own kind of, desires to justify what they're doing. But she looks like an 8 or 9-year-old child. Miss Kobayashi.
And you can say that's disingenuous right there. He didn't show the huge boobs. Okay, this is the other point that I'll give Rev. Okay, I won't even give him that good of a point about, I think in the context of this comparison to what he did with Tom Brady, Rev has a slight point. His moral frogging in the legal, I agree with Gray, sort of skipping over and not getting into the details of that law. Complete bullshit. But in the context of what he goes into here, why does everyone fucking moral frog? Don't they know that's just, especially when you're you're defending lolicons. That seems like the worst hill to die on.
It is.
Dragon Maid team, just come out and say something. Or, better yet, let's just not make it. Can I?
Yeah, I'm sure that will piss off a lot of people who want to defend both anime as a whole. It doesn't actually piss me off too much.
It's the problem is like I want to be like, yeah, don't make lolly, but when I say that, I mean hardcore hentai lolly or softcore hentai lolly. Yes. Don't make that. Don't let that even be an availability for the world to see. I don't think it's good. I don't think it's healthy. I don't think it should be around. But when these people say we shouldn't make lolly, they mean this character is too short. And it's like, fuck off. Just let the character be.
No, unless you were prescribed by a doctor lolly as a cure for your pedophilia. Sorry, I brought up some Twitch poll person
who said
I wonder if that's literally true. It's some cringy leftist trans Asian girl that Queeman's been making fun of a lot, called Food Shops. They call her Food Slops. And yeah, shit, everyone's been shitting on her. She sort of deserves it, okay?
Can I get an amen for that? Amen. I just want to say that.
First of all, let me just mention that this was the...
And also the amen is so much cringe.
That's one that can't do the hands?
See, that's the girl. And Rev doesn't even show the hands, okay? That would have been a much better argument.
She's supposed to
given
be
the
young? Because
context.
I would not get that she's young from what I'm seeing on screen now.
No, she's about the same age as the other main character, Toru, who is drawn to look like they're in their like 20s. And the whole series of the show is that this office worker is drunk and wandering out in the woods and encounters the dragon, and they become friends. And she really likes maids, and then the dragon, after the drunken talk about maids, is like, "Oh, I'll be your maid." And so they're friends, and so that's the main dragon, Toru, and Toru, the main dragon, and this dragon are about the same age, and they're in that like college age feeling characters as far as the way they act and are portrayed.
Yeah, definitely. Most of the characters come off that way. Yeah, the one blonde comes off as a bimbo, old bimbo.
Lucla, yeah. The whole point is that she's Quetzalcoatl, like the Aztec dragon, and she is definitely like super old and wise, but also that comes with that little bit of like joshing fun.
Yeah, and there's some things about it, like the character Shoda, which is playing into the anime tropes, I think. I think it's just shit, anime. I'll be going into something. I want to know your guys, well, at least Blaine. Gray, you can comment on it. I might even made this, but
fumble of the century. So he's going into an anti-Lolicon rant, right? And he brings up Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid, and he doesn't reference characters like Kana. He goes for Ilulu. And then the projection is off the charts. This guy looks at this large-breasted dragon character.
And as someone who just pays attention to rhetoric, the projection, I fucking hate this shit. The hypocrite argument and all these other bullshit. This is why I can't watch Rev videos. Occasionally I can find one that I enjoy, and I try to watch some other ones, and I'm like, no, I can't. All this is just crap.
And immediately thinks of children. Again, projection. We've seen this happen a million times on places like Twitter. It's a very weird dynamic.
That's also why Rev, when the Thinkers played the Rev video, I'm like, okay, fair enough.
That these people have, where they look at characters like this and immediately think of children. But I also noticed that Meat Canyon has an animation featuring of Lolicon and sexualized characters in anime.
I think Blaine brought this up earlier. This Charlie clip is overused.
Yeah, and it's also speaking of a very different thing, and I don't know. We went over this argument already.
Yeah, great. Probably doesn't have anything to add unless you do.
He did. He said, "Is it better if they're, or is it any different if they're not real?" And I made the horrifying connection to the actual tapes of actual girls.
I'm curious.
And I wasn't trying to say like that's an actual argument. I just think that would lead to that argument for the same people. Like, well, I don't actually like little girls. That's a fictional film. Like, I don't know. I think it just leads down that same line. I just think it's a bad argument to be like, well, it's fake though. It's like,
it's a weak
I don't know,
argument. Okay,
also
it's very weak because you're making the comparison. It's actors and actresses. But yes, it's those children who are
the argument of it's fake would lead to like Photoshop being okay because it's fake. It's like, no, there are some issues with that. You could, depending on the jurisdiction, still follow in the what do they call it, like revenge porn category.
Yeah, there's all kinds of ways you can get in trouble with Photoshop.
Yeah, well, exactly. There was the whole scandal.
If there was ever a single book that I think everyone.
Okay, maybe you might even know about this.
Just cut yourself off with the play button?
Huh?
He did.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Okay.
Maybe I clicked it, maybe I didn't. I don't know.
Okay. Sass, before I show this, ever hear of? Well, let me just pop it up on the screen and see if you're familiar with this, Blaine.
Okay.
However you say that, I'm horrible at Japanese. Database consumption. Understand otakus.
Hiroki Azuma's.
Thank you. I'm going to just embarrass myself. Database consumption. Understand otakus. Ever heard of this, Blaine?
No.
Wow, sheesh.
What's the
I
Japanese
keep trying to push
name?
this on people, but Andrew didn't get this. But maybe again, sometimes I need to think about how to communicate some of my ideas, because it explains otaku. I think we all know what otaku is. Uses this one example. I don't know if it's necessary. Okay, maybe it will. I just don't know what to use this. Okay, I've gone over this a couple of times. It's definitely anime.
So Azuma conceives of the otaku as a postmodern consumer, one which seeks to
Okay.
consume and classify characters from anime, manga, and visual novels according to their traits by anonymously creating databases that catalog, store, and display their results. This database that Azuma talks about doesn't refer to any specific database online. Azuma is referring to a non-hierarchical collection of various media elements that define a family relation amongst the media we consume. Instead of seeing otaku as uniquely Japanese, Azuma sees the rise of otaku culture as marking
Do I need to slow it down?
No, I'm keeping up.
Okay.
a new global trend in consumption. He mentions Trekkies as a Western example. The reason for why he links these features to postmodernity is for two reasons. The first is the omnipresence of simulacra, and the second, the dysfunctionality of a grand narrative. Two things that sound pretty complicated, but will make more sense when we look at a show like Digikarat. Digikarat's main character, Digicore, appeared around 1997 to 1998, originally as a mascot for an anime and gaming store. And at this point, there existed no narratives or stories behind the mascot at this time. As the character gained attention,
Okay, are you getting the gist so far with what he explained with this guy's theory? Or
no, so, I mean, so far I'm getting fact. Like,
Okay.
like it's just like the making a database of what the otaku are. Are we just defining otaku? Because I got that.
He gets to it later. He goes through this whole example, which really isn't
what the
relevant.
original Digikarat is.
It's sort of it makes pretty much an anime based off of a product. You know, I'm sure there's plenty of things.
Yeah.
Good examples. There's also equivalents.
Like Hello
There's some
Kitty,
TV
right?
show-
Hello Kitty, you know, is a
Yeah.
full story and everything behind them.
This is what this whole argument is. Okay, I think this one's probably a better start.
Each Moe element has its own origins and backgrounds
Moe element.
developed in order to stimulate the interests of consumers. These Moe features are not a simple fetish object, but rather a property emerged through market principles. Most Moe elements are visual, but they can also manifest as a particular way of speaking, setting, character arcs, and so on. Digicore, for instance, has antennae-like hair, a maid costume, cat ears, and a collect.
So the important element in this particular thing, it's they're saying these elements, such as the loli elements, would not be necessarily.
Well, these are the moe
fetishistic.
elements, to be specific.
Yes.
Because
Yes.
like the moe element is very different than the lolly element. The moe element
Yeah.
is the art of being cute. It's sort of a subset of kawaii that reaches with a more, you know, kind of rounded blob-like character design. And the like kawaii is a mathematical formula in Japan when it comes to makeup, when it comes to fashion, all of these things. So it sort of sits on its own apart from lolly specifically. Like the lolly character has to be a child, whereas you could have a super busty moe character.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, most lolly characters are going to be moe, but that's not necessary to.
Yeah, it's not inherent to their
have
character.
to be furry adjacent, or is that part just
No, he's just breaking down all the characteristics of moe, and some of it.
Good
probably
luck
is not
being
gonna make
moe without being furry adjacent.
Okay, that's what I was
Yeah.
wondering. Like, does it come with the territory, or fair enough?
No, the
probably
moe
true.
specifically is going to be just that sort of like big-headed cuteness, you know, sort of blob eyes, really deformed head features, and the animal aesthetic just comes along because it sort of matches with like a kitten or, you know, something like that.
Yeah,
But
It's
it
definitely
depends on
not
the
meant to be
depends on the
sexual at
show.
all.
There's plenty of moe where it's not animal at all. and we
yeah.
call them garbage.
Oh
Fair enough.
God, you only like the furries, always, or at least, or I'm getting your backward. Oh well.
As a kind of output generated from a collection of pre-registered elements based on various MOA elements that are in fashion. Looking outside of Digicore, we can also investigate the various characters resembling Ayanami Rei. In the 1990s to 2000s, Rei lookalikes were being produced on a massive scale in manga,
I love
anime,
it.
and novels.
Yeah.
I mean, I kind of hate it, but I also love it.
Which part? Which one of
so-
these are your favorite?
So here's the deal, right? So you have Evangelion that comes out and gives all of their characters actually really interesting backstories that explain exactly why they would behave or act a certain way. And so this character, Rei, is very detached, very on her own. And when my Evangelion manifesto drops, or if you watch it, you'll see why that is for that character. But everybody else watching Evangelion who makes anime was like, people like character who is quiet and kind of detached. I'll make my character quiet and detached, but for no reason. And then you have just an onslaught of characters that for no reason are just like quiet, detached, annoying, like not super useful in any way. And it just became this like flood on the market of this character type without any of the actual reason for that character to be or act that way that existed in Evangelion.
And we get to the point where we have Yandere Simulator. Oh, that's all.
In the 1990s to 2000s, Rei lookalikes were being produced and consumed on a massive scale in manga, anime, and novels, both for the commercial market and doujinshi markets. According to Azuma, the proliferation of these characters shouldn't be seen as a direct influence of Evangelion as a father text. Instead, we should look at it from the standpoint of the database. According to Azuma, the emergence of Ayanami Rei did not influence authors as much as she changed the rules of the moe elements sustaining otaku culture. Because of this, even those authors who were not deliberately thinking of Evangelion began to unconsciously produce characters closely resembling Rei from newly registered moe elements, such as a quiet personality, blue hair, pale skin, and a mysterious nature or power. Each time a popular character emerges, the moe element database changes accordingly, and as a result, the following seasons will find a new generation of characters featuring new moe elements derived from previous ones that have proven.
The author of this actual video admits that there's some interesting ideas, but there's also a lot of crazy stuff in here. But yeah, does this seem to track with how
I disagree. I don't think that Rei has moe specific in her. I think the moe boom is better linked to like Lucky Star.
This is separate from the moe. He's the moe.
But he says that she's her own kind of moe. I don't know. It's a weird idea. I get the idea that people would want the different features that would let you create a Rei without trying to copy a Rei, that you're like, oh, I'm gonna make a quiet character with a blue-haired bob cut. Like oh no, I made a Rei, but I don't know. I think in the community of anime, especially in like the 2000s, like you gotta really be trying to not know who Rei is to not know who Rei is.
Fair enough. But this is sort of the SPACs thing that I've been using. The destruction of the grand narrative.
Okay.
Postmodernity. This is sort of the sort of things, the clones you're talking about, is sort of a process of postmodernism, which sort of destroys the grand narrative, which is a lot of the problems in America media, at least. They take characteristics and just slap them on.
Right.
I don't know if you care about that or something.
Well, like I said, I don't like the characters just existing or characteristics just being there. I like them when they have a reason to be there. I think they mean so much more that it's just really important.
Yeah, most shit. I'm horrible with names. I like this one, but I'm a fan of except for the Endless Eight. I hated the Endless Eight. Did anyone like the Endless Eight? We're probably losing people now, but
no, I don't think so.
Do you know anyone who liked the Endless Eight?
No.
Okay.
I can't. I don't. That doesn't come up with many people, so I'm gonna say no.
Sorry. I'm a big enough fan of Haruhi Suzumiya. I'm just curious if anyone liked the Endless Eight. I think I've seen someone try to defend it. I'm like,
I've seen defenses of it, but it's usually just like a thought experiment. Like, man, I wonder if I could make this okay.
Yeah, no. I also like Battleship.
Endless 8 Gray is an arc in an anime that most people think is pretty trash.
It is trash. Okay,
It's a little over my
repeating
head.
itself. Sorry, I knew I was going to lose almost everyone who's not an anime person.
It's all right.
But yeah, okay. Complete another crap.
It's my calling to evangelize. So I got you.
Okay. I get into. I think we're gonna come to a close soon, unless you want to see the original video. There's one last thing. I mean,
I got one question for Blaine.
Yeah.
So before, when we kind of talked about the lolly stuff, I think I mentioned like, it seems like almost every anime has like some sort of creepy thing in it, and then you were saying that my taste in anime is old, or I haven't seen new anime. Am I wrong in that? Like, is there not some element that's usually kind of creepy or strange?
No, I mean it was really going to depend on the show, like, and then it's going to depend on what you mean by creepy. I would say that like something like Overtake has nothing creepy in it. It is about a kid who lives near Mount Fuji who is driving Formula 4 cars for a sort of a small mom and pops team. And it's all about them competing in F4 races across Japan. And you follow, like, the closest you get to creepy is there is a photographer character in that series that he won't take pictures of people anymore. And that's why he's been sent to take pictures of the cars. And getting into his psyche and why he no longer wants to take pictures of people is... I think it's really compelling. Like, it's a really good way to give that character that motivation. But yeah, there's nothing in that series that I would classify as creepy. And then you watch something like Tales of Wedding Rings, and the guy gets isekai'd to another world, and his goal now is to collect wedding rings from the princesses of 5 different lands so that he can, because the rings give him the power to control fire, water, wind, air, light, and he becomes the husband of all of these women.
Yeah, then we become Captain Isekai.
Yeah, and he his power, his strength comes from his connection with the women as a like an extension of their love. And I don't know. Someone would think that's weird.
Like
I'm enjoying it.
Modified. Okay, I don't think I
Fair
would
enough.
enjoy it, but to each his own.
It doesn't seem creepy. It seems particular, for sure.
Oh, there's plenty that
really
aren't creepy. Would you say Veroni Kenshin is creepy, Blaine?
No, Rurouni Kenshin doesn't have any creepiness in it. That's Meiji era, so like after the Edo period, Japan got rid of the samurai class and to no more samurais, and so it's about a wandering samurai who's trying to deal with what the new world is like and sort of the last vestige of that.
Reverse Blade, isn't it? Or am I wrong on that one?
You are correct.
Yeah.
That's the Reverse Blade one, isn't it?
Yep.
Had a really popular.
Yeah, no, I got a couple seasons
OVA.
into that, but I definitely never finished it.
Okay, and on that note, sorry.
So here's my follow-up statement to the Dragon Maid video, I guess. I know
Okay,
it seems
this-
silly to keep talking about
This is the first time I heard the Dragon Maid come up, and this is the response to it after she got some backlash. It found out that she, on her DeviantArt, I covered this in a stream. She covered.
Who's she?
She did some. Let's fuck this up. Neuralities. Okay.
Neuralities.
She
Got it.
tried to make a whole argument that just the design, and either of you guys remember the head argument that Bosch used?
Or the goblin. It looked more goblin-y.
What is it, like 5
No, it
heads
was the
tall?
other
So
one.
that means she's an adult or something?
Yes, it was the other one. His defense. She used that. Head
6
argument
heads
to-
is still a child on that chart.
She's at least 5 heads high, though. I think we're good. Yeah, that's a really weird standard. I don't know.
What about midgets?
head
What? How do you deal with little people? They're only like 3
she had
heads
a whole-
high.
Trust me, she had a whole cope about it. I think she even gave it some context, but she was probably the first person I saw to really harp on this. And people came down hard on her.
Funny.
So here's my
But this is
follow-up
her
statement to
response
the
to it.
Dragon Maid video, I guess.
Listen to
I know
this.
it seems silly to keep talking about this and like I'm wasting my time, but I genuinely want to believe that most of the people who disagreed with me are not acting with malicious intent, but are just simply misinformed or maybe a bit confused. If you are willing to take the time to actually listen to my side and then you still disagree with me, then that's all I can ask. Because there is no conversation at all if you're not even willing to engage in the first place.
And they hit her with the hypocrite argument, which I didn't do in my video. I just thought her little theory of character design. She started off with a Disney little comparison and sort of harped on the sort of the queer baiting with the villains. And I'm like, this is a really weird tangent to start off
Like how
with.
Scar is like queer coded. I've seen those videos.
Yeah, she started her lolicon off with that particular thing. I'm like, what the fuck? Why are you making this? Yeah, anime's roots come from Disney, but it's come so far.
Hey, Disney stole that from anime, and don't you forget it.
You think I thought Astro Boy was inspired like old Disney, Walt Disney
It was, but then shortly after Disney started stealing all of
Oh.
Osamu Tezuka's stuff.
I'll agree. It was a very some sort of weird correlation. Like also with the, I think I even brought up the steampunk thing. Not steampunk.
Sounds like something a
cyberpunk.
Disney simp would say.
No, cyberpunk started in the West, but they didn't do much with it, and it really made headways. Japan, I think, like Ghost in the Shell and a lot of their work on cyberpunk, I think it was really good.
So before you start writing a comment on this video, I want you to really take some time to think critically about which side of this argument you want to land on. The
No.
reason I brought up the author of Rurouni Kenshin not facing jail time or even being fired for his possession of roughly 100 DVDs of real child porn, like
Again, did he do
Damn.
lolly? Did he do
No.
anything sexual?
Hold on. This is very specific, okay? Okay. We were just talking about Japan's age of consent previously, correct? They also
Yeah,
had
so
a
he brings that up.
They also had a very low age of porn, basically. So like you were allowed to make porn with people who were like 16, okay? And then they changed the rules. They said, hey, you know what? We should not do this anymore. We're going to bump that up to 18 like the rest of the world. Everybody who has this stuff, turn in your stuff. And the Watsuki had a ton of 100, apparently, in this article. I've heard other numbers. Videos, DVDs of stuff from 16 to 18 in his possession.
Is that all that he had? Just because it's saying DVDs of early teen girls, which I don't know what early teen girls means, but I would assume under 16.
That is what that article sounds like, but based on everything I've read in like filings and stuff, it's purely from the change where it was illegal or it was legal and is now illegal. And then so they raid him. They're like, hey, this is bad. He goes through his entire thing. He walks away with basically a $2,000 fine, and the entire world is like, wait, what? He had CP and he only paid $2,000 to get out of it? Not paying attention to the context of it was a rule change. He just missed the buffer to turn it in, all these other things that are surrounding it. You know, it's not
and
great.
I think it still destroyed his career. I still think it destroyed his career. If
He's
I'm
on his way
remembering
back. He's writing again for the company, so he has paid his fine. And in Japan, he has gone through. He's done his time. He's paid his fine, and now he's back. Like they don't have a grudge that they hold against him the way we hold grudges in the West. And so now he's back. He's writing manga. But there are all kinds of like articles that are going to make it sound way worse than the actual situation was. And that's not to say that it was good. It was still bad.
No.
I don't know why you had it, but it was legal for a while.
Okay, but remember, she made you don't know because I don't want to play that whole video. This is a response to where she was making the Miss Kobayashi Dragon Maiden is designed to be like children with her art background. And did you hear her in the beginning? I don't think their arguments are wrong. I think they're just misinformed. No, I really think she was misinformed with her sort of pseudo sort of my argument wasn't that great, but to compare pretty much Western animation style to Eastern animation style, I think was a big hijacking of it. But this is the start of her defense, and she starts off with, after saying, oh, people are wrong, and she's starting off with this point, which is totally, I see this as sort of like, yeah, look, this manga guy had all this porn. This is super disingenuous to me, okay? And I don't like Bosch. I don't think she even brought up the fact that she drew My Hero Academia yayoi ships, okay, in very sexual positions. I could be wrong. I don't think she addresses it.
Yeah, they've been aged up, all right? They're aged up, all right? Come on.
I don't even think they were aged up, okay?
No, they've been aged up. I promise. They've been aged up.
I'm sure that would be her defense, but that deviant. I covered that in another stream. But yeah, look at this argument. This is like pure cope that she would bring up the sort of lump this in with her design argument. Just pointing this out.
Not anime, actual human children, was because he is not the exception to the rule in Japan, he's kind of the standard. The possession of child pornography only became totally illegal in Japan in 2015. Charges for possession include imprisonment for up to 1 year and being fined up to 1 million yen, which is just under 9,000 US dollars. He was fined 200,000.
They didn't go hard enough on this goddamn veto. I don't think this is good. Definitely said something very creepy about him. But the funny thing is, he doesn't even do lolicon art. He doesn't even seem to appeal to lolicons. So I don't know how she thought this was relevant to bring up. Oh, because he had child porn and he worked in the manga industry. Do you guys understand where she's going with it? Do you think this is a good way to follow up a defense from a rather shitty video where a lot of people criticized you?
It's such a stupid, like, it's like, oh, this one guy got in trouble for CP and only paid $2,000, ignoring all of what I just explained about how the rules changed. It was legal, then it wasn't legal. You know, there was a grace window. He missed it, so they gave him a fine instead of like anything too crazy. And then now they're sort of aligned with the rest of the world. So it completely ignores the fact that like Japan was like, oh yeah, you know what? We do need to actually line it up with the rest.
Blaine,
of
are you protecting a pedophile?
I apparently
I'm
will.
Joking. I'm joking. Sorry, man. Sorry.
Yeah, you're
Joke.
good.
Okay. Normally I wouldn't apologize for a joke, but I want to make things clear.
Oh, you're fine.
I'm being disingenuous in my joke. That's the humor.
Yen, or less than $2,000. To everyone who commented about the sexualization of child characters in anime having no real-world harm and that it's just a part of Japan's culture, I would like to inform you of the increasing rates of child abuse, which includes sexual abuse, that Japan has been experiencing, reaching record-breaking heights for the last 29 years in a row, all while American child abuse rates have been on the decline. To everyone bringing up Japan's age of consent, sure, at 13, Japan...
I did not at all in my video response and other video response made this argument at all. In fact, I didn't even make this argument. I'm just like, your little theory that Dragon Maiden seems like complete bullshit. That's it. So this almost seems like very similar to the Vosh situation in reality. Okay, she's deflecting to a really weak part of the criticism and not addressing the sort of thing about herself or other arguments. She's taking the weakest argument and using totally stuff to double down that Japan is just a whole bunch of weirdos.
Hold on, is she gonna actually finish reading this sentence, or is she gonna stop at 13?
We'll find out.
Japan's base age of consent is the lowest of any developed country. However, many prefectures also have local corruption of minors or obscenity statutes, which raise the de facto age of consent to 16 to 18.
There you
the
go.
Effective age of consent in Tokyo by local statute is 18. And it's not like this is an issue that is set in stone either. It can be changed.
What was the point of that article? Is she saying
to raise the age of consent from 13 to 16, which received 40,000 signatures? Arguing that it's fine because it's not technically illegal in Japan should mean nothing to you. I can guarantee from my video analytics.
Oh,
that
you know what
44%
happened?
of
I know
them
what
are from the
happened.
United States.
Somebody told her this, was like, didn't you know the age of, well, like someone in her circle was like, well, of course, I mean, the age of consent in Japan is 13 after all, not realizing that that's like saying that the minimum wage in America is $7 an hour. It really isn't in most states. So it's the same thing with the age of consent in Japan, where even though nationally it's 13, they don't have a reason to raise it because every prefecture is taking care of that on their own.
Yeah, I didn't even know if we would get into this, but
stupid.
But yeah, the similarity, I wouldn't call this a Gish horse gallop personally, but it seems like a lot of nonsensical data that actually doesn't really link very well to her original video, which she's supposedly responding to the criticism of. I'm just seeing some similarities between this video and Bosch. That's why I wanted to play it.
I see.
And are you guys seeing it? It's not as dishonest as Bosch. Or
I mean, the big obvious for me is just that Vosh said someone who looks at lollies is a pedophile, and Vosh has lolly content. So I'm just following the train, you know? Choo choo.
She doesn't make that explicit thing, but she did definitely tried to make the argument that Japan is trying to make people into pedos, at least in this. I forget about
like 100 people living in Japan clicked on my video, which is like 0.01%. They are not the people I am trying to talk to here. You cannot use cultural differences as a defense when part of that culture also ends up hurting people. Media does.
I use the cultural. In my video, I use the cultural. I didn't use a cultural defense. I explained the differences between Western and Eastern art, the sort of similarities and the divergence between the two. Doesn't that seem fair if the argument from Western school and comparing it to Eastern school, or do you think that would have been off?
Well, there's a difference between cultural defense and cultural explanation, right?
Yeah, I
Like,
was going with the cultural explanation
had-
of why her Western art degree might have a little bit of leeway here, but not much. Sorry. I'm maybe coping and seeing something that's not there, but I did want to revisit
not
this.
Exist in a vacuum, and portraying sexualized child characters in any media normalizes the sexualization of children to the audience. Why do you think so many of you can't even see this as a problem?
Oh, what did you say, Blaine? Didn't you say she wasn't sexualized? I know. That was definitely obscured. I know. I'm being
It's just a
asshole
funny
now.
show, that's all.
Yeah, I can see within the context, and she used that very selective clip to make it look like that little girl, when most of her argument was around the big-breasted dragon girl.
It's because anime has normalized it to you. And also, none of this matters anyway, because guess.
I'm assuming she's not the source of this, but this was the first one I saw that came up that tried to push this narrative that something like Dragon Maiden will turn people into pedos or normalize this in our society. And maybe she's even right to a certain extent. It's more the lolicons, I think, that are going to push. And I doubt they're big fans of Dragon Maiden. I don't know. Seems like a weird thing. I'm fun with your game, Blaine.
No, I've reached a good ending point for the night on the game, so I'm all in on the conversation.
Okay, yeah, a little bit of this, and maybe end with just a funny thing, and give Dante's rant room a little boost.
That's what I found out after making the Dragon Maid video. The author, Cool Kyo Shinja, has drawn at least 5 comics of child porn, so there is literally no point in defending this person. One of which is 194 pages in length. Do you know how long it takes to draw nearly 200 pages of anything? This is a theme in Dragon Maid for a reason. This isn't even a matter of possession. This guy is producing and distributing comics of child porn. And look, I know doujinshi or hentai.
What did you think about that argument?
It is. I don't know. I'd have to see it because
it's a deflection. It's
so many manga artists start out like drawing porn because that's what people buy. That's an easy way for them to do it. It's like Sylvester Stallone getting into porn before he was an actor. Like it's just the way it worked in Japan for a very long time. Doujins being able to be as tame as they are nowadays is actually pretty wild, because when I was growing up, if you said doujin, you meant porn.
Yeah, and I swear to God, just because they drew it before, you're trying to make that connection with this when they've gone a little bit mainstream with the success. This seems like a total deflection.
And most of it's parody, right? So it's like of characters that are underage, and it's like, well, what was the parody? You know, like, I'm sure if you go on like a porn site, you're gonna find like Dora the Explorer porn. I know that exists. Does that mean that it's CP? No, that's not how this works.
Yeah, I just really think this is such a freaking cope. She's melted down because of her backlash. So
of child porn aren't illegal in Japan. This guy has not done anything that I know of that could be met with legal action. And even in America, when it comes to drama...
What? Hold on. Isn't Dragon Maid's... maybe I misheard. Isn't Dragon Maid's author a female?
I don't remember.
Okay.
The author, Cool Kyoshinja, has drawn at least 5 comics of child porn, so there is literally no point in defending this person. One of which is 194...
Yeah, but we're not defending this person. People are defending the idea behind it. Okay, look. There's a Big Brass, Shotokan, Panzer.
You know
Okay, Shotokan, okay?
how long it takes to draw nearly 200 pages of anything? This is a theme in Dragon Maid for a reason. This isn't even a matter of possession. This guy is producing and just...
See, I'm really curious if this is even from something they did.
distributing comics of child porn. And look,
I'm
I
not
know
invested enough
doujinshi or
to look into
hentai
it,
of child
but-
porn
I'm not
aren't
Googling
illegal
it.
in Japan. This guy has not done anything
Yeah.
that I know of that could be met with legal...
I'm just putting F to doubt.
Also,
I meant maybe-
Dragon Maid's author is unknown.
Oh, okay.
They're just a name that makes stuff.
A pseudonym. It could even be a group of people who have similar styles. Probably not, but yeah,
Not
pseudonym.
usually, no.
Not usually. Yeah, they usually group up. You know, I haven't gotten into enough speculation this stream. I had to throw something out there.
action.
Okay.
And even in America, when it comes to drawn child porn, it's a little messy, right? In 2005, in Richmond, Virginia, Dwight Worley was sentenced to 20 years in prison for his possession of child porn, including hentai, digital photos of real children, and graphic text-based emails.
Yeah, did he hear that? Graphic of real children. I guess.
Yeah, okay.
I guess.
Lock him up.
I guess she was trying to make the connection. He had both real CP and animated CP. Okay.
Lock him up.
What does
Wood
that mean?
chipper. What do you need? We can do it all.
Bomb collar. Bomb collar.
Bomb collar.
What? Again, maybe it's just my love of the battle royale and disappointment that not enough bomb collars get used in fiction when it's such a great idea. You know, just the idea of a pedophile going towards a child and go beeping like beep, beep, beep. Also, too much scans probably.
That cartoons are protected under the First Amendment because they do not depict real children. He also claimed the statute is unconstitutional because text-only emails cannot be obscene. 2 judges rejected those arguments. A third agreed with Worley on those issues, but joined in the majority in affirming his convictions on the counts pertaining to the photographs.
Exactly, the photographs. Oh god.
Look at this photograph. Every
Yeah, I
time
don't
I
even
do,
wanna
it
pick
makes me laugh. How did
Well,
our
this
eyes
react-
get so red?
Well, at least she doesn't distort this definition. A psychiatric disorder where adult has sexual fantasy. I've seen videos that distort it, just like childlike. At least she's not doing that.
Like, I would posit that you cannot have a sexual orientation where the is legally incapable of giving consent 100% of the time. They are in no way comparable.
Yeah, but that sort of that gives the lolicons. See, this is so bad for her. You can't say that this gives lolicons dynamo that argument. The consent argument actually gives it to the lolicons. Would you agree?
It depends. Does consent? Do you have to be so tall to consent, or is it
Yeah, I
just
was
like an
gonna
age
say.
thing? Because
You would need agency or free will or some sort of sense. Since it's just a picture, there's
I don't know,
no
man.
need
It's
for.
creepy.
I'm not saying it's not creepy. I'm saying argumentative drawn pictures don't have consent. That's like saying Luke Skywalker has consent. Okay, I'm saying just as an argument, the consent argument is complete dog shit in this particular case. I'm not saying the lolis are right. I'm saying her argument is crap here.
If my theory is wrong and pedophilia is still categorized as a mental illness 10 or 20 or however many years from now, after more research has been done, then obviously I would prefer these people use drawings of child porn as an outlet and not actual child.
Yeah, obviously, motherfucker. Okay, or bitch fucker. I don't know. Okay, but yeah,
You're so angry.
yeah. This in a while, I
Porn. If it is a mental illness and recovery were a possibility, then obviously I would prefer that over unnecessary incarceration. But that was not the point I was trying to make.
Also, as a disclaimer, I shouldn't even have to say this, but do not harass anyone. I specifically made this video to address how completely
that I had parts of this script written months ago, and I did not furiously whip it up because a bunch of strangers were kind of weird in my comment section. But what I found interesting about the negative responses was most people knew they couldn't outright defend the sexualization of Kana or Ilulu's design because it would implicate them as siding with people who think that being sexually attracted to children is fine. Which, some people still did do that anyway, though, and those people can leave. But most of them worded their grievances so that they weren't directly made, but framed it so that the problem was with me and my perceptions. Some form of, it's just fiction, not reality. Or, if you don't like, don't watch. Which, wow.
And again, she makes the pedophilic argument and she destroys its connection to literally to the subject matter. Then she moves into the subject matter where she almost destroys her own argument and makes it out like her argument about consent, which she might concede on after talking about the literal psychological definition of it, and goes into, as I said, the argument that it's not real, so it doesn't matter is a really weak argument. And she's using this as a shield in the very beginning and again. I'm just revisiting to see if this
Scales
is...
have fallen. How could I have been so blind? I am a human being that means anything. I need shoes and fabric. How silly of me. I wonder what.
This should offend you. Actually, this is a good meme to use. Okay, this is probably her own best move.
Why all those people were so upset at the minstrel shows and the depiction of blackface when.
And the fact she conflates it with all this other racist crap. Doesn't bother you at all, Blaine?
No, I'm fine. I don't really care what most people say.
Okay, fair enough.
It's just a drawing after all. Art never has an impact on people, obviously. Like all those people upset at the Confederate flags and statues in America. What? They're just statues and fabric. It's not like their presence means anything. I mean, like a drawn image can reinforce or perpetuate harmful ideologies to the people who see them, so much so that a government might even take action to ensure that consequences. Oh, wait! The phrasing of these comments are, I think, not meant to be a serious form of critique and are just supposed to put me on the defensive. But it is an absurd counter-argument because it completely closes the door for any critical analysis of any media. Like, out of context, don't watch seems like a reasonable statement. For instance,
No. Oh, here. This is a good point.
The problem was that it perpetuated harmful imagery of sexualized children, which is harmful to children. I liked The Promised Neverland, but its depictions of
what's so stupid about that is it's literally the whole point of the show is that Kana is this adorable kid that everyone takes care of. So when she's curled up on the couch, they put a blanket over. It's like, oh, she's blanket over. The meme of "Don't lewd the lolly" went around because it was like, oh, don't be degenerates. This is a cute kid. We're gonna leave their kid you stay away from this, okay? Like the Kana was protected by the internet as this adorable kid character, and then Promised Neverland is literally meat farming humans. Like what? Like what? What is this comparison?
It's racism. You missed the racism comparison.
Oh, it's racism now.
All these, you were just sort of tuned out. I don't blame you.
Yeah.
Okay.
She's just saying like buzzword vomit. I don't.
Yeah.
It's not really anything that's like that compelling in any way. Like, are people like drawn to arms by this conversation? Like, do people listen to this and they're like, I gotta do something? Like, I can't. Well, I need to do something because of this.
Well, this is the sort of the meme, and we're looking at someone like Vosh. Why did he sort of do it? I can't say it's about this particular show. That seems really weird when there's much better examples to use.
What do you mean by Vosh, how he did it? Like how he spanked his monkey to children? Or what are you saying?
How he started talking about Lolicon is bad, then bringing up, someone brings up Dragon Maiden, he calls it's just pedophilic content.
He's calling Lolicon bad just to cover for his own ass when it eventually gets exposed. Because he's like, I fought against it. I was one of the good guys for as long as I could be. But it got
think
me.
He was just preempting sort of this exposure?
Yeah.
He knew he would get us. Okay.
No, like it's just like the guys that fight gay, right?
Yeah. Okay. I brought up that explanation earlier.
Yeah,
why
it's
all
no
this stuff.
Vosh is no different in that instance.
He doesn't seem to be much different. I didn't bring up the hypocrite at the time. I think that's really weird. And she complained. Look, the KKK. She's talking about Lolicon and trying to bring up racism. People just have problems. Oh, Birth of the Nation. What the fuck? For media affects reality. Bringing up Birth of the Nation.
Why is your thought like, oh, I'll just do this quick thing before we like sign off to pull up a 46-minute video? I just looked at that timeline. What are we doing here?
I just wanted to do the beginning. You don't see any overlap between that, okay?
Just the beginning, 12 minutes.
No.
Okay. I just wanted to bring up the comparison, the reaction. Okay. I'm gonna go with plug for Dante. Real quick example.
Not the picture per se. The trouble began with the
we're
slogan.
done after this.
It
Sorry.
says turn
Oh,
heads
you're
with
good.
H&M
I just don't see where
school
things go
fashion.
sometimes.
So people didn't have an issue with the picture. Just what was being said, okay? With it's
Formalities. She came back in the form of Vosh. She must be. I must remind people of her cringe.
Were people really like freaked out by this because it says turn?
Oh, that's
Couldn't
wild,
you
Dante.
turn
puts it
heads
out.
with
Or
your
just-
fashion? Like I don't know.
Yeah,
I guess I don't understand. Does it have to have like a sexual, whatever you want to call that, like implication that's the reason why your head is turning, not like the clothes that it's
probably.
advertising?
Isn't it also just the Shining joke? Like,
yeah, I thought that first off, and then I was like, wait, what does that say? Okay,
It's
but
like
yeah, Shining was my first
uncultured
thing. But that's
swine.
anytime I see twins, I'm thinking Shining now.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't really get this.
allusion to prying eyes and dressing to attract attention. The expression turn heads is kind of harmless. What do y'all think about that? Let me know in the comments section. So it says anti-artist Sabaku Shitai shared the following illustration referring to the controversial campaign, saying, however, a series of lolly content, the idea of separating reality from fiction as a way to show that their desires are only towards fictional characters. So the guy was like,
Yeah, that seems a little bullshit. I meant that seems like a cope. Maybe that's a horrible framing at the very least. Okay.
yeah, we don't care about y'all, Australia, okay? We're going to do what we're going to do over here. He did what he had to do and then created this one. It looks more menacing.
The dresses are longer.
In my honest opinion,
Yeah, they're more covered up.
this artwork did not
And
go
yeah,
well.
it's
What's up,
sadly
guys?
they are.
Y'all think this is over the line? Harmless? Let me know. You know what I mean?
Volta Porto. Anime 2023.
Photograph to make the in question was seen.
Say the artist cited the real photograph to illustrate the question grotesque for internet users, even for lolly fans itself, because it used a photograph. Thoughts on this before we close out?
Say lolly fans themselves as though lollies are a monolith. There's obviously terrible ones and worse ones. So
yeah, I figured to just close out with this because it's interesting that Lollycons came out against this. I don't really know. I don't really care. Just finishing up. Is it Chunky Moon? Who knows? Heard people talk about him.
Chunky Moon.
Okay.
What the hell?
Some artist who does really cringy Rule 34 sort of anime or pays people, a lewd artist, but yeah. Okay.
Gotcha.
So is this a problem or not? I'm curious.
I mean, the ad? No. The artist, I don't know what would be problematic about any of this.
Because it uses real children to sort of support lolicons as a whole. Yeah, it seems stupid to me.
What
so deep
part of
in
it makes
parody.
that? Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't see anything like explicit in this. I think that's kind of where my line is drawn, but I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. But with that whole, like, you know, the fact that there is something that they are doing a parody of, it doesn't feel like it's in the same category as just like some lewd thing. But I don't know. I guess I don't see the offense of the original one, which apparently was an offensive campaign to begin with. So I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I'm not going to pull you into the food shot stop. So we are done. Does anyone want to say anything before we close this out? And we're closing out at 4:20.
Thanks
so
for letting me crash your
guys.
party. Interesting. I wanted to get full use of that weird Google search I had to do earlier.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Now it's not
We did
just
it,
sitting.
boys.
It's not just sitting in your history as a scar.
Yeah, now I can point.
You
the
did
FBI,
go
look
into
at this screen.
incognito mode with sort of your VPN, right? That's a safe way to do it.
That would have been the safe way to do it. I'm waiting for one of those VPN sponsors. You know, Google knows everything about me.
Yeah, come on, Surfshark. Where's my VPN sponsorship?
Well,
Yeah, exactly.
I actually have a code, but it's just the same code anybody gets as a referral code.
Fair enough. Here. Okay.
And
didn't.
What?
Yeah. You gonna end your stream? Because I'm ending this one, boys.
Yeah, I'm already. It's already a little later than I normally
Okay.
go, so I'm gonna wrap it once
Okay.
we're done here. It was a great talk. I hate this conversation. I'm tired of having this conversation. I would like to have this conversation if people were reasonable and people we could like actually talk to about like, hey, here's the problem, here's the okay, here's the bad, and actually like go forward from there. But like we were explaining at the beginning, getting people to agree to the terms that we use in this discussion is so frustrating. When the next person will show up and just say lolicon, it's not what it is. So the conversation frustrates me. I'll have it forever as long as I have to defend the fact that there are childlike characters in anime that are perfectly fine and that no one is looting and there's nothing wrong with them. They're great characters, and that all of these freaks that do that need to be put in a bucket. Like that is I'm gonna have this conversation forever. I don't want to have it again, but I will have to have it again.
Well, I'm not gonna pull you into it. This was a one-time affair of me. I'm sure.
You know what? When Hassan reveals his lolly folder, we'll talk about it again. Okay, deal?
Fair enough. Fair enough. Or Sargon. I full opportunity. If Nick Fuentes comes out, well, no one's gonna be surprised by that. Okay, yeah. Hassan or Sargon or someone notable. But we'll probably be like, refer to this stream. We're done. Funny, but probably not very likely. He has children. He wouldn't be that dumb.
I would hope not.
Okay, so we're closing that out. For everyone who came and will come in the future, take care and peace out.
Bye.
Oh. Okay.
All right.
Just ended with that noise. Always awesome talking to you. Thanks for enlightening me, Blaine. I think you had a lot of expertise that I had not known anything about. So that was awesome hearing it.
Yeah, I'm glad it was. I'm glad it was useful to you. And we are still live on my side.
Glad to be able to bounce some ideas.
Oh, fair enough.
I was glad I had some ideas to bounce off you, even if they were a little odd.
It was
no
fun.
one likes my Spectrum idea. You guys are all right wingers. Too right wing for me.
I think
Okay?
Spectrum's
I'm slightly
weird.
left.
Right wing.
Why is the Spectrum okay? Why is the Spectrum idea weird? Okay.
Wait, what? Oh, no. Here, listen. Okay, you can't say that this thing's bad. Well, actually, it's on a spectrum, because when you say bad and then actually it's on a spectrum, that indicates that some part of it is good, and it's not.
I'm saying there's some things that are tolerable within it, and there comes to a point, not even towards the end, there comes a point where it's just unbearable. You have not good, you have bad, really bad, horrible, and then the final thing, burn it with fire and throw it in a wood chipper. Okay?
I think you need to start with the best form, right? Start with you could utilize a drawn lolly type character in a sexual situation to show the ultimate depravity of your evil villain in a series, to show that these are the depths they will sink to. And that's pretty gross and grotesque, but sometimes you need to really shock your audience. And then it just gets worse from there. Like that one, I'm not a fan of it, but I understand how an artist would use it, but it will just get worse and worse from that point. So like, start with whatever the best is, and then say it's a spectrum that gets worse, because
okay,
because that way
the best it gets is redo of healer. That is probably the best case,
because that way it doesn't sound like you're saying there is good lol or like sexual lolly out there, because that's not a thing.
No,
it's not what you're saying.
It can be a use for shock value. Yeah, like with the cuties thing. Main thing is they could have done that if they didn't actually use it in their marketing, and if they said explicitly, this is not something you want to do, we're going to show you pretty much why this is wrong. Okay, there is a way to use it in art, but simply by this is how reality is. Well, reality sucks. This is a movie. We don't want people thinking this is okay. We don't want people defending this hardcore. The same thing with lolly. Some of it I will tolerate just because of freedom of speech, but I don't think it's good for anyone. I don't think it's going to turn people into pedos. That argument seems like crap from it.
Well, but you also have to specify again, right? Lolly is just a childlike character.
Yes, and people conflate that.
Lolly in anime can be used as just a childlike character in a show. Lolly in any kind of hentai is bad.
I was going to ask, like, so does it have to remain in anime, or would it be anything like, could you go at classic literature would also be lolly characters? Like, there is like Lolita or like Interview with a Vampire. Like, would those be lolly characters, even though they're not in anime specifically?
No, those are just underage characters. Okay, lollies.
By the definition of a lolly just being childlike attributes, sure, you could. I think it makes sense because lolly comes from the term Lolita, which was about a child, right? So like,
yeah.
It doesn't make as much sense. Wait, why do you disagree with that?
Because as you said, you want these terms to be in point.
It's where the term came from. Like, lolly is short for Lolita, supposedly.
Then lolly literally just means childlike character.
Yes, I would say in more of an anime context. Okay, maybe in a Eastern context in general. If these are ideas come from the West, I think they should be distinguished as young characters. Okay?
So lolly is a loan word, so it's Japan taking a word from the West and using it. So does that change your thoughts on that?
I mean, what does lolly mean in the West? Okay, does it
Lolly
what
in the
does it mean
West
West?
from Lolita comes from a child
Yes,
character.
but it's derivative. Okay, it's one of these terms the Japanese co-opted and changed for their own purposes. I think it should be specifically towards Japanese style animation. Okay,
It was originally
But that's
used
just
as
my thoughts.
Lolita for fashion when it first went to Japan.
You yourself said, Blaine, that you wanted it to actually have these words have meanings. Okay.
Yes, and the meaning I want is childlike character.
Okay. You don't mind if it's used in a Western context?
Of course not. If it's a childlike character, it's a childlike character. I don't care. I don't care what context it's being used in. The context that we need to define and be specific about is whether or not it's a pornographic context. If it's a childlike character in a pornographic context, we need to be specific with that. We can't just say we should ban lolly because we don't want to ban lolly because lolly is just childlike characters. We want to have childlike characters because we need kids in shows.
Okay, but if you went up to Anne Rice or anyone a fan of Interview with a Vampire, did you like that lolly character? They would look at you like you're insane, okay?
I don't watch live
That's my
action
thought.
stuff, so it's less useful for me.
Or a book. Or
You could also read it.
okay.
I don't read either, so.
Okay.
I haven't read a book since high school. I audiobook everything now.
Oh, you should do yourself a favor. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like audiobooks are amazing, man.
I agree
Get through
also,
so
but I
many of
still
those.
read manga. Okay, occasionally. I actually primarily go with manga, and sometimes if I like something,
I'm actually listening to J Mac's grandpa's biography.
Interesting.
Damn.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Is it read by anyone cool?
I don't know. I actually don't know.
Fair enough.
It might literally be
I'm
him.
just wondering if they got somewhat famous. You know?
No, I don't think it's famous. It sounds like it's a grandpa reading it to me. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. So it literally could be him. But
that's awesome.
Yeah, it's junk to gold. He's a car junk guy. His grandpa.
Figures. You definitely seem to have a certain preference for that particular way, given that one anime you sort of talked about. The cute girls going with cars. That sounds right up your alley.
Yeah, I do any sort of business books though. I like all of those.
Yeah. Were you ever a fan of Initial D? I'm curious.
Big fan. I'm also we just got the first season of MF Ghost, which is the sequel season.
Yes, haven't been. As I said, I've fallen off of anime in general. I need to pick it back up. I just went over to Crunchyroll because I was going to do the
canceled your
research
subscription because you've got an eye patch in your top drawer.
No, I actually haven't had a subscription. I just
good.
Pretty much I got the free prescription. I'll probably I'll probably binge for a bit and cancel it after a bit.
Yeah, they're doubling prices pretty soon. So,
oh god, do you know if Home Hero's on it? Because the risk of going.
No, my Home Hero is on. I think it's on High Dive.
Freaking hell! I thought Crunchyroll had it. I'll catch up. Whatever. Cancel my subscription and probably get to Home Hero.
I've had that VPN. My Home Hero is great though.
Okay. Maybe I should get the VPN. I've been thinking about it for a while. Yeah, because it definitely was good when I got into it in the manga. I'm like, this is a pretty good idea, but I would rather see it as a anime. This is one of those things that might work better.
It's a great anime, Gray, about a dad who is protecting his daughter, but he's just a dude, and then he gets sort of tied up with the underworld as he's sort of stumbling through his cover-up.
And the wife does join in.
Cool.
Okay. It's a very family story.
It's a great story.
Yeah, from the manga.
A lot of shows that end with like just your butthole clenched, like you're making diamonds. You're like, oh shit, is he gonna get caught? Like it's so well done.
Damn.
And unfortunately, the series that got me into that, or maybe it was the reverse. I'm standing on 1,100 lives. Million lives. Okay. I really like that manga. I probably need to go check on it. But the anime was complete and utter
okay.
Underfunded,
Yeah,
really
it was-
horrible.
It wasn't bad though. It was like, this is interesting.
It
I
wasn't
could
the
tell there's a good
wow-
idea there.
The actual manga is a really good idea because it takes the isekai trope and sort of plays around with it to the extreme degree. It also goes with one of these antisocial. It reminds me a lot of Gans. Okay, probably why I was attracted to it.
The power that pulls people in to solve problems.
Yeah, it's a similar concept.
A little
but it
less
uses,
sex
like,
though. So
and also, yeah,
not as many body suits.
Yeah, it has some busty girls, you know, typical anime stuff. Nothing too lewd, okay.
Lucifer
Mild
loves
lewd.
Gantz, apparently.
Oh yeah, I mean, Lucifer could probably talk about that in detail, especially if he's up on the
All right,
manga. Because
I mute Lucifer
Okay.
when he gets into too much detail. That guy, he starts
Okay,
talking about
fair enough.
titties. You can't stop him. He's a
oh god,
fucking
you
dog.
got some boomers in your
Passionate.
You know Lucifer the Doberman. He comes from
yeah.
Sishin
Oh, okay, I
Adams,
probably
so-
know him better.
Yeah.
Gray is adjacent to Stitch and Adam community. It's not a true
The old Stitch
Stitch
and
and
Adam
Adam fan.
community.
I don't feel that way sometimes. Also, definitely.
I
Vanessa's
love Chain
made her-
Soldier. Fondue. Chain Soldier is great.
Chains.
It's brand new, anime wise at
Okay.
least. It's like
That's
a
the soldier
I
one.
haven't heard of that one.
It's like a world where, so in Japan, there's a alternate dimension called Mato, and occasionally these gates open up and monsters come out and kill people. And there are peaches in Mato that give women powers, but not men. And so sort of a semi-role reversal as far as men and women go. So now it's all like house husbands. But like that's the setup. But the entire show is about like this unit in Mato that is fighting against the demons. And this guy that is like their housekeeper. It's pretty good.
Nice.
It's pretty
That
good.
actually sounds really cool.
Some things work better in theory
Meh.
than practice.
Oh, really?
But
So you've had a picture of it in your mind, and you're like, meh.
oh, has anyone watched? I started with.
It's got a lot
I
of
heard-
booby.
What about Solo Level Healer? I know it's not manga, but they have an anime, and I was curious about it. Anyone
Solo
got any thoughts on
leveling
that?
is garbage, but
Really?
wrong
The
way to
first two
use
episodes
healing
look
magic
good.
is good.
That's also another one on my list. Okay.
No,
Why- when does
solo
it get garbage?
solo leveling is garbage from step one. If you watch that, there is not a lot of actual animation going on. And there's a lot of like noise and like something happens and then it pans over. And it also takes like 4 episodes to get to like this whole idea of him leveling up, which sometimes it's okay to like set up your world, but like when your entire setup is a single like room that has like a challenge in it, we shouldn't be 4 episodes later before we get into solo leveling.
It's manhwa, so who really cares? Okay, I was just curious. I guess Tower of God was somewhat decent manhwa, but crazy Koreans with their mangas, manhwas. Sorry, and them trying to get adapted. But yeah.
It's very, very clinical. I think a lot of manhwas tend to be where I end up not liking them as much because it's like, yeah, a perfect algorithm could have written this, and it's missing the heart. There's just something's not there for me most of the time.
Like The Gamer is one of the manhwa that I liked in the beginning that just fell flat. Good concept, cool ideas. But you don't read, so you wouldn't know about that.
No. Takes books to do that.
Any other things I should recommendations for new anime? Since I have you on the horn.
As far as this season goes, Hokkaido Gals Are Super Adorable is actually a really cute show about a kid that gets sent up to Hokkaido, which is sort of like Alaska for Japan. And he ends up making good friends with this gal and growing that little friendship. And what's nice about it is a lot of anime plays into the misunderstanding leading to drama because they're in high school, blah, blah, blah. Whereas there really are no misunderstandings in this series, and it's been really nice. But the other one, if you're a more classic fan, is going to be Sengoku Yoko. That one feels like, obviously the main character kind of looks like Inuyasha when he's in his powered up state, but it does feel like one of those classic journey yokai anime.
I think I might have saw it pop up somewhere. Okay.
Yeah.
It was good to get good recommendations. And probably not going to get any good audiobooks. I actually got a good recommendation for audiobooks, but this isn't the place for it here.
Yeah, Junk to Gold. I'm enjoying it, but if you're not into business and economics, then it might not be your thing.
Probably not. Like I went with the lit RPG. A lot of them are garbage. From the Discord LLA. I'm sorry, LAA. Laser Anonymous. Blah blah blah. I got a good recommendation from someone. I forget who now. I'm an asshole. Dungeon Crawler Carl. So figure I might as well ask about it.
All right.
Okay. Yep.
Well,
I'm
good.
gonna close out, gents. Thank you for joining. I hope everyone had good insults towards both me and Blaine, and maybe even a few towards Gray
I
when he
think
came
Blaine
on.
made it unscathed.
Unscathed?
Fair enough.
I don't think there were that many insults. It's like hypocrite. Is that really an insult?
Not
It's someone's
really.
opinion.
It's not really insults. It's more about banter. Okay, people need to learn the difference between banter. and
My chat is more tired
Well,
of
I
hearing
saw you
the
got
lolly
bantered
debate.
real hardcore in your chat. Yeah, I wouldn't. I wouldn't think they'd want to keep going on that, but fair enough.
Oh, trust me, I don't.
Again,
want to.
thank you for enlightening me. I am
Yeah.
definitely an amateur in this. I know Meat Canyon's material a lot more than I know any of this other stuff. So
Yeah.
when I saw that video and how it was hypocritical, yeah, I felt like that was my one little area of expertise. But thank you, man. I feel like I've learned a lot from you.
Yeah, anytime.
If you were around for the Vosh stuff, that Willie Mac video is great. Okay,
I
think
was.
The first one was good, but damn, that one screenshot where he was talking about the virtual loli really indicts himself. And did that come off that way to you, Blaine, when we were listening to it?
Kinda.
Okay. Oh, that's the angle I would have went, but Willie probably thought it could have spoke for itself. But yeah, okay. Got everything I want. Should probably get out of here and get winding down for sleep. Thanks for coming. If you have a topic you want to debate sometime, I always like to argue with people or have contentious discussions, should I say.
Yeah, anytime.
If you ever need someone like that, I wonder if I would want to argue with Lofty. I don't even know.
You always it's his superpower.
You want to.
I go into it trying not to, but then he says something and I'm just like, fuck, here we go. All right. It's a skill of his.
Yeah, like I was trying to pull from when I saw your stream, the 15-year-old thing, Kiddith was trying to get me to pull that up this morning. I'm like, I'm looking through this. If I would have known this, I would have bookmarked this when I saw it earlier. But I saw it on your stream, so that might have not even worked. I'm just like, yeah, I agreed with you. That was a stupid tweet, bringing up the age.
Yeah. It's like, here you go. That's the easiest way to get everybody yelling. Anyway, have a good one, guys.
Yeah, take care. Peace out.
Peace. All right, they're gone. I should give I should give Gray a link. Make sure he's got that. Kanzaki was right. What is this? Serrano's in the Discord posting pictures of straps across booba. Nice. All right, everybody. That was fun. We got to talk about it. It's done. No more. Don't talk about it tomorrow. We're not gonna have any of that. Let me look through what we were supposed to talk about last week. Let me see. Let me just double check that I don't have. Okay. We've got Kirsch. Bebo. Vice. Kid Rock. Okay, here we go. Yeah. Let's talk about VTubers and fun stuff next week or tomorrow. Let's do that. Congratulations, Alex Moore. You made it to the end. Straight dudes in Speedos. Yes. Let's talk about Grand Blue Dreaming tomorrow. Have a wonderful rest of your evening. I'll catch you then. Kampai, everybody.